Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Evil Winged Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It didn't occur to Izuku until he and Kigo were literally arriving at the gates of UA, but he actually had no idea what a high school entrance exam even consisted of. They had spent the past 3 years since Hawk's debut laying the foundation for this very moment, doing everything they could to reach this point. They had an idea of what they would do once he was at UA, with hopes and dreams of being able to fully unshackle themselves from the Commission's control. But there was the minor detail of the exam itself. He knew there was a written test, his handler had had him studying for it for months. He also figured there would be some sort of practical test, but the details of it were unknown to even the Commission. His regular training regime had been increased with the assumption that he would be prepared for it if he prepared for anything. But beyond that? No idea. All of his academic schooling so far had taken place with private tutors. Would the testing be done one-on-one or in a group? Surely they wouldn't have all the examinees together? How many students even took the recommendation exam? How many were allowed in? Izuku forced these thoughts away as he and Kigo touched down. There was no point overthinking this. If he didn't get in via this exam, then all of their carefully laid plans would have to be completely reevaluated. The Commission was under the belief that Hawk's climb to number 3 would have gone even faster if he had attended UA and received public exposure prior to his debut. That was the only reason they were allowing this. Izuku would attend UA, he would get in on recommendation from Hawks, and he would medal, if not outright win, all 3 of the sports festivals he participated in. One step at a time. You ready, chickadee? Kigo whispered as they landed in front of the school. Izuku twitched his feathers in assent and felt Kigo's feathers respond in kind. He took a deep breath before adding a bounce to his step and plastering on a huge grin. Beside him, Kigo casually placed his hands in his pockets and his lips curled up into a lazy smirk. They couldn't afford to be Izuku and Kigo here. Not with so much at stake. Instead, Hawks and Falco walked through UA's entrance gate. The two of them were met with one of the faculty immediately upon entering. The voice hero, Present Mike, unaffiliated with the Commission. Their supervisor often complained about the HPSC not having any way of influencing his radio show. Welcome to UA. Present Mike greeted them, thankfully not using his quirk. Hawks, my man. Good to see you. Hey, Mike, Hawks drawled, throwing a 2-fingered salute towards the other hero. You on welcoming duty? You bet. Escorting duty too, he added with a flourishing gesture toward the main building. Is this your little brother? Hi there, little listener. The voice hero leaned across Hawks to wave at Izuku as they walked. Hi, he responded cheerfully, skipping a bit as he waved back. It's nice to meet you. I'm a huge fan of your show. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. The 3 continued chatting as Mike led them to a door with a sign indicating they were in the right spot. This is where I leave you. The 2 of you can wait together until the examinees are called to the testing room. Hawks, you sticking around? Took the day off. Awesome. I'll see you with the other recommenders in a bit then. Good luck, little listener. Thanks, Present Mike. Izuku exchanged a quick glance with his brother, then the 2 of them entered the waiting room. One step at a time. He's got this. Kigo kept his posture relaxed as heads turned to stare at the winged brother's entrance. Whispers broke out immediately, though he had no trouble hearing what they were saying. That's Hawks. It's the number 3 hero. I had heard he had a brother, but I didn't realize he would be here. He waved as he and Izuku walked over to the registration table. Once his brother was set up, a few of the braver examinees came over and he spent a few minutes taking selfies and signing autographs while Izuku greeted his fellow applicants. He sensed him coming before the man entered the room. For self-preservation purposes, both he and Izuku's feathers were always quick to pick up on the presence of fire, and Endeavor was always burning. Hawks had a lot of respect for the number 2 hero. Endeavor had been the one to save him and Izuku, however unwittingly, from their a-hole of a father. Had been the first hero to make Kigo actually believe in heroes. The commission had been quick to pick up on his admiration and had done all they could to encourage it throughout the years. Unbeknownst to them, this had had the complete opposite effect, since any hero that the HPSC promoted like that was not someone that Kigo could trust. And then any lingering reverence he held for the man had died a quick death the first time Hawks heard him speak about his son. It sounded exactly like how the commission spoke of him and Izuku. So yes, Hawks respected him. He just didn't like him. And he was pretty sure that sentiment was mutual. But they had worked together a few times and interacted at various events, and he knew that Endeavor respected strength above all else and had lofty views as to who was worth his time. And as the only other hero here who was in the top 10, Hawks knew what to expect. Hawks. And there he was. Endeavor-san. Hawks greeted with an easy grin and a wink. Fancy meeting you here. The flame hero grunted, then gestured to the boy standing slightly behind him. This is my son, Shoto. The boy in question nodded slightly in Hawks' direction. Nice to meet you, Todoroki-kun. Now where? Kigo glanced around as if he didn't know precisely where his little brother was. Izuku, hearing his cue, skipped over to them, beaming. There you are, chickadee. Endeavor, Todoroki-kun, this is my little brother. Endeavor gave Izuku a dismissive once-over, his gaze catching on his colorful wings, then glancing between their matching golden eyes and facial markings. I see that, he responded dryly. His little brother laughed, but any response he would have made was cut off by the announcement for the examinees to follow the proctor. Kigo ran his hand gently over Izuku's feathers, wished him luck with a wink and a knock him dead, chicklet, then followed the rest of the recommenders to the observation deck. They wouldn't be able to actually observe the written portion of the exam, nor the interviews, so instead they mingled with each other and with UA's staff as they waited for the practical to begin. A few of his fellow heroes, including Endeavor, attempted to probe him for more details regarding his brother, their parents, their upbringing, their quirk, and so on and so forth, but Hawks had been dodging questions like this for the past 4 years and fed them his usual responses while distracting them with pictures of how adorable Izuku was as a child. That was always a crowd pleaser. Thankfully, after about 30 minutes of this, Lunch Rush brought out food, which sufficiently distracted everyone and allowed Kigo to escape to the side of the room where present Mike was conversing with a giant yellow caterpillar. Said caterpillar turned slightly as Hawks approached and revealed a familiar face, though Hawks had only met the man once before. Hey Mike, Eraserhead, Hawks said casually as he finished off a yakitori skewer. You guys don't have to do interviews? Hiya Hawks. Mike greeted cheerfully. Oh no we do. But those don't start for another. He glanced down at his watch. Hour. He grinned conspiratorially, then added, I see you escaped from the esteemed number 2. Hizashi, Eraserhead hissed with a glance towards Hawks. What? Mike asked, bewildered, also glancing towards Hawks. Kigo grinned, taking another bite of yakitori as the two teachers seemed to try and have a conversation with their eyebrows. Not that he was one to judge, he and Izuku could hold conversations by twitching their feathers. Deciding to tease a bit he countered, I don't know what you mean. Why would I want to escape from Endeavor-san? Present Mike snorted and rolled his eyes and Eraserhead looked like he wanted to smother the voice hero with his capture weapon. Kigo figured he should throw the guy a rope before he had a conniption. Relax Eraser, he said as he sent a feather to grab some carriage. He dropped his voice then added, I'm not as big of an Endeavor fanboy as I play on TV. He finished with a wink. The underground hero blinked at him. Oh right, Mike laughed. You don't come to many of the events or galas, so you haven't witnessed Hawk's perfected dance of somehow simultaneously making it look like he's constantly following Endeavor around and trying to get his attention and yet actually spending as little time as possible in his presence. Kigo shrugged. It's an art. An art that only those who looked for it saw. A real-life optical illusion. It took a certain type of person to notice it, and it was a good way of gauging where his fellow heroes stood. Mike had actually been the first to call him out on it a couple of years ago. Rumi had been the second. Eraserhead glanced between the two of them, frowning slightly. Why? Hawks laughed. Do you want the long version or the short version? Eraser stared at him for a bit, then grunted, I want the truth. Kigo considered him for a moment. From what he and Izuku had been able to infer, both present Mike and Eraserhead's loyalties laid with UA and subsequently, Nedzu, or as he and Izuku liked to call him, the Commission's biggest pain in the butt. What's more, they would be part of the staff responsible for Izuku's safety in the coming school year. He figured now would be as good of time as any to begin fostering trust. And anyways, he had already given Mike the short version, so he figured it wouldn't hurt to expand on that a bit. Shrugging again, Kigo casually leaned against the wall next to them, then, checking that no one else was in hearing distance and adjusting his wing to block anyone from reading his lips, he responded quietly, "Long version then. Part of it is politics and media hype. It would look bad for a hero as young as myself to not respect him, and the media love a good origin story. It's true that Endeavor was the one who inspired me to become a hero in the first place, and because of this and my known status for being an Endeavor fan, the public eats it up whenever we team up. But most of all, it's for professional convenience." "Explain," Eraser demanded, still frowning. "Well," Kigo continued thoughtfully, "Endeavor is never easy to work with." "Understatement," Mike muttered. Kigo grinned at him. "But he is easier to work with when he's under the impression that you think he's the greatest hero ever." Both teachers raised their eyebrows at that, then spoke simultaneously. "Is he really?" Mike asked incredulously. "So, you pander to him?" Eraser asked derisively. Kigo laughed, then answered Eraserhead first. "No, I just don't do anything to dissuade him of the notion. The media are the ones who have blown the whole thing out of proportion." Then he nodded towards Mike. "And yes, according to Rumi he is. She's actually the one who pointed it out to me after the first time she had to team up with the both of us. She had worked with Endeavor before and she said there was a pretty significant difference between Endeavor working with me and Endeavor working with, well, anyone else." Mike tilted his head thoughtfully. "Huh. Eraserhead hummed. He was eyeing Kigo appraisingly. Then, seeming to come to some sort of conclusion, he stated, "This is why I went into underground heroics." The two spotlight heroes laughed. The examinees were allowed to mingle and chat in the exam room after the written portion of the test concluded, but Izuku had been in the first group of students called to be interviewed, so he was led away immediately. He was thankful for the slight reprieve that the walk to the interview room provided. Taking a test with dozens of others was a new experience that Izuku was not looking forward to repeating. Thankfully, the test itself wasn't very difficult, but the noise. Izuku had been trained to withstand sensory overstimulation in combat situations and public appearances, but apparently his trainers hadn't thought to include test taking in their various scenarios. An oversight, really. He had folded his wings as tightly as he could to try and limit the vibrations they picked up, but the standard back chair made that difficult. Apparently, the sound of dozens of pencils writing at the same time in an echoing chamber could be used as the HPSC's latest form of punishment. Or training to withstand torture. Same thing really. His wings were still twitching as he entered the small office where his interviewer was waiting for him, seated behind a desk. Izuku smiled brightly to hide his wince at the sight of the chair obviously meant for the examinee. Armchairs were the worst. He lowered himself to the chair as gracefully as he could, sitting with his back straight and holding his wings up slightly so that they wouldn't press up against the armrests. The man behind the desk frowned slightly, but Izuku didn't let any of his discomfort show on his face. "My name is Aizawa Shoda, one of the teachers here. Our time is short, so let's get right to it. Why do you want to be a hero?" Izuku once again smothered his reaction. His wings twitched slightly, but he ruffled his feathers to hide the response and hoped the man thought he was reacting to the question. Apparently, he was being interviewed by Eraserhead. The interview only lasted for 15 minutes, but Izuku felt like he had just gone through an hour of interrogation training. The questions themselves seemed standard, since the commission had drilled answers to questions like these into his head for years, but there was just something about his interviewer that made Izuku feel like he was having his mind read. Eraserhead was so cool. Alright then, that about wraps things up. Final question, who is your favorite hero? Izuku laughed brightly, opening his mouth to give the commission-approved answer, Hawks, with Endeavor as a close second. but something in Eraserhead's expression made him actually answer honestly. My brother. He froze. That's not what he meant to say. The HPSC was fine with him listing either Endeavor or Hawks. Not Kigo. Hawks. But Eraserhead only nodded and dismissed him to wait for the other applicants to finish their interviews. He felt the hero's eyes on his back as he left the room. During the hour that the applicants were being interviewed, Hawks worked. He may have taken the day off, but there was always work to be done. A few of the other heroes in attendance seemed to have the same idea, and they congregated at the seating area where Hawks was reviewing the latest psychic applications from upcoming graduates. He managed to get through quite a few before the UA faculty returned from the interviews. Then they all gathered around the viewing area to observe the final portion of the exam, the practical. Kigo couldn't hold in his laugh once he saw what the test actually was. An obstacle course. Anyone want to place a bet? Kigo asked with a lazy grin. Everyone glanced at him, then to where Izuku was warming up. His bright green wings expanded behind him, the red primaries catching the light as he stretched. They all declined. It was pretty obvious how this would go. Hawks grimaced internally as he watched his brother chat with the other applicants with a beaming grin, his friendly Falco persona in full effect. Kigo knew that some of his exuberance was genuine, just like some of Hawks' laid-back and lazy mannerisms came naturally to Kigo. It was just that once the commission had pinpointed the attributes they wanted them to emphasize, they had them dial everything to 11 all the time. And unlike other spotlight heroes, Hawks and Falco couldn't drop their personas as soon as they were out of costume. The commission wanted the public to think that they didn't have personas. They could never truly be Izuku and Kigo with anyone outside of each other. As if sensing his thoughts, Kigo saw Izuku's feathers flutter slightly in reassurance, but he couldn't feel the vibrations of it. The examinees couldn't see into the viewing platform, and it was apparently very well soundproofed, but they obviously knew they were being observed. Kigo casually reached into his pocket and ran his thumb along the small green feather Izuku had given him this morning rather than risk responding with his wings in case those around him made the connection. Typically, they exchanged feathers and kept them on their person throughout the day as an in case of emergency insurance, but they didn't want to risk Izuku getting caught with one of Kigo's during the test and think he was somehow using it to cheat. So the exchange was only one way for today. Once the final 6 applicants finished their race, the scores were projected onto a large screen. Izuku had placed first by a large margin. Kigo didn't even try to hold back his smug grin, but the relief he felt was genuine. The HPSC would have no reason to complain about Falco's performance today. He skimmed through the other top scorers and had to fight back a wince when he saw that Todoroki had come in 3rd place, with some wind Quirk kid beating him by a fraction of a second. Hawks was sure that Endeavor wouldn't have complained much if Todoroki had only lost to the younger brother of Hawks. It was well known that no one could beat him when it came to speed, but anyone else was probably unacceptable. Kigo took stock of Endeavor via his peripheral vision and saw that his assumption was correct. The flame hero looked livid. He tried not to think of the types of punishments Izuku went through whenever their handlers looked even remotely that angry, tried not to think of what would have happened if it had been Izuku that came in 3rd place. Well, this was fun. Hawks exclaimed gleefully, folding his hands behind his head casually. With that wind user coming in 2nd? Well, let this be a lesson to all of you not to challenge flyers to a race, he added, mockingly severe as he wagged a finger at Endeavor. Frustrated groans and amused laughter diffused the tension as they all began to make their way out of the viewing platform to join the examinees down below. The number 2 hero rolled his eyes, but his flames returned to their usual level of heat, and he huffed in what Hawks would choose to interpret as Endeavor conceding the point. Hopefully, that had helped and hadn't given Endeavor any ideas of trying to make his son learn how to fly or something equally ridiculous. He decided to ignore Eraserhead's calculating gaze as he followed Endeavor out into the hallway. Falco, the commissioner began, handing him an opened letter with the UA insignia, placing first in both the written and practical. Your performance at the recommendation exam was acceptable. You will be attending UA in the spring as a part of Class 1A. We expect to see similar results throughout your time there. We have also created a civilian identity for you to use while you attend and have already submitted your acceptance paperwork. Report to your supervisor for your updated paperwork and training schedule. Yes, sir. Shota had tried to put the events of the recommendation exam out of his mind. He had no reason to be so hung up on it. The politics of spotlight heroes didn't concern him. They do when they concern your students. A voice that sounded suspiciously like Oboro niggled in the back of his mind. Hawks is not my student. His brother will be. Shota had never spoken to Hawks before. They had met briefly once before, and he knew that Hizashi had worked with him a few times and had no complaints, but that was the extent of his personal knowledge of the number 3 hero. To say that he was confused would be an understatement. The Hawks that he met during the tortuous hour and a half of mingling that they always had to do during the recommendation exam was nothing like he was expecting. He had heard that the winged hero was flighty and cocky and carefree. He knew that some of that had to be exaggerated since spotlight hero personalities were always exaggerated, and you didn't get to the number 3 spot by the time you were 20 without some serious hard work, but even that hadn't prepared him. When Shota first observed him, he assumed he had been correct in his assumption of Hawk's character with the added tidbit of knowledge that he seemed to take good care of his brother if the boy's sheer radiant positivity was anything to go by. Then the conversation about how he manipulates his working relationship with Endeavor. And Shota realized it was even more of an act than he had anticipated. And if that was an act, was his care for his brother an act as well? Was he manipulating that relationship too? Was his brother even aware that there was an act at all? Then the interview with his brother. And Shota realized that not only was he aware of the act, he was playing his part in it as well. That there was a clear distinction for the boy between Hawks and his brother. And only one of them was his favorite hero. Then the results of the practical. And Shota realized that there might be an actual reason that Hawks disliked Endeavor other than the man's caustic personality. There was something going on with the winged brothers. Starting with the fact that Shota hadn't even known what the boy's name was until his acceptance paperwork came back. He hadn't thought much on it at the time, since they don't use names during the recommendation exam, only their registration number, but looking back, he never heard Hawks address his brother with anything other than a nickname. Shota had even gone through the video recordings to see if either of them ever said his actual name, and nothing. Hawks introduced him as, my brother, and the kid hadn't stuck around talking to any one person long enough for them to outright ask. And that wasn't even the half of it. Shota sighed as he reviewed his class list, glancing once again at the kid's acceptance paperwork. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Age, 15. Quirk, Fierce Wings. UA Class, 1A. Emergency Contact, Pro Hero Hawks. Special Accommodation Requirements, NA. Costume Requests, see attached. Other, please specify. Hero Name, Falco. Provisional Hero License ID number 1393219. The school year hadn't even begun yet he had a feeling that he knew who was going to be the problem child. Okay, you have your notebooks? Kigo asked. Izuku nodded. 1 for each class? Izuku counted them. Up. Plus an extra one just in case. Oh, good thinking. Pencils, pens and highlighters. Check, check and check. All of those stored neatly in a pencil pouch or some sort of receptacle? Izuku held up his Hawks-themed pencil pouch with a grin. Nice, Kigo said, nodding approvingly at his merch. What about a calculator? Got it. Scissors? Izuku paused, checking in the front pouch of his backpack, then inside his pencil bag. Then he shook his head. No scissors. Do you think I need them? He asked nervously. Kigo frowned, holding up his phone. It's on the list that popped up as the top search result for high school supplies. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. You're right. I probably need them. The two brothers stared blankly at each other for a moment, then he asked, do we even own scissors? Kigo glanced around their apartment like a pair of scissors would just happen to be lying around. No. He and Izuku stared at each other blankly for a bit. Then they both jolted in mild panic. I'm going to be late to my first day of school because I needed to buy scissors. Language. Falco and Midoriya don't curse, Kigo reminded him absent-mindedly as he frantically typed on his phone. Okay, Wait, this list doesn't have scissors listed, so maybe they're optional? But what if they aren't? Do they check your bags to make sure you have everything? No way. Schools don't do that, Kigo said, glancing up from his phone. Do they? Izuku shrugged helplessly, feeling his wings start to flutter in agitation. He fought the urge to begin to stress grip. This shouldn't be that big of a deal. Kids did this from the time they were 5, or maybe 6. 7? When did kids normally start attending school? How did they handle this level of stress at such a young age? But he and Kigo were so far out of their depth. Running an agency? Preparing to attend an actual school for the first time? Hard pass. Okay, we've got this. We do. Izuku asked incredulously. Yes, Kigo said confidently. I'm going to text Rumi. She went to school. Izuku brightened. Oh yes, good idea. Kigo did just that, then shared, we're good. She said you don't need scissors. Izuku relaxed. Of course he didn't. That was silly. Then he realized that if he actually didn't want to be late, then he should really be on his way. Kigo seemed to come to the same conclusion as he tucked his phone away. He reached out to run his fingers through Izuku's hair, then smoothed down the feathers that had gotten ruffled during his earlier panic. Finally, he detached one of his own feathers and tucked it into Izuku's pocket. Izuku did the same. Have a good first day of school, Chicklet, Kigo whispered. I will. Be safe, Izuku whispered back. I will, Kigo echoed. Izuku arrived with plenty of time to locate the classroom for 1A, which he was thankful for, since UA was huge. Thankfully, it seemed that most of the rooms were soundproofed with Quirks in mind, so the vibrations his feathers were picking up weren't enough to distract him. Although that didn't protect him from being assaulted with noise as soon as he opened the door leading into classroom 1A. There were quite a few students inside already, talking and introducing themselves, and a tall boy with glasses was gesturing sharply at a boy who was sitting with his feet up on his desk. Izuku looked around and noticed that the seats seemed to be assigned. Unfortunately, the boy with glasses was blocking Izuku's designated spot. Izuku maintained his usual smile as he made his way over to the arguing pair. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you cretin. Well, that seemed a bit rude. You're kidding me, right? The blonde boy scoffed. Who the F are you? Did your old school put a stick up your butt? The tall boy reeled back. That language is not befitting of a hero. Izuku stifled a snort. Sure, it wasn't fitting for some hero personas, like his own, but obviously, this boy had never met Miruko. The boy then straightened and took a deep breath. Let's start over. I am Ida Tenya from Semi-Private Academy. Semi-huh? Figures. You private school fuckers are all so stuck up. The boy with glasses, Ida Tenya, youngest son in the Ida Ten family, seemed like he was gearing up for an impressive rant, so Izuku figured it would be a good time to cut in. Excuse me, but you're blocking my desk, he interjected, maintaining his smile. Both boys turned to look at him, then stared for a bit without saying anything. Izuku held his smile, then gestured at the seat Ida was obstructing, which seemed to jolt the taller boy into action. My apologies. I am Ida Tenya from Semi-Private Academy, he said with a bow. Was it normal to say what school you attended? This boy had done it both times he introduced himself. Hi. Izuku almost stopped there, but then remembered that he could give a name now. I'm Midoriya Izuku. The blonde boy snorted. What? No fancy school announcement from you? So it was normal to declare your prior school. Izuku hadn't realized that was something he would need to prepare for. He supposed he should explain so that they didn't get offended that he wasn't disclosing that information. Sorry. I've never been to a school before this. The background noise level dropped significantly, and the two boys were frowning at him. The F-. That is completely unacceptable. The students nearby also interjected. Their voices overlapped as they questioned him. How have you never attended school? Is that even allowed? Well, shit. Evidently, that was not the right thing to say. Izuku laughed brightly to cover up his confusion, then spotted a distinctive head of red and white hair making his way down the aisle next to them. Maybe there was a way to salvage this. Oh, Todoroki-kun. Hi. Did you go to a school before you? Izuku asked, hoping his assumption was correct. The boy paused, then glanced at Izuku with a frown. No. There were a few more exclamations of surprise that seemed to startle Todoroki, but Izuku laughed like this was completely normal. Nothing weird to see here, folks. Move along. Yeah, that makes sense. Security risk, right? Todoroki gave a curt nod, still frowning. What do you mean? A boy with bright red hair asked loudly enough to be heard over the rest. Izuku shrugged nonchalantly. Families of the top 10 don't usually make many public appearances. That seemed to give everyone pause as their gazes darted between Izuku and Todoroki. Before any further questions could be asked, a stern voice spoke from the podium at the front of the classroom. But, you're quiet already. Take your seats. Several students startled at the sudden appearance, staring at the man. Though once he glared at them with his bloodshot eyes, everyone scrambled to their desks. Izuku, now able to reach his assigned seat, allowed himself to pause for a single moment to take a fortifying breath once he actually saw his desk. Then he sat down and plastered on a smile to hide the grimace he wanted to make at the feeling of the chair's back pressing against his wings. Izuku eyed Eraserhead as the man slumped against the podium. Why was he dressed like a giant yellow caterpillar? Was this how he hid his identity? It seemed impractical, which in turn seemed out of character from what he had heard and researched about the underground hero. As his fellow students found their own seats, Eraserhead began unzipping his disguise, which made Izuku realize that it was, in fact, probably not a disguise if he revealed himself so quickly. He stepped out of whatever it was, balled it up, and stuffed it underneath the desk at the front of the classroom. It must be a sleeping bag. That was smart. Izuku and Kigo just wrapped themselves in their wings when they wanted to nap, but obviously not everyone was able to do that, and taking naps was important for heroes that dealt with night shifts, which he knew Eraserhead definitely did. It took you 17 seconds to sit down. Time is precious. Don't let it happen again, Eraserhead said as he went back to leaning against the podium. His eyes swept the entire classroom. I'm Aizawa Shoda, your homeroom teacher. Izuku barely refrained from an outward reaction to that, though he did allow his smile to become more genuine at the information. Right, let's get to it. He pulled something out from behind his desk. Put these on and meet me outside in 5 minutes. Thankfully, everyone seemed to be too busy gathering their gym uniforms and attempting to change quickly to ask any questions regarding what Izuku had said earlier, and he hoped they would forget about his disastrous introduction altogether. Note to self, either avoid the topic or find a better way of announcing that you didn't go to school before now. The gym uniform didn't seem to have openings for his wings, but he had seen enough UA sports festivals to know that these uniforms got destroyed on a pretty regular basis, so he felt like it was a safe bet to cut some holes. The thought caused his brain to stutter, and Izuku realized he wouldn't be able to cut any holes because he hadn't brought any scissors. He should have bought some before coming. It was on the list of supplies. Why did he think he didn't need them? Now he wouldn't be able to complete Eraserhead's order to dress in their uniforms. He gripped his gym shirt tightly as his thoughts began to spiral and his wings fluttered and began to sharpen in response to his agitation. Kigo sent a worried vibration through his own feather which jolted Izuku from his tunnel vision. He forcefully softened his feathers to send a reassurance to his brother, then had to refrain from groaning out loud. He had feathers that doubled as knives. Obviously he didn't need scissors. He can't believe he doubted Rumi's expert advice. Of course she knows what she's talking about. He detached one of his secondaries and sharpened it before slicing it through his gym shirt to create 2 openings for his wings. Even with that minor delay, Izuku finished changing and was out the door in 90 seconds flat. Not his best time, but still well under the limit Eraserhead had given. Todoroki finished shortly after, and the two of them were the first ones out on the field where Aizawa-sensei was waiting. He gave them both an approving nod. The area they waited in seemed to be a testing ground of some sort, and while it looked very different from the HPSC's testing facility, Izuku figured he knew what they would be doing. He supposed it made sense for them to do an initial assessment so that UA could properly monitor their progress. He began stretching. He saw Todoroki start to do the same. By the time the rest of his classmates arrived, more than 5 minutes had passed, but Eraserhead only made a passing comment for them to improve their changing speed before moving on to explain what the apprehension test would consist of, calling forward the blonde boy from earlier to demonstrate. To Izuku's surprise, his classmates seemed excited. "Oh wow! Can I go next? We get to use our quirks? That's what I'm talking about. This will be fun." Izuku stayed quiet. Assessments were never fun. "So, this looks fun, huh?" Their teacher's voice cut in. "With only 3 years to prepare you for becoming pro-heroes, I can't waste time on anyone with zero potential. So therefore, whoever comes in last place will be expelled." That seemed to sober everyone up. The 8 tests that followed seemed to be standard fare. They were different from his typical assessments, but the concept remained the same. His quirk allowed him to place first in the 50-meter dash and the distance run, easily clear the long jump, and come in second for grip strength, but for the rest of the tests, Izuku hardly used his quirk at all, relying instead on the physical training he had. From what he could tell, that was something his classmates would need to work on. In the end, Izuku was relieved to see that he placed first overall. He wasn't sure if these results would be shared with the HPSC, but he figured they would find out somehow. The boy with purple sticky ball as hair began to cry once the results were announced, and Izuku figured he was Mineta Minoru, who was at the bottom of the list. Izuku wouldn't be upset to see him go, since his sensitive hearing had picked up on some of the things he said to the female members of their class throughout the day. "And I was lying," Eraserhead said with a grin. "No one is going home. That was a logical ruse to ensure you all did your best." Mineta's crying took on a relieved tone and he threw his arms around Yaoyorozu, who looked extremely uncomfortable and attempted to push him off. Izuku kept them in his peripheral vision and spread his wings slightly in preparation. "Now," Aizawa-sensei said as he began to head back towards the building, and sure enough, as soon as his back was turned, Mineta reached down to grab at Yaoyorozu. Without much thought, Izuku sent 4 of his feathers flying. Everyone turned around at the sound of Mineta's yelp to see him pinned to the ground with a feather through his uniform at each shoulder and leg. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow at Izuku, and he froze, realizing what he'd done. "You probably weren't supposed to attack your fellow students." "Oh," Yaoyorozu said softly, stepping away from Mineta and closer to Izuku. "Thank you. Midoriya, right? I don't think we were introduced properly at the recommendation exam." Izuku forced himself not to let his panic show as he smiled at her and nodded. "Hey, bird boy, let me go!" Mineta yelled from where he was struggling to pull out the feathers. Izuku had hardened them, but they weren't sharp at the moment. However, before Izuku could call them back, Aizawa-sensei held up his hand. "Wait," he said as he walked over to them. "Who wants to explain what the hell just happened?" "That freak attacked me," Mineta cried. "I see that," Aizawa-sensei said dryly. "I want to know why," he added, directing his gaze to Yaoyorozu and Izuku. Izuku knew that, sometimes, when a trainer asked him to explain something, they didn't actually mean it, and giving excuses only made the punishments worse. He wasn't sure what the rules were here at UA, so he remained silent. "Ah," Yaoyorozu said, an intense blush working its way up her face. Midoriya stopped him from, "Well," she trailed off, glancing down. There was a beat of silence. "He was probably trying to grope her," the girl with the frog mutation interjected bluntly. Eraserhead narrowed his eyes. "Is that true?" he asked Yaoyorozu softly. She nodded. "Well then," their teacher said, his voice hard and his gaze flinty, "it looks like one of you is going home after all." Izuku held himself perfectly still. "Mineta, you're expelled. Make sure to grab your things from the classroom, then stop by Nedza's office and he'll handle your expulsion paperwork. Midoriya, you can let him up now." Izuku obeyed immediately, calling his feathers back. "The rest of you," Aizawa-sensei continued, "head back inside for lunch." And with that, he zipped himself back up into his sleeping bag and laid down on the ground. Izuku needn't have worried about being questioned further regarding his admittance of not attending a school before. All any of his classmates wanted to talk about was the fact that one of them was expelled on the first day. The entirety of Class 1A had claimed a few adjoining tables in the cafeteria so that they could all sit near each other while they ate lunch. He figured they would at least be wary of him after he subdued a classmate in front of them, but Izuku was surprised to instead find himself surrounded by smiling faces. Well, to be fair, the explosion boy wasn't smiling and instead was treating Izuku to a rather fierce scowl. But he had taken the seat directly across from Izuku with little complaint, had, in fact, shoved the boy with spiky red hair over a bit in order to sit there, and Izuku couldn't help but be reminded strongly of Rumi by most things the blonde had done so far, so he figured that scowling was the boy's default expression. "Dude, that was so manly," the redhead said, punching Izuku lightly on the shoulder. "Yeah, thanks Midoriya. That guy gave me the creeps," the girl with pink skin added with a shudder. "Same, Karo. I'm Azuitsuyu by the way. You can call me Tsu." "Oh right. I'm Kirishima Ijiro," the redhead announced cheerfully. The rest of his classmates introduced themselves as well, and Izuku did his best to memorize everyone's names. He found himself hoping that their positive reactions meant that what he had done was allowed but couldn't fully shake the panic in the back of his mind. He had attacked a fellow student, which he assumed was a punishable offense, but surely Aizawa would have said if it was? Although, sometimes his handlers like to make him wait, so perhaps he would be disciplined later. Regardless, Izuku knew there was nothing he could do about it now, so he smiled and returned his classmates' greetings. "Oi, Feathers, the blonde boy, Bakugo?" He hadn't joined in the introductions, but Izuku was pretty sure that's what Aizawa-sensei had called him, interjected. Izuku tilted his head at him in response. The boy stared at him blankly for a bit, then shook his head and resumed scowling. "You said earlier that you were related to a top 10. Izuku nodded in both acknowledgement and agreement. Bakugo frowned, then asked, "Hawks?" Izuku smiled brightly and nodded again. "He's my brother." "Oomph," the boy grunted. "Figures. You're effing fast," he admitted begrudgingly, then added, "but don't think you'll hold the top spot for long. I'll effing beat your butt." There was a beat of silence, then their table erupted. "Dude, not manly." "Wow, what's your problem?" "There is no need for such language." But Izuku's smile widened even more. He knew a declaration of friendship when he heard one. He was pretty sure Rumi had punched Kigo the first time they met. She had later explained that it was what was called a love tap, and was a way of showing affection between friends. Bakugo hadn't punched him yet, but Izuku was positive that offering to fight was the same thing. "Okay," he exclaimed excitedly, bouncing in his seat. The others around them fell silent. "Does UA allow for after-school sparring practice? If not, I can probably get you a visitor's pass to my brother's agency. I use the training rooms there all the time." Bakugo grinned ferally in response. "You're on, birdie." Izuku couldn't wait to tell Kigo. A friend on the first day. Maybe going to school wouldn't be as hard as he had thought. "Midoriya, stay behind. The rest of you are dismissed," Aizawa-sensei said as the final bell rang. Izuku froze. The excitement from lunch had made him forget about his impending punishment. Bakugo paused while packing up his bag, then he turned around holding out his hand to Izuku. "Give me your phone. I'll put my number in. Don't think this gets you out of our fight, Feathers." "Sure," Izuku replied, handing his phone over. "Maybe tomorrow? I don't know how long this will take." Fine. Later, bird brain," the boy said, returning Izuku's phone before following the rest of their classmates out the door. Izuku stood up, then made his way to the front of the classroom where Aizawa was waiting, frowning slightly. "What was that about?" the teacher asked him. "Sir?" Izuku risked questioning, unsure what the man was asking about. Aizawa sighed. "Bakugo said you two were going to fight. What did he mean by that?" "Oh, we were planning to see if there were rooms available for sparring practice." Eraserhead hummed in acknowledgement, then shook his head. "We don't usually allow first years to use the training rooms unsupervised." "Yes, sir." Izuku supposed he would have to request a winged agency pass for Bakugo then. His teacher continued frowning and appeared to be expecting something more, but Izuku didn't know what else he was waiting for. Aizawa seemed to realize this. "If you two are caught fighting unsupervised, then that's grounds for suspension." Izuku blinked. Suspension from what? The ceiling? Was that UA's form of physical punishment? That seemed strange. Yes, sir, he replied, ignoring his confusion. That was usually the response his handlers wanted. Aizawa sighed again. Just call me sensei. What I'm asking, Midoriya, is if the two of you are planning to fight anyway, even though I told you that it's not allowed. You don't seem to be upset at all, so that makes me think you aren't planning on listening to me. Oh, sorry, Sir Sensei. Izuku had trained himself out of looking visibly upset years ago. But he didn't want Aizawa-sensei to think he wasn't going to obey just because of his lack of reaction, so he decided to clarify. I was planning to use the training rooms at my brother's agency if UA didn't allow after-school sparring. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. Will Hawks be there? It's a possibility. He helps me with my training whenever his schedule allows. His teacher pinched the bridge of his nose. Izuku tensed at the sign of frustration. Apparently Eraserhead wasn't happy with him, but he didn't know what he was doing wrong. This was the strangest debriefing he had ever had. Typically, his handlers just told him what he would be doing, or where to report, and he agreed. He was hardly ever required to say more than yes, sir. In fact, he had been actively encouraged not to. Okay, let's try this again. If Hawks isn't going to be there, will the two of you be supervised? Oh, that's what he wanted. All of the agency's training rooms are monitored and recorded, Izuku assured him. There's also usually a sidekick or two using them whenever I'm there. I can have the footage of our spars forwarded to you if you'd like to monitor our progress. I can also ask whoever is there with us to report to you. Aizawa blinked. That won't be necessary. Yes, sir. Izuku forced himself not to deflate in defeat. Apparently that wasn't what he wanted. I wasn't asking about supervision as a way to review your progress, I was asking if the two of you would be safe. This time it was Izuku who blinked. Safe from what? I wouldn't hurt him, sir. That's not what I meant either, Midoriya, his teacher said. Accidents happen in sparring all the time, and I've been teaching long enough to know that students tend to go overboard and push their limits further than they should. If the two of you are planning to do this regularly, I need to know that you will be doing it safely. So, as long as you can promise me that, then I see no reason to disallow it. That means that either Hawks or one of his sidekicks should be in the room with the two of you whenever you spar. Do you understand? But that was different. Yes, sir. Aizawa raised a brow at that. Sorry, I mean yes, sensei. Good. Then I will trust you. Don't abuse that trust. Now, as to the original reason I asked you to stay behind, his teacher said, reaching out for something on his desk. Izuku was still reeling from this entire bizarre encounter, and as such, wasn't controlling his reactions as well as he normally did. So, when Eraserhead's hand moved in his peripheral vision, he flinched. Aizawa paused, staring at him, with his hand hovering in the air above the desk. Izuku was horrified. He hadn't lost control like that for years. He pushed the panic away and tried to play it off by adjusting his wings and standing straighter, offering his brightest smile. His teachers stared at him for a bit longer, but thankfully seemed willing to ignore Izuku's lapse in control. He grabbed the paper he had been reaching for before handing it to Izuku. This is what was turned into us when we received your placement acceptance, Aizawa said. I have some follow-up questions. Izuku glanced through the information that the HPSC had provided. First of all, no special accommodation requirements were listed. I found this odd, since most students with mutation quirks require something. He stared at Izuku expectantly. Izuku stared back. Aizawa sighed again. I didn't want to make any assumptions, so you had our standard fare today, but I want to make the necessary changes for your time going forward. Izuku had never been so confused in his life. What was he supposed to do? Yes, sir. His teacher closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then he came around from behind the podium and leaned up against his desk. The change in positioning caused Izuku's thoughts to stutter, knocking him out of his spiraling confusion. That's not how his supervisor or his handlers or his trainers ever positioned themselves when they spoke to Falco. He found himself relaxing slightly, almost against his will. Maybe this wasn't a debrief? Midoriya, Eraserhead continued, UA has the reputation of being the best hero school in Japan. We have high standards and demand a lot from our students in order to maintain that reputation. As such, We strive to provide the best learning environment for everyone, individually. Do you understand? Izuku didn't, and for the first time, he found himself being honest about it. No, sensei. That's all right, that's why I wanted to meet with you. Of course. An informal meeting to exchange information. Izuku refrained from slapping his forehead. That made so much sense. Obviously, Aizawa-sensei was aware of the fact that he had never attended a school before. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I want you to answer honestly. I also want you to speak freely and let me know if you require clarification. Sound good? Izuku nodded. Yes, definitely an informal information exchange. He relaxed further now that he knew what was expected of him. But, first of all, special accommodations, specifically, for your wings. He grabbed another sheet of paper from his desk. These are the different options UA has available for seating. Which one would work best for you? Izuku reviewed the different chairs before pointing at one with a low back that would allow his wings to rest fully folded behind him. Aizawa nodded, circling the picture. Good, that will be at your desk tomorrow. I noticed you modified your uniform before you came, but if you send us the specifications of where you require openings, any future uniforms will be modified for you. Same with your gym uniform. Are there any other accommodations you require? Izuku was about to reply in the negative, but he paused. Then he decided to risk it. Are gloves allowed to be part of the uniform? Sure, Aizawa answered, glancing at Izuku's hands, but he didn't ask. That, more than anything, made Izuku decide to explain. I file down my talons, but I would prefer not to. That's fine, his teacher said. Although you don't need to wear gloves, even if you let them grow out. Izuku blinked. But his talons were ugly? At least, they were to anyone other than him and Kigo. The HPSC had explained it to them several times. Even filed down they were thick and black and unsightly, which he was sure his teacher saw. Eraserhead must just be very kind and polite to make an offer like that. Izuku appreciated it, and offered up a polite out in return. Thank you, but they tend to get in the way more often than not without them. They get caught on things and it's difficult to write, not to mention I could accidentally hurt someone. Most of that was even true, though he would have to be very distracted to accidentally hurt someone with them. My brother's support department designed gloves with padded fingertips that work well for us. I just wasn't sure if I was allowed to wear them here. This way he wouldn't subject any of his teachers or classmates to the sight of his talents. Aizawa nodded thoughtfully. That won't be an issue. I'll make a note in your file so that your other teachers know that it was an approved uniform edition. Anything else? Izuku shook his head, smiling genuinely. All right then. The other question I had was regarding this. He pointed to the bottom of Izuku's acceptance paperwork. Hero name, Falco. Provisional hero license ID number 1393219. Yes, sensei? Izuku asked, once he checked to make sure his information was accurate. Aizawa stared at him for a bit. I looked up your ID number and noticed that it was issued 4 years ago. Izuku nodded. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. You would have been 11. Izuku nodded again. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Was there any reason in particular that you were licensed so early? Izuku frowned thoughtfully. That was a new question. Like being asked about his previous school, Izuku didn't have a prepared answer for this one either. Being licensed meant that I was able to intern at the Winged Hero Agency, and the commission wanted me to start getting some hands-on experience. That was a safe answer. I see. And what does your internship entail? I mostly assist with the administrative side of running the agency. The commission wanted Hawks to start taking me on patrol with him last year, but he was able to convince them to wait until I started studying at UA. We're meeting with our supervisor at the end of the week to update my schedule. I see, Aizawa repeated, looking thoughtful. I would like for you to wait until after the sports festival. That is when our students typically begin their internships. I don't want you to be distracted during your first few weeks here. You can have your supervisor contact me directly if they have any questions. In fact, why don't you have them just contact me anyway? That way we can coordinate your schedule more efficiently. Izuku tilted his head in thought. He supposed that did make sense. The HPSC was sending him to UA in the hopes that attending here would provide him more publicity and thereby a better foundation for Falco to make his debut, so it was sensible for them to defer to UA's methods of the student's exposure. He nodded. Good. Then that's settled. Those were all the questions I had for you. Do you have any for me? Izuku, once again, almost answered in the negative automatically but forced himself to really think about it. He took in Aizawa's relaxed posture and patient expression. He recalled how his teacher hadn't seemed to mind any of his questions so far and had even told him that he wanted Izuku to request clarification. He also knew that Kigo would want to know everything that happened today, and that both of them would be worried about it if Izuku didn't find out whether or not he would be punished for his actions earlier. Yes, Sensei, I have a question. He waited for Aizawa to nod. About what happened earlier today, after the initial assessment testing. What will my punishment be? Aizawa blinked then frowned. What do you mean? Izuku took a deep breath, turning his gaze to behind Aizawa rather than holding eye contact. I attacked a classmate. Yes, in defense of another classmate. Right? Izuku agreed, glad that Eraserhead was willing to take that into consideration. The silence stretched for a long moment. Izuku forced himself to remain still, eyes focused forward, staring at the blackboard on the wall that had Aizawa-sensei's notes from today's lessons. Midoriya, look at me. Izuku snapped his gaze towards him. His teacher was still frowning. I am not going to punish you for that. Izuku blinked. Aizawa continued, in the future, I would prefer for you to bring those types of situations to my attention so that I can deal with it, rather than address it yourself, but if it's something that requires immediate action then I don't see any reason to punish you for looking out for your fellow classmates. You put a stop to the situation with non-violent means and released him immediately on my instruction. So no, I see no reason for punishment. Is that clear? Izuku didn't trust his voice, so he nodded. Good. I'm glad you asked for clarification. Do you mind if I ask you why you thought you would be punished for that? Izuku swallowed and felt his wings flutter slightly. He trailed off, unsure of what to say. That he and Kigo were punished for things all the time? That they've learned it's easier if they anticipate it rather than be blindsided? I just didn't know what the rules are here, he admitted quietly. I see, Aizawa said, nodding. I can provide you with the UA student handbook, but for the most part, the infractions that incur the harshest punishment, which is immediate expulsion, include purposefully endangering another student or faculty member and breaking the law. As the homeroom teacher for 1A, I also have the power to expel any of my students from the hero course if I don't think they have the potential. That's what I did with Mineta today. When he met with Nedzu, he would have been given the option of joining the general education course or any of the other courses he qualified for when he took the entrance exam. He could also choose to leave UA entirely. Things like disobeying teachers, bullying, cheating, or fighting outside of school result in suspension, which I mentioned earlier. There's that term again. Suspension from what? Izuku asked quietly. Aizawa blinked. From school. Izuku frowned slightly, still unsure of what that meant, but nodded, having reached his limit of asking questions. Aizawa seemed to read his confusion anyway. They are banned from attending classes or any school activities that occur during their suspension. They also receive a black mark on their official school record. And if they are a repeat offender, they may be expelled. Izuku nodded once more confidently this time. Those rules seemed clear enough. Was that really everything? The commission never gave him or Kigo their list of rules or punishments. They were expected to figure out what was required of them through painful trial and error. He supposed it would make sense for UA to be different. In fact, he and Kigo had been hoping that they would be different, but this seemed almost too good to be true. Too easy. He supposed only time would tell. For now he would wait and see. Alright, if there's nothing else, Aizawa trailed off, raising his eyebrow questioningly. Izuku shook his head. Then you're free to go. Yes, sensei, Izuku said, bowing, then heading out of the classroom. He had so much to tell Kigo. Kigo gently ran his talons through the sensitive downy feathers at the base of Izuku's wings. He had rushed home from patrol as soon as he could to hear about Izuku's first day. He had been an anxious mess all day, But the more that Izuku talked about his time at UA, the more Kigo relaxed. And then Bakugo, did I mention him earlier? Up. The feral, blonde boy who reminds you of Rumi. Right? Anyway, he said he wanted to train together. And Aizawa-sensei approved it as long as there's someone in the room with us to supervise. There's almost always a sidekick around though, so I figured that wouldn't be an issue. Kigo chirped slightly in response. That will be easy enough to coordinate, Chicklet. He tugged on one of Izuku's secondaries. After all, I wouldn't want you to miss out on being able to hang out with your friend. And I can try to switch around my patrol schedule too. I want to meet this mini Rumi. Izuku turned his head to smile brightly at Kigo, trilling quietly. His retelling of his day had been a bit disjointed as he bounced around from topic to topic, sharing what the class had done, then what Eraserhead had said, then what a classmate had said, then back to Eraserhead. It was the type of debriefing that they were absolutely not allowed to do with any of their handlers, who required clear, concise, and linear debriefs. That fact meant the brothers tended to default to this way of conversing whenever they could. Whenever it was safe. Which, for a long time, was just when it was the two of them alone and unmonitored. Now they also did it with Rumi, who didn't participate much but had made it clear she enjoyed watching them chatter back and forth. It was their own small, secret rebellion. Oh! Izuku's grin faltered, and Kigo let out a coo in worry. I don't think it's bad, but Aizawa-sensei said that he wants our supervisor to contact him to better coordinate my schedule. He doesn't want me to add patrols to my internship until after the sports festival. Kigo hummed thoughtfully in response, preening Izuku's red primaries. That should be fine. Did Eraserhead say why? He said he didn't want me to be distracted, but I don't think that's the reason we should give, Izuku said quietly. Kigo cooed soothingly again, but agreed with Izuku's thought process. No, they wouldn't like to hear that UA doesn't think one of their trainees could handle an increase in workload. Anything, they would ignore his request just to prove him wrong, but if you wait then you'll make your hero student debut at the sports festival, which would arguably make a bigger impact, no. Izuku perked up again. Right? And UA has been churning out top 10 heroes for decades, so they must be doing something right. Exactly. We just need to remind the commission why they decided to send you there. I'll lay the foundation with our handler and let them know to expect contact from Eraserhead. It'll be fine, chickadee, he said as he finished preening Izuku's wings. They switched positions so that Izuku could begin on Kigo's. Now, tell me more about your classmates. Todoroki-kun is in your class, right? Yeah, Izuku agreed with a chirp as he gently dislodged a bent feather. And I think you were right. I think he's like us. Kigo trilled sadly. Did he say anything? No, but could tell. He doesn't talk much, but he's always watching everyone and reading their reactions to things. I don't think he has a Kigo. Kigo chirped in amusement. That's because there's no one like me. Izuku giggled, then lightly tugged on a feather. You know what I mean. He's alone. And I don't think he came to UA looking for help the way I did. He didn't seem to be attempting to make any connections. Kigo hummed in agreement. Doesn't mean he won't get help regardless. Maybe he just needs to be aware of the fact that seeking help is an option. Right? And there's someone else in my class with a bird quirk. His name is Tokoyami. The two of them continued until Kigo's wings were shiny and smooth. Shota knocked on the door of the office in front of him. Come in, a cheerful voice called from within. He made a beeline to the coffee maker in the corner of the room, then sat down and took a fortifying sip. From behind the desk, Nedzu smiled at him, his eyes glinting. We need to talk about Midoriya, Shota said bluntly. Nedzu's grin widened. Yes, I believe we do. They stared at each other for a bit. Shall we begin? Shota rolled his eyes slightly at his boss' dramatics. Sure. Let's start with his name. Did you find anything? Hardly anything at all. Nedzu replied cheerfully. Which, of course, tells us a lot. So, it's fake. Oh, most certainly. Shota stared unblinkingly at Nedzu, narrowing his eyes. He swears, sometimes getting information out of the rat was like pulling teeth. Other times, he couldn't get him to shut up. Nedzu chuckled like he could hear Shota's thoughts. Honestly, at this point, Shota wouldn't put it past him. It was created by the commission after he passed the recommendation exam. They obviously weren't trying very hard, perhaps they assumed we wouldn't care. No parents are listed, his only relative is Hawks, and only the most basic of medical information is provided. Is Hawks' name listed? No. He has custody though. I found the interview where he talked about it. He supposedly has custody, yes. What? There is no actual paper trail for a legal custody acquisition. What the F-? But you said no parents are listed. That is correct. So who the F has Midoriya's custody? Or whatever his name actually is. The HPSC. Shota blinked. That's not, they can't do that? Can they? Apparently they can. From what I was able to gather, a woman, supposedly Hawks and Midoriya's mother, signed parental rights over to the commission several years ago. Shortly thereafter, the HPSC provided compensation to her for her loss. They bought them. It would appear so. They bought them. Shota repeated, as if saying it again would somehow make the statement less revolting. Indeed. Nezu said grimly. Who is she? Her name was fully redacted from any of the data I was able to procure. It seems they had no need to keep track of her. So what? The HPSC wanted pet heroes. Nezu's eyes glinted at Shota's phrasing, and he grimaced apologetically. I'm sorry, but you know what I mean, Nezu. That wasn't a dig at their quirk. Nezu sighed. Yes, I know. This situation has me a bit on edge. Understandable. Shota grunted. To answer the spirit of your question, yes. They wanted heroes that they could fully shape and control. Then why did they send Midoriya to UA? Why not just have him do what Hawks did? Yes. Nezu said, cheering up slightly. That was a very interesting line of thought that I had as well. Turns out, there are several notes in Hawks' file from the first few years after his debut where his handlers discussed the fact that, while his ascension to the number 3 spot was impressive, he had been unable to overcome UA's most notable graduates. All might and endeavor. Precisely. Shota frowned. That seems like a stretch. Hawks is only, 22? They really expected him to beat out Endeavor. Well, Endeavor was number 2 by the time he was 20. True. But he didn't have an established number 2 to beat at that time. Hawks does. Nezu hummed in agreement. A good point. One that is suspiciously absent from the handler's observations. What do you mean? I mean that these notes stem largely from discussions they had with your young student. They were also fed by minor comments made by Hawks in interviews and on his social media accounts. Nothing noticeable nor overt, but put together with what we know and have observed. They were manipulating them. They wanted the commission to think they needed to send Midoriya to UA. And they succeeded. Once I realized that, I did a more thorough search through Hawks' publicity over the years. Turns out, they did something similar immediately after Hawks' debut. It was how they managed to get the HPSC to nominally turn young Izuku's custody over to Hawks. What good would that do? You said he doesn't actually have custody. He does not, but public approval is arguably the most important factor for Spotlight Heroes rankings. Hawks and Izuku managed to get the HPSC to allow the public to think that Hawks did have custody. Revoking that would cause quite the backlash on their pet hero. Nezu said with a sneer. Not to mention, it allowed for young Izuku to live with his brother, which I believe to have most likely been their main objective. Shota froze. For the first time he allowed himself to really think of the implications of the HPSC having custody over 2 young boys. Where was he living before that? He asked, already knowing the answer. Nezu stared at him, all traces of his usual humor gone. Both of them grew up at the HPSC training facility. Hawks from the time he was 8 and Izuku since he was a baby. Just slightly over a year old, I believe. The HPSC has his date of birth listed as estimated. F-. Shota shouted, gripping his coffee mug tightly in an effort not to smash it against the floor. He took a deep breath in an effort to calm down, then continued, that explains a lot. I spoke with Midoriya just before coming to your office. Yes, you mentioned you wanted to follow up with him regarding his paperwork.
Right.
And I did. You can watch the footage later. There was a lot to unpack. Yes, I imagine there would be. He keeps his reactions under extreme control. He treated most of the conversation like he was receiving some sort of evaluation? Assessment? Shota sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose.
Yeah.
Which makes sense if he spent the majority of his life under the care of the HPSC. It explains him getting his license so young as well, I suppose. Indeed. Midoriya mentioned an internship at Hawk's agency. Did you find anything on that? Nedzu frowned slightly, typing something one-handed while taking a sip of his tea. Interesting. Did he say what he did for his internship? He said it was admin only. That Hawks didn't allow the commission to order Midoriya on patrol. Please tell me he wasn't lying. No, that's what I'm seeing as well. That's very interesting. Shota took a deep breath. Nedzu. Right, sorry. The rat said amiably. These boys are simply fascinating. I hadn't come across this in my search earlier because there is no public mention of young Izuku's internship or early provisional licensing. It was in his file that I discovered, but I just assumed it was something ordered by the HPSC. It wasn't? Well, it appears that they did order it, but it must have been prompted by the brothers. The timing is too perfect otherwise. How so? He was licensed shortly after Hawks made his debut. His license then allowed him to begin helping at the Winged Hero Agency with administrative duties from the very beginning of its establishment. The way Nedzu said that made Shota frown. All right. Nedzu smiled. Administrative duties such as hiring and scheduling and Hawk's paperwork. He has an impressively high clearance in the Hero Network for only having his provisional license. Shota raised an eyebrow, which allows him to access any HPSC official records for licensed heroes. And let me guess, the brothers hand-picked every member of their agency. It would appear so, and all of them probably don't have great relationships with the HPSC. Nedzu chuckled. That would be a fair assessment. Is the entire agency in on it? I highly doubt it. But when the brothers make their play against the HPSC, I don't believe they will have any backlash from their agency members. HM. And his training. Shota trailed off, considering. What about it? He mentioned that he uses the training rooms at the agency. He's planning to bring Bakugo there with him. HM. That would perhaps have been another reason for his licensing and internship. More time away from the commission's facility, which would have been very important to them during the PRD of time between Hawk's debut and young Izuku moving out.
Right.
Because Midoriya was still stuck there. Alone. At 11. Indeed. So what do we do? The underground hero asked, in an attempt to move forward from the horrifying realizations that this entire conversation had caused. Well, that's the question, isn't it? At the moment, I don't believe we can do anything. Shota glared at Nedzu, but the principal held up a paw to forestall his objection. I said at the moment. He continued. It is obvious that young Hawks and Midoriya are well aware of how the HPSC operates and are doing a rather impressive job of manipulating them to their own gains, especially considering the fact that they don't seem to have any allies apart from each other. It would be counterproductive to attempt to stick our noses in and potentially make things worse for them. But Midoriya came to UA. He and Hawks wanted the commission to specifically send him to UA. Why do that if they weren't attempting to get help from us? There are several reasons they may have chosen UA. It may have been the only option due to our reputation and the alumni we have produced. Perhaps the motivation was simply for Midoriya to be able to attend any school at all. But he didn't. Shota exclaimed, slamming his coffee mug onto Nedzu's desk. He came here to... Are you telling me that you want me to ignore a student in need? To let a 15-year-old boy and his 22-year-old brother just handle this on their own? Just trust that they have it all under control and leave them be. Throughout his rant, Nedzu sat calmly, paws folded on his desk. When Shota was finished, Nedzu responded, Shota-kun, do you really think that I would ever condone the enslavement of sentience? That brought Shota up short. He took a deep breath, releasing his grip on the cracked mug. No. I understand that you want to get them both out immediately. However, the situation is delicate and must be approached cautiously. The two brothers obviously understand that as well. You must approach this as an underground hero, not a teacher. Shota narrowed his eyes. I am both, Netsu. I think Midoriya desperately needs both. Finding his way to Class 1A went smoothly on Izuku's second day, and thankfully, the level of noise was much more subdued than it had been yesterday. Aizawa-sensei was in his sleeping bag in the corner of the room, and the few students there seemed to be organizing their supplies. Izuku was pleased that one of the classmates he had wanted to speak with was already sitting down. Izuku made his way to his desk and couldn't contain his wings' excited flutter at the sight of the chair he had picked out with Aizawa-sensei. He sat down happily, comfortably folding his wings behind him, then turned around. The seat directly behind him was empty, but seated to the right of that was Tokoyami. Izuku tilted his head and pinned his eyes slightly, smiling so that his fellow Birdquark classmate would know he didn't mean it aggressively. Hi. We didn't get the chance to talk yesterday, but I wanted to say that I think your quirk is awesome. Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku. He added with a wave and flap of his wings. Tokoyami nodded his head and clicked his beak slightly in response. I am Tokoyami Fumikichi. I also find your quirk to be impressive. This is Dark Shadow, he said, as the shadow companion peeked his head over Tokoyami's shoulder. A bird! Dark Shadow exclaimed once he saw who Tokoyami was speaking to, shooting over to get a closer look at Izuku. Izuku smiled brightly at the shadow. Hi. It's nice to meet you. Pretty wings. Thank you, Izuku said, spreading his left wing slightly so that the colors caught the light. My brother preened them last night. He added proudly. Kigo had done a fantastic job and it deserved to be recognized. Dark Shadow flew back towards Tokoyami, resting on the boy's head. I preen Fumi. Tokoyami cleared his throat slightly in what Izuku assumed to be mild embarrassment. You do a great job. Izuku encouraged so that Tokoyami knew he didn't think it was strange. I do. Dark Shadow agreed. Yes, well, Tokoyami interjected. He is correct. Your feathers look luminous in the abyss of darkness. Izuku's feathers fluttered happily in response. Your brother is Hawks, correct? Izuku nodded enthusiastically. He's our favorite hero. Dark Shadow added. Mine too. Izuku agreed with a laugh. Dumbass. A voice from behind Izuku interjected. He's your brother. Of course he's your favorite. Hi Bakugo. Izuku greeted, turning so that his wings were facing the wall. Tisich, morning, bird brain. Did you figure out the training room schedule? Yeah. One of my brother's sidekicks will be testing out some new support gear this afternoon, so we can share the room with him. Fine. He better not get in our way. All right everyone, Aizawa drawled, emerging from his sleeping bag. Take your seats and shut up. The morning passed quickly as they attended their different general education classes, but for some reason the rest of his classmates seemed to be greatly anticipating their afternoon hero studies. Izuku wasn't sure why. Wouldn't they just be training? Or he supposed they could be excited about the teacher. I am coming through the door like a normal person. All Might exclaimed. The class erupted into enthusiastic screams. It was only because of Izuku's training that he was able to rein in his negative reaction to the increase in noise. He pulled his wings in tighter, but that didn't help much. Yeah, his classmates were definitely excited about the teacher. Thankfully, Aizawa-sensei got everyone to calm down relatively quickly. They were instructed to retrieve their hero costumes and meet All Might outside at one of the training grounds. Izuku hadn't needed a full costume until now, but he had known what he would get. After all, the commission wanted Hawks and Falco to be legacies, and hero legacy families matched. And this was one of the very few times that Kigo and Izuku were in accordance with the commission's wishes. He had been wearing the same flight compression suit that Kigo did for the past few years, and he was looking forward to finally getting the full outfit. To Izuku's surprise, the costume in the case he had picked up looked slightly different than what he had been told to expect. It was still an obvious companion to Hawks, but the fit was tighter and the style more streamlined. His gloves and compression suit were black, and had the same ripple design as Kigo's, but in green rather than gold. His jacket and pants were mainly black with green accents throughout that matched his wings. Instead of pockets on his jacket, he had a red utility belt and matching red and black boots. His visor was tinted green, and his headphones matched his compression suit. Overall, Izuku was very pleased with the design. It was much less flashy than what he had seen the last time the HPSC had shown him a mock-up, and the red on his belt and shoes matched Kigo's wings perfectly, as well as the red in his own feathers. He took a quick picture and sent it to Kigo before heading out to where they were supposed to gather. Todoroki joined him after a few minutes, and Izuku had to force himself not to stare. The boy's costume was pure white with ice climbing up the whole left side of his body, even covering the red half of his hair. It was pretty much what Izuku would have described if someone asked him to design an outfit that was the complete opposite of Endeavor's. He was just missing an ice mustache and beard. Todoroki was making a statement, and anyone even remotely familiar with hero legacy family politics would recognize that. Well, that was good to know. Izuku made eye contact with Todoroki, gave his outfit a once-over, then nodded slowly to communicate that the message had been received. Todoroki seemed to relax somewhat, then he did the same to Izuku. Todoroki may want to be known as the opposite of the number 2, but Izuku was proud of his connection to his brother. Even though he hadn't had any say in his costume, he was glad that connection was apparent. The rest of their classmates trickled in one by one, and Izuku couldn't contain his excitement at seeing everyone. They all looked so cool. Talk about family pride. Izuku thought to himself when he saw Ida come out in full Ida 10 armor. "You all look fantastic," All Might said once everyone was gathered. "Now, for today's exercise, we will split you off into teams of 2. Half of you will be villains, the other half, heroes." He went on to explain the objectives of each team and that they would all draw lots to determine their placement. "Wait a moment, All Might," Ida interjected. "Wouldn't it make more sense to split us off into teams determined by skills and experience?" He finished with a hand-chopping gesture. "A good question, young Ida. Would anyone like to explain?" The number 1 said, glancing around. "Anyone at all?" Izuku realized that the man was actually waiting for a response, so he raised his hand. "Yes, young Midoriya. Heroes are required to team up with whatever other heroes are available at the time, regardless of whether or not they are actually well suited to fighting together." "Exactly. As heroes, you must be able to adapt and work with anyone. Now draw your lots." However, once everyone had their assigned team, All Might seem to realize that there was an odd number of students. "Oh right. Who here is on Team E?" Todoroki raised his hand. "Right, you're missing a partner. Let's see. I can work alone." "You what?" "It's fine. I don't need a teammate." Well, if you're sure?" All Might asked hesitantly. "I'm sure." "Very well. Everyone else, find your partners." Everyone began to pair off. "Which team are you on, Midoriya-kun?" Yaoyorozu asked from beside him. "Team C." "Oh, I'm on Team A." "That's what I got too," the boy with the large tail said, tapping Yaoyorozu on the shoulder. "Oi, feathers!" Bakugo yelled. "Did you say Team C?" He nodded and Bakugo grinned savagely. It took a moment, but then Izuku realized what that meant and beamed in response. "Let's kick some butt, birdie." Once everyone had found their teammate, All Might projected the matchups. Team C villains versus Team E heroes. They were up against Todoroki. The battle trials went quickly and Izuku enjoyed seeing everyone's quirks in action. He had gotten the general gist during their assessment the day before, but it was fascinating to see how they chose to use them in combat. For the most part, it was apparent that his classmates hadn't had much training, but they seemed to have a good grasp on their quirks' limits and abilities. When it was time for he and Bakugo's match, All Might once again asked if Todoroki would like a teammate, but the boy refused. That was a mistake. While Izuku would admit that Todoroki's initial gambit was impressive, it was useless when both of his opponents could go airborne. Bakugo had no trouble exploding the ice that encased their exit, and both of them went down to engage Todoroki directly. If there had been multiple opponents to consider, then Izuku would have remained to guard the bomb, but Todoroki was alone and the ice surrounding them gave away the boy's position. It ended up being a quick fight. Todoroki was already struggling with the cold by the time the two of them reached him, not to mention the fact that his outfit made him cumbersome and slowed him down considerably. Bakugo exploded the initial volley of ice that Todoroki attempted to create, and Izuku had him wrapped in capture tape before he could attempt anything else. Villain team wins. All Might announced over the speaker. F yeah. Bakugo screamed, punching Izuku's shoulder. However, Izuku had still been hovering in the air, so the punch sent him flying back towards the wall. He noted the slightly shocked look on Bakugo's face, but Izuku just laughed and flipped his body around so that his feet pushed off against the building and sent him flying back towards his teammate. Once he landed, still smiling, he extended his wing to gently whack Bakugo on the back of his head. The blonde growled in response, seriously, was he related to Rumi? And Izuku laughed again as he dodged Bakugo's retaliation, then he bent down to unwrap Todoroki. The three of them headed back to the observation room, and Izuku found himself giddy over the idea of sparring with Bakugo after school. His quirk was so awesome. But even with his excitement distracting him, a thought kept nagging at the back of his mind. Didn't Todoroki have a dual-aspect quirk? Bakugo Midoriya, a word. Aizawa-sensei called as the two of them stood from their desks at the end of the day. Once the room was clear, their teacher continued. I spoke with Midoriya yesterday about the two of you participating in after-school sparring. Did he explain my stipulations? He said, addressing Bakugo. Yeah. Bakugo grunted. We can't fight without supervision. Aizawa nodded. Good. Were you able to work something out, Midoriya? Yes, sensei. Izuku paused, then recalled that Aizawa seemed to like it when he provided clarification. Darkwing will be there with us today. He has some new support gear to test out. Aizawa hummed. Will he be able to actually supervise the two of you if he's doing that? Oh, that won't be a problem. The support gear is for his echolocation, so he's planning to test it by observing our spars. Izuku explained. Good. I said it yesterday, but I'll reiterate it for you both. I am trusting the two of you to handle this responsibly. Do not abuse that trust. If I see that you are overdoing it and potentially hurting yourselves, or if your extra training is impeding on your performances here at school, then I will revoke this privilege. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sensei. They both responded. Aizawa stared at them both for a moment, then dismissed them. Izuku stopped by the agency's reception desk to pick up Bakugo's visitor pass that Kigo had said would be waiting for them after school, greeting Night Owl behind the desk as he did so. She must just be starting her shift. Oh, hey kiddo. And you must be Bakugo Katsuki. I have your pass right here. It's set to grant you access to the training rooms, weight rooms, and simulation center. It's only active for today, but go ahead and keep it. We'll just reactivate it on the days you come back. Bakugo nodded as he looped the lanyard connected to the pass around his wrist. Thanks, Night Owl. Izuku said as the two of them made their way to the elevator. Anytime, kiddo. She responded with a wave, then used that hand to cover a yawn. The training room that Izuku led them to was a large gym with a high ceiling. It was mainly used for flight training, so Izuku figured it would work well with Bakugo's quirk. Darkwing was already there, and his large bat-like ears twitched upon their entrance. Hi Darkwing. This is Bakugo. Thanks for agreeing to supervise today. Hello little bird. And hello Bakugo-kun. It is no trouble. He said in his quiet voice, turning his head to look blindly in their direction. You may begin whenever you like. I am still adjusting the settings on my new equipment. Sounds good. The two boys made their way to the changing rooms first, then to the center of the gym to stretch and warm up. Ready? Let's do this, Feathers. The fight that followed was exhilarating. Izuku trained regularly with varying partners, but he had never been able to do so with someone his own age, much less a friend. And it helped that the two of them were well matched when it came to their quirk's abilities. Bakugo's explosions allowed him to maneuver in the air, but not nearly as quickly as Izuku could. However, he was constantly having to redirect his feathers' trajectory in order to avoid them getting burned, and Bakugo was smart, switching up his strategies and adapting as he learned Izuku's fighting style. Izuku hoped the blonde was having just as much fun, because he wanted to do this again. If Bakugo's feral grin was anything to go by, he was. In the end, Izuku's advantage of years of training won out, though Bakugo had more than challenged him. After a few rounds, they switched to quirkless sparring, where they weren't as closely matched. Bakugo was strong and had great instincts, but he obviously hadn't had any formal training. After the 5th time Izuku had put him on the ground, he could tell that Bakugo was getting frustrated and decided to see if the blonde would be receptive to feedback. "You telegraph your movements too much," Izuku said as they took a water break. "Teeth, whatever," Bakugo said with a scowl. "So, apparently not receptive to feedback then." They drank in silence for a few moments then. "What do you mean?" Bakugo muttered. Izuku stood up to demonstrate. "You announce what you're planning to do before you do it by the way you position your body." He ran through a couple of the moves that Bakugo had tried on him. "I think it's partially due to how you fight with your quirk. You need to brace for recoil, keep your arms away from your body and face your hands in the direction you want your explosion to go, so you're used to getting in position before attacking, right?" Bakugo raised his eyebrow but nodded. "Right. That doesn't work in hand-to-hand though. And honestly probably isn't the best idea in quirked combat either, but your explosions have a wider range of attack than just your fist, so that compensates for the predictability of your attacks. With experienced opponents, the second it takes you to go from getting in position to attacking is all they need to react and counter." Izuku fell into his normal stance. "You need to control your movements in a way that doesn't give away where you're planning to hit them, and you need to be able to act and react instantaneously." "How the F do you do that?" Izuku laughed. "Practice." Bakugo rolled his eyes, but he was grinning as he stood back up. "Fine. Let's go again, Feathers." They went a few more rounds, and by the time they called it quits Bakugo had improved noticeably. He was an impressively fast learner. "You both did well," Darkwing stated softly as the two of them did some cool-down stretches. "Thanks, Darkwing. Did you finish getting your equipment calibrated?" "I believe so," the sidekick said, his large leathery wings folding around his body. "However, I will need to have support make a few minor adjustments before using it in the field. I believe I will head down there now." "Okay. Thanks again for supervising." "You are welcome, little bird. It was a pleasure meeting you, Bakugo-kun." "Yeah. You too, I guess." After Darkwing left, Izuku showed Bakugo which vending machine had the best drinks so that he could take one for his trip home. But then they both decided to grab some snacks as well, and he ended up giving Bakugo a tour of the different training rooms while they ate, and that led to showing him the weight room, which the blonde seemed excited about. "Sheet Feathers. You get to train like this all the time?" Izuku nodded. He had never seen training as something he got to do, but he could see how it must look from the outside looking in. The commission had spared no expense when it came to their training equipment. "You're welcome to join me whenever you want. Just let me know in advance so that I can get your pass activated," he offered as they made their way back to the elevator. "Yeah. How often do you come here?" "Every day," Izuku said as the two of them were about to round the corner. "No, Birdbrain, I meant for training, not just to visit your brother." Izuku frowned as he glanced at Bakugo. "Every day," he repeated. Bakugo blinked at him. "The F-." Before Izuku could formulate a response, he heard a familiar voice coming from around the corner. He flared his wing out slightly to stop Bakugo, then whispered, "Please stay here for a moment and don't say anything." The blonde stared at him in confusion and mild outrage, then seemed to see something on Izuku's face because he backed down and nodded. Izuku breathed a small sigh of relief, then straightened his back and snapped his wings shut, folding his hands behind his back and pasting a smile on his face. He stepped around the corner alone. "I'll call you back," his handler said into the phone once he caught sight of Izuku. "There you are, Falco." "Where were you?" he asked harshly. "I was in the weight room, sir." "You were scheduled for a flight simulation exercise today. What were you doing in the weight room?" "Sir, the simulation room is undergoing maintenance." "Why wasn't I informed?" "Hawks and I sent in our edited training schedule at the beginning of the week, sir. When it was approved, we assumed our handlers were made aware." His handler narrowed his eyes but pulled up his phone, obviously confirming Izuku's story for himself. "I see. Very well. Don't let this happen again, Falco. I had to waste time tracking you down. Izuku had no idea how he was supposed to ensure that his handler checked his email, but he knew pointing that out would be a bad idea. Yes, sir. I just finished my meeting with Hawks, and he mentioned that your homeroom teacher at UA will be contacting your supervisor to coordinate your schedule. Yes, sir. Is he displeased with your performance? No, sir. Then why does he feel the need to make changes to your schedule? He said it was for efficiency, sir. I see. He said, obviously displeased. Very well. You're dismissed. Yes, sir. His handler stood there for a moment, then seemed to realize that they weren't at the commission facility and therefore he was the one who had to leave. He frowned at Izuku, then pulled his phone back out and turned around to head back to the elevator, resuming his call. Izuku waited until the elevator doors were shut to relax, turning back towards Bakugo with a smile. Who the F was that? The blonde asked, frowning, his fists clenched. Izuku cringed internally but managed to maintain his smile. Oh, that was one of my handlers. From the HPSC. He explained, hoping to drop the subject. Bakugo's frown deepened. Why the F, do you have handlers? Izuku tilted his head. Did you train me? Well, no, I have trainers too, but our handlers are the ones who coordinate our training schedules and assessments to ensure that we are in accordance with HPSC standards. Who's we? Hawks and I. What the F dash, birdie? What? Izuku asked, confused. He knew his situation was odd, but surely the idea of a hero having handlers wasn't completely out of the norm. Was it? That sounds shady as hell. Your parents are okay with this? Oh, we don't have parents. I've never known our father, and our mother signed away parental rights to the commission when I was a baby. Or well, Hawk's mother did. My mother died after giving birth to me. Was that too much information? Izuku had completely lost control of this conversation. Bakugo stared at him. Yeah, maybe that was too much information. Friends probably didn't share things like that after only knowing each other for 2 days. What the F dash dot? Bakugo repeated quietly. So, they're raising you? My brother raised me. The commission just trains me. But my brother was able to get me out of the training facility once he hit the top, so now I get to do most of my training here. And Hawks and I were able to convince them to allow me to attend UA. So overall, I don't have to interact with my handlers nearly as much as I used to. He said, still smiling. That's it. Bakugo trailed off and Izuku tilted his head again in question. F dash. They sound like assholes. What the F dash did? He ran his hand through his hair and pulled hard on the strands. Hawks is okay with all this? Bakugo. Izuku said quietly, finally dropping his smile. Apparently, something he said must have given something away because the blonde seemed actually upset about this. He would have to figure out what that was so that he didn't repeat it to the wrong person. F dash, he hoped Bakugo wasn't the wrong person. He used his feathers to double-check that there wasn't anyone nearby, then whispered, my brother does everything he can, but he is limited in what he can do. He's a pro. He's the number 3 hero. Bakugo insisted, thankfully quietly. Yes. In an industry run by the HPSC. With a license admitted by the HPSC. On a billboard chart organized by the HPSC. Izuku said meaningfully. Bakugo froze. Izuku figured there was no turning back now. F dash, he hoped Bakugo could keep a secret. His position in the top 10 is what allows us as much freedom as we have, but the commission has the power to make our lives very difficult. So we do what we have to in order to ensure they don't have any reason to. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. This is why you're at UA. And what? How the hell had he figured that out? His shock must have shown on his face because Bakugo scoffed. It makes the most sense, Feathers. Anyone with half a brain knows that Nedzu's got beef with the commission. Well, Izuku knew that wasn't true. There were pros who hadn't made that connection. He said as much. Right, like I said, anyone with half a brain. That made Izuku laugh, and the tension drained out of him. Well yeah, that's a big reason why we were shooting for UA, and because we knew the commission wouldn't accept anything less. We're not sure if they'll be able to help, but we figured it wouldn't hurt to try. We just can't do anything until we know for sure. Yeah, I get it. You do. Yeah, Birdie, Bakugo said, knocking his shoulder against Izuku's. I won't say anything. Izuku smiled in relief. Thanks, Bakugo. The blonde eyed him for a moment, then rolled his eyes. You can just call me whatever. What? My name, dumbass. Izuku blinked, then his grin brightened. I can call you Katsuki? Do whatever the F you want. I don't care. Okay, I would say that you can call me Izuku, but yeah, no feathers. Izuku giggled. That makes me think I should give you a nickname too. Ha. Yeah. Katsukuin? Explodo? Cat. What the F dash? USCK at this. Izuku laughed. Well, I've never had a friend to nickname before. What? Oh, what about Kaken? Oh, no. Bakugo, Katsuki said derisively, wrapping his arm around Izuku's neck in a headlock. But you said I can do whatever the F I want. Izuku gasped out through his giggles, flapping his wings slightly, but not enough to actually escape. He felt familiar vibrations coming towards them down the hall but didn't think to warn Katsuki about it. Anything but that, bird brain. That makes me sound like I'm 4. But, Kaken? Shut the F up. You must be Bakugo. Kigo said dryly, smiling from where he leaned up against the wall near them. Katsuki startled and released Izuku, who smothered his laughter to greet his brother and introduce Katsuki. Hi Oniai-chan. This is Bakugo Katsuki, Kaken. This is my brother, Hawks. Don't call me that, he growled at Izuku, then turned towards Kigo, giving him a once-over. Hey. Hi there, Mini-Rumi. Kigo greeted with his usual lazy salute. What the F, did you just call me? Kigo ignored him. Did you two have fun? Darkwing mentioned you were finished, but when you didn't come up to the office, I figured I would see what you were up to. Izuku read his brother's worry in the way, he twitched his feathers and knew he had been concerned that their handler had caught them. They hadn't known he would show up today. His meeting with Hawks was supposed to be later in the week. He probably didn't see the email. And while Izuku was pretty sure he could have spun a convincing argument for why Katsuki was a good training partner, he had placed first in the regular entrance exam after all. Both he and Kigo had hoped to keep it under wraps for as long as possible in order to avoid the commission taking a closer look at whatever connections he made at UA. We're good. Saburo-san tracked me down to ask about Aizawa-sensei, but he didn't see Katsuki. Kigo froze slightly, his wings going stiff with surprise. Oh right, that probably seemed like he was giving too much away in front of Bakugo. But that caused Katsuki to ask some questions. Izuku added with a wince. Kigo turned a sharp glance towards Bakugo, who returned his gaze steadily. I see. What sort of questions? Chill the F out, Big Bird. I can keep my mouth shut. Not my fault that a-hole gave off such creeper vibes. That startled a trill of laughter from Kigo, who relaxed slightly. Wow, you weren't kidding, Chicklet. Is he related to Rumi? That's what I was thinking. Who the F is Rumi? Bakugo asked with a sneer. Miruko. She's my brother's best friend. Katsuki's sneer faded into a thoughtful frown. Number 7? Yup. Kigo chirped. She's gonna love you. Whatever. Bakugo dismissed with a scoff, but he blushed slightly, so Izuku figured he was pleased by the comparison. Which he should be. Rumi was awesome. Anyway, I need to get going, the hag is expecting me home for dinner. Thanks for the fight, Feathers. I'll text you. He paused as he was passing Kigo, then muttered, and thanks for letting me train here, Big Bird. Anytime, Mini-Rumi. Bye, Kaken. Izuku said with a wave. Katsuki flipped him off over his shoulder. Izuku was so glad he had decided to attend UA. He hoped every new experience there would be as wonderful as today's. When Izuku saw the crowd of press blocking the entrance to UA, he considered attempting to fly over the wall, but figured there was probably some sort of security measure preventing that sort of thing. He noted Aizawa-sensei attempting to disperse them, then saw a boy with purple hair standing back and eyeing the reporters with mild panic. He glanced around and saw that there were a few students who were being prevented from entering due to the media blockade. Well, Time to put all that press training to use. Izuku sent out a few feathers while he was still in the air and used them to tug lightly on the students who were waiting to enter. Then he did what he and Hawks had been trained to do. He made an entrance. Izuku made sure that his wings created enough of a backdraft to be noticeable as he approached, and predictably, the reporters backed up slightly to create an area for him to land. He used his feathers to begin to lead his fellow students to the gate, then landed with his wings spread wide to hide their approach. He plastered on a beaming smile. How is it having All Might as a teacher? What class are you in? Are you related to Hawks? What classes are All Might teaching? Izuku kept smiling as he mentally shifted through the questions he wanted to answer. Oh yes. Hawks is my older brother. I was able to get in on recommendation, and I'm in class 1. UA has been wonderful and I'm learning so much. He said cheerfully, clapping his hands together as he flapped his wings once to get the reporters to back up a step. He double-checked that the rest of the students had been able to sneak in and called his feathers back to him as he began to walk backwards towards the gate. The teachers are all such fantastic heroes. I listen to Put Your Hands Up radio all the time, so having Present Mike teach me English is awesome. It's like I'm getting to listen to the radio while I'm learning. He added with a laugh, then continued quickly, cutting off any further questions, and Ectoplasm Sensei is a whiz at math, and he sends his clones around the classroom to ensure that all of his students understand the material. I would love to stay, however, my homeroom teacher is very strict, and I simply can't be late to class. Thank you all so much for your time. It was nice chatting with you. Izuku continued smiling as he spun around to get through the entrance, waving at the reporters who were still trying to shout questions at him. The gate slammed shut behind him when the press attempted to follow. He saw Aizawa-sensei up ahead watching to ensure all the students made it in. The purple-haired boy that he had helped was still walking towards the building, so Izuku joined him. Man, I thought we wouldn't have to deal with the press until at least after the sports festival. He said with a laugh. The boy glanced at him, frowning. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Oh good. That's what I was going for. My brother always says that if you look like you wish you could stay, they're more likely to believe you when you tell them you have to leave. Right. I'm Midoriya Izuku by the way. Shinso Hitoshi. Nice to meet you. You too, I guess? Midoriya. Aizawa-sensei called once they reached the main building. Yes, sensei? His teachers studied him for a moment, but Izuku wasn't sure what he was looking for. You handled that well. Izuku felt himself start to blush. Oh, thank you, sensei. Did you say anything about All Might? No, sensei. I figured if they were still asking about him, then Principal Nedzu hadn't released a statement. I only talked about Present Mike, Ectoplasm, and you. Though I didn't say who you were. Good. Thanks, kid. Let's head up to class, everyone should be there by now. Aizawa-sensei said, gesturing for the two students to follow him. Am I late? Izuku asked, panicked. He thought he had arrived at his normal time, but maybe talking with the press had taken longer than he thought. No, you're fine. Izuku relaxed, then bid farewell to Shinso, who had been giving him odd looks that Izuku couldn't begin to decipher, when he split off from them. When they reached 1A, Izuku headed towards his desk, smiling brightly at Katsuki, who rolled his eyes in response, then waving at Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, who responded by nodding and waving enthusiastically respectively. Aizawa-sensei called everyone to order. After he went over their performances in the battle trials the day before, he informed them of the need to elect a class representative. Which was apparently something good if his classmates' reaction to it was anything to go by. Ida convinced everyone to put it to a vote, which was a great idea. The problem was that Izuku had no idea what a class representative was, so he didn't know who to vote for. He figured it would be someone who would represent their class? Maybe in competitions? Or when they needed to make requests from teachers. So, he needed to vote for someone strong and outspoken. Obviously, he knew the best person for the job. He voted for Katsuki. He was the only one who did. Midoriya Izuku 5. Yaoyorozu Momo 6. Izuku was flattered that his classmates thought he was strong, but he wasn't sure why they thought he was outspoken. Maybe he had made a bigger impression than he thought. He and Yaoyorozu stepped up to the front of the classroom to accept their positions, and Izuku made sure to thank his classmates for believing in him, letting them know that he would do his best. "Yeah, you've got this, Midoriya. You'll be great. So manly." Alright. Now that that's taken care of, let's move on," Aizawa-sensei said, stepping out of his sleeping bag and gesturing for the two of them to return to their seats. "You'll be attending a special rescue training course after lunch, so your afternoon classes have shifted to be in the morning today." And so began just another day at UA. Izuku turned towards Katsuki while the two of them were in line for lunch rush's food. He double-checked that no one was paying them any attention, then whispered, "What's a class representative?" The blonde gave him an incredulous look, then seemed to remember what he knew about Izuku's upbringing. "Oh right." Then he whispered back, "They're pretty much the go-between for our teachers and our classmates. Mainly for the informal stuff." "Oh," Izuku said quietly. He wasn't sure how good he would be at that. "You'll be fine, Feathers. Aizawa will tell you when he needs you to do something. It's mostly organization and coordination sheet." "Oh," Izuku responded brightly. "I can do that. I've been helping my brother with the agency's administrative duties for years." Katsuki gave him a look that told him he had said something else that gave away his situation. He smiled sheepishly at his friend as they grabbed their meals. Izuku sat at what had become his usual lunch table for the past few days. He had loaded a bit of extra food onto his plate since he wasn't sure what special rescue training meant and couldn't be sure that he would have the chance to eat his regular afternoon protein bars. "Congrats on getting class rep, bro," Kirishima said as he joined Izuku and Katsuki at the table. "You deserve it." "Indeed," Ida added, taking a seat as well. "You have done well in all of our class activities so far and seem to have a good grasp on the necessities of hero work, so I thought you would make a fine representative. Plus, you were a big reason Mineta didn't get away with being a creep, Karo." Sue said with a shrug. "That was why I voted for you, at least." "Ah, that's actually why I voted for you as well, Midoriya-kun," Yaoyorozu added, her plate piled almost as high as Izuku's. "I really did appreciate you helping me that day." "Well, I voted for you 'cause you're so manly," Kirishima interjected with a fist pump. Izuku could feel the blush climbing up his face. He never knew he was so prone to blushing. "Thank you all so much. I promised to do my best. I honestly hadn't anticipated being chosen," he said, tilting his head thoughtfully. "Wait, so you didn't vote for yourself?" Kirishima asked, and Izuku shook his head. "So who was your fifth vote? And who did you vote for?" "Oh, I voted for Katsuki." The blonde froze at those words, looking up at Izuku in surprise. He recovered quickly though and scoffed, "Well, I guess you're not a total dumbass then, Birdbrain." "Wow. First name basis already? Brothers. That's so manly." "But Bakugo only had one vote, Karo," Sue said, placing a finger against her lips in thought. "So, did you vote for Midoriya, Bakugo?" "Shut the F up, Frogface. That would be a yes." Yaoyorozu sighed, rolling her eyes. Before Katsuki could respond to that, a shrill siren began echoing throughout the cafeteria. Izuku went stiff with surprise, then there was chaos. Thankfully, situations like these were exactly the type that were used in their sensory overstimulation training, so Izuku was able to focus even with the noise assaulting his ears and the vibrations echoing through his wings. "What's going on?" "That's the alert for intruders." "Is there an attack?" "Get out of my way." "Watch it." His fellow students were panicked, running towards the exit, screaming and pushing. Everyone at Izuku's table had stood up and were grouped together, but there was nowhere for them to go. He saw the floating uniform that was Hagakure start to get pushed to the ground, so he grabbed her hand to pull her over to their protective circle, passing her to Yaoyorozu to hold on to. She nodded at him in understanding. He looked out of the large windows surrounding the cafeteria and saw what all the commotion was about. Izuku sent out all his detachable feathers, hooking them into shirts and jackets, and yanking everyone he could reach to a halt. Then he called them back so that he could fly high enough to be seen and heard by everyone in the cafeteria. "Calm down, everyone," he said, holding his hands out and smiling. "It's just the press. There's no need for panic. We are students of UA High School. Everyone was frozen, staring at him in confusion. He's right. A tall blonde boy in a third-year's uniform shouted. We should all proceed calmly to our designated evacuation zones. Third years. Let's lead by example. He finished, pumping his fist. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. The blue-haired girl next to him yelled. Plus ultra. Several other students responded. Izuku flew back down to where Katsuki and his fellow tablemates still stood. Phew. Thanks, Midoriya-kun. Hakakure said, her arms waving in the air. I thought I was going to be crushed. That was crazy, Karo. Tsu added as they all walked towards the exit. Yes, well done. I just can't believe the press would do something like that. Yaoyorozu said, shaking her head. Katsuki scoffed. Buncha damas. No kidding, bro. While I do not approve of such language, I do concur that that was an extremely foolish move on their part. Ida said, chopping the air. I do hope we don't have any such interruptions during our rescue training this afternoon. Me too. Izuku agreed. Hopefully that would be the craziest part of their day. After everyone had changed into their hero costumes, Izuku and Yaoyorozu led everyone onto the bus. Then they both claimed seats towards the front of the open seating area so that they could lead their classmates off the bus once they arrived, wherever it was they were going. Aizawa-sensei had said they were doing rescue training but hadn't provided any further details. Aizawa-sensei was the last one on and stayed standing at the front. Izuku stared at him for a bit, wondering if he could stand too, but wasn't sure if that was allowed. Maybe he could ask? His teacher seemed to be all right with questions. Aizawa-sensei raised his eyebrow at Izuku, which made him realize he was still staring, and he averted his gaze, losing his nerve. Katsuki had taken the seat next to Izuku and was looking back and forth between Aizawa-sensei and Izuku, frowning. Then he gently slapped the wing that was closest to him. Dumbass. Your feathers are getting in my face. Izuku laughed, then shifted so that his wing was draped over the blonde's head. Oh, I'm sorry, is that better, Kaken? Kaken? Whoa. And I thought you being on first-name basis was manly. I told you not to call me that, bird brain. Katsuki yelled, though he was still careful as he batted Izuku's wing off of him. That seems like a tame reaction coming from you, Bakugo, Karo. Yeah man. I mean, we've only known you for a few days, but I would think Midoriya would be toast. Kaminari yelled from his seat. Are you FING volunteering, short circuit? Nah man. Just pointing out that you let our class rep get away with a lot. Katsuki narrowed his eyes but then gestured emphatically at Izuku. Everyone followed Bakugo's motion and stared at him for a bit. Izuku tilted his head at them in question. There was another beat of silence, then, yeah, I see it. Completely understandable. So manly. Izuku frowned slightly in confusion, then glanced at Katsuki for clarification. Don't worry about it, Feathers. I was serious though, your wings are crowding my personal bubble. He said in a tone of voice that Izuku was sure meant he was actually saying something else, he just had no idea what. Just stand up, dipshit. FNG looking at you makes me feel claustrophobic. You do look rather cramped, Midoriya-kun. Yaoyorozu added thoughtfully. Is it uncomfortable for your wings when you have to sit like that? Oh, it's fine. I'm used to it. I am sorry if they're a bother though. That's not what I meant, and you know it, fucker. Katsuki growled, punching Izuku's shoulder. Midoriya. Izuku startled at their teacher's voice. Yes, sensei? Aizawa glanced between he and Katsuki, then gestured to the pole next to him. You can stand. It's not that long of a drive. Oh, yes, sensei. He said happily, standing up and shaking his feathers out as he grabbed the handhold. Katsuki immediately shifted over and spread out as much as physically possible while still sitting. Finally, the blonde muttered. Izuku giggled. Aizawa-sensei was right, it wasn't a long drive at all, though Izuku was still impressed by the size of UA's campus. They soon arrived at a large dome structure where another hero stood waiting for them. The space hero, 13, specializes in rescue situations. Aizawa walked up to them, and they stood apart from the students for a moment, conversing quietly. Izuku tried not to eavesdrop, but it wasn't like he could turn his hearing off. Where's All Might? He won't be able to make it. He's hit his limit. Figures. The two teachers walked back over to the students, then lead them into what they called the unforeseen simulation joint. While 13 explained the different zones and what they would be doing today, Izuku found his attention split between listening to them and trying to figure out what his feathers were sensing. He was picking up some of the strangest vibrations he had ever felt. His gaze was drawn to the center of the plaza where the vibrations seemed to be originating. He felt his wings begin to spread instinctively in preparation for, what? Midoriya. For once, the call of Aizawa-sensei didn't immediately capture Izuku's full attention. His instincts were screaming at him, but he couldn't see where or what the danger actually was. Just that it was there. Falco. Sir. He snapped his gaze to Eraserhead. Report. There's something in the center of the plaza. He looked back in that direction, trying to pinpoint the source. Then realized, and in each of the zones. Eraserhead followed his gaze. Then the lights shut off. The fountain sputtered. A black void was opening, and a pale hand reached through, followed by a blue-haired man covered in hands. Dozens of bodies emerged behind him and a large something, surely that wasn't someone's quirk, lumbered through the portal last. Whatever it was, it had Falco's raptor instincts screeching. He could hear his fellow classmates' confusion, but it wasn't relevant to the mission, so Falco dismissed it for the time being. Todoroki analyzed the situation, laying out facts that Falco had been thinking as well. Communication cut off. Knew the class schedule. Could be campus-wide or isolated to this location, no way to find out currently. 13. Evacuate the students. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. But Falco was already on it. He reached into his pocket and grasped the small red feather that Hawks had given him that morning. He felt his brother's wings twitch in acknowledgement through the green feather that had been given in return. He carefully vibrated his feathers in their signal for emergency. And sensed Hawk's acknowledgement once again, this time with an undercurrent of alarm and worry. Undoubtedly, his brother would try calling his phone. When that failed, he would hopefully contact the school directly and let them know that something was wrong. Which may or may not work depending on if this attack was spread throughout UA. But most importantly, Hawks would be on his way to where Izuku was immediately. Hopefully, he wasn't interrupting anything important. What will do you, sensei? One of the students asked, fearfully. I'm going to keep them occupied. He paused, then glanced back. Falco, you're on rear guard. Yes, sir. The students followed 13 back towards the entrance, and Falco flew up so that he could see both Eraserhead and his classmates retreat. After all, rear guard could refer to Eraserhead as well. The strange vibrations picked up again, and Falco zeroed in on where another portal was appearing, cutting off the class's exit. Then, the portal formed into the shape of a man made of mist and began talking about something called the League of Villains and their goal of killing All Might. Falco filed it away for analysis later. He noted 13 preparing an attack but felt the mist villain's portal vibrations spreading around the students. By the time Katsuki and Kirishima attacked, Falco had sent as many feathers as he could spare while still being able to fly and pulled as many of his classmates out of the way of where he sensed the portals forming as he could. Once the black mist faded away, Falco did a head count. 15 students and 13 remained in the entrance. He felt his feathers connected to 9 of them, and Ida and Shoji had both managed to grab a couple each as well. Who did he miss? He counted again. Katsuki, Kirishima, and Todoroki. They must have been too close to the edges and gotten warped away before Falco's feathers reached them. What happened? Is everyone okay? Who are we missing? Falco landed near 13 to report. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki got warped away, but they're still within the facility. I see. We need to alert the rest of the faculty. Unless the main campus is under the same communication lockdown that we are, they should already be aware. What? 13 asked. What? The mist villain repeated. Falco eyed him but didn't sense any further portal vibrations. Yeah, Kaminari was able to get the signal out right away. What? He heard the boy in question ask, and Falco had to force himself not to visibly react. No, It's all right, Kaminari. Falco cut him off. He can't do anything about it now. He glanced back at the blonde, trying to communicate that he should shut the F up. He did not want to give away the fact that the number 3 was on his way. Okay man, if you're sure. I'm sure, he said with a meaningful glance towards 13. Alright, that's good to know. Good job, Kaminari. The space hero said cheerfully, nodding slightly in what Falco hoped meant understanding. Yeah. Eraserhead is beginning to tire, I'm going to dash. Falco cut himself off, snapping his gaze towards the plaza where the man with the hands was grabbing onto Eraserhead's elbow. Erasure seemed to still be in effect, but the way that man was fighting to hold on. Touch activation requirement? Is he waiting for Eraserhead to blink? He shot up then dove down towards where the two of them were locked together, sending his fastest feathers ahead and piercing them through the villain's arm just as Eraserhead's hair fell down around his face. The underground hero jumped back. As soon as the guy let go with a scream and Falco landed next to him, glancing at where the elbow of his jumpsuit was just gone. The skin underneath was red and irritated, but not broken. What's this? A cheater? Falco detached the 2 flight feathers he and Hawks always used as swords and blocked an incoming attack, flying up and sending sharpened feathers down to stab through legs and arms, pinning as many of the remaining villains as he could. Eraserhead used his capture scarf to send one of the attackers flying up, and Falco grabbed him from the air and spun around to send him flying into a wall. Then he dove to intercept some sort of projectile aimed at Eraser's back, using a feather sword to cut it in half. The underground hero turned to erase some sort of shield quirk and Falco pinned that one down too. Looking around, it seemed everyone was down but the guy covered in hands and the creature. He landed next to Eraserhead and whispered, 30 seconds. The man glanced at him, then nodded. I hate cheaters. The blue-haired man said, scratching at his neck. Who are you? Falco stared at him. What was he talking about? I said, who are you? Falco. Falco, huh? Well, cheater, let's see how your cheat codes hold up against the final boss. I created it to kill All Might, you know. Keep him talking. Created. Oh yes. The red eyes behind his face hand gleamed with manic intent. It's not actually alive. So, it's not bound by the laws of society. I gave it as many quirks as it needed to match the so-called symbol of peace. 5-4. No moo. Falco grabbed onto Eraserhead and dove to the side as his instincts screamed at him to move. The creature that had, up until now, been standing placidly at the spot it entered, punched into the ground where they had been, leaving a crater in its wake. It roared, straightening up and turning to face them for another attempt. It never got the chance. What? Red feathers pierced through the creature's open mouth and up into its exposed brain. It staggered, then began clawing at its own head in an attempt to dislodge them. There was another flash of red and Hawks landed, wings spread, in front of Falco and Eraserhead, flight feathers grasped in both hands. They were dripping in blood. No moo! The blue-haired villain screamed. Attack! But the creature didn't move. They watched as red lines appeared around its neck and waist, then it fell apart. Its severed body parts falling to the ground. Falco sensed the portal vibrations once again, and saw Hawk's wings twitch in front of him, obviously sensing the same thing. That's the sign of the warp villain's quirk. He whispered to his brother. Hawks glanced over his shoulder. The mist guy I passed on my way in? That's the one. A portal will show up where the vibrations originate. Got it? Good to know. He turned back towards the still screaming villain. What about Ugly over there? He asked, gesturing with a feather towards the remains of the creature. It hadn't stopped moving completely, a part of a leg had regenerated from the severed torso, and a part of a torso had regenerated from the severed legs. Everything but the head was still squirming sporadically. Not sure. Hand guy said it wasn't alive. Said he created it with multiple quirks. Obviously, some sort of regeneration was one of them. Fantastic. That's disgusting. The mist villain formed behind the villain covered in hands and Hawks crouched slightly in preparation, obviously reluctant to move from his spot in front of them. Shigaraki Tamura. We must leave. I incapacitated 13, but one of the students managed to get a signal out through our communication block. The fact that Hawks is here means that the other heroes will be here soon. No, Kurogyri. We came here to kill All Might. Nomu. The Nomu is useless to us now, it was a failed experiment. No. I refuse to lose to cheaters. Lower your wings. Falco whispered, low enough that only his brother and Eraserhead could hear. Let Eraserhead get eyes on the Warper. That's obviously their exit strategy. Hawks nodded slightly and began lowering his wings slowly so as not to catch the villain's eyes. Eraserhead shifted slightly in preparation. I'll get the other one then. Hawks said quietly. He has touch-activated disintegration. Falco warned. Not sure how much contact is required, but I'm pretty sure it originates from his hands. Pin his arms then. Yeah. Noise from the entrance signaled the arrival of the other heroes. The second that the portal vibrations begin, Hawks moved, sending feathers towards the hand villain, Shigaraki? Was that his name? Or some sort of code? And piercing them through his wrists and legs, anchoring them to the ground. Eraserhead had his capture weapon wrapped around the mist villain, his hair floating around his head, calling back to the heroes who just arrived to bring Quirk suppressant cuffs. Once the two main villains were secured, Cementos covered the Nomu creature to stop it from moving, and thankfully blocked the disgusting creature from sight. The rest of the faculty went to engage the villains scattered throughout the facility and rounding up those in the plaza that Falco and Eraserhead had subdued. Was it over? Falco felt his brother's hands smooth his hair down, then his feathers. You all right, Chiclet? Kigo asked. Izuku blinked, relaxing from his battle-ready stance, and adjusting his wings to their resting position. He took stock of his feathers, then the rest of his body. I'm good. He responded to Kigo's inquiry. Couple of scratches and I lost a few feathers, but nothing major. Good. Kigo said, rustling his own wings soothingly in lieu of cooing. Oh. Izuku startled, remembering something important. Katsuki, and Kirishima, and Todoroki. They got separated from the rest of us. Are they all right? They're fine. Aizawa-sensei answered from where he stood near the two brothers. They were able to handle. The thugs sent after them with little to no issue. They're being escorted to the entrance with the rest of your class. Oh good. Izuku said, relieved. Aizawa eyed him for a moment, then glanced towards Kigo. Thanks for your help, Hawks. Oh, no problem, Eraserhead. Kigo threw a two-fingered salute towards the underground hero. I assume we'll need to debrief? Yeah. Aizawa-sensei sighed, like talking about the invasion would be more trouble than the invasion itself. Izuku giggled. His teacher glanced at him, then smiled slightly before adjusting his capture scarf to cover the lower half of his face. Let's get this over with then. He led the winged brothers back towards the entrance. Kigo had been flying back from grabbing lunch when Izuku reached out to him. The call of emergency had nearly been enough to send him flying into a building. Kigo hadn't waited for any further details. He just turned in the direction of UA and flew. The panic he had begun to feel increased when his call to Izuku's phone didn't even ring. They never tuned their phones off. When he called Mike to see if he knew what was going on, the voice hero had been as confused as Kigo. Hey Hawks. What's up? You're lucky, normally I have class right now, but it got moved to be earlier for today. Kigo didn't have time for small talk. Izuku's in danger. Do you know what's going on? What? No, he's fine. His class is at the USJ doing rescue training. Shota, 13, and All Might are with them. No, Mitt. I'm not calling to ask if he's in danger, I am telling you that he is. Something is blocking communication and my brother reached out to me using our last-ditch emergency contact. He has never used that before. He knows I will respond immediately. We developed it as a call for things like being in a life-threatening situation or kidnapping. It cannot be misinterpreted, and he would not use it as a joke. There was a heavy silence as the voice hero processed his words. When he responded, his tone had become serious. Let me see if I can get through to Shota. Kigo hung up to allow Mike to try but figured he would get the same result, and no matter what, It wasn't like he was planning to stop or even slow down. When the teacher called him back, Kigo could hear sirens going off in the background. Shota and 13's phones both didn't go through. I was able to reach All Might, but he's still here in the main building. Apparently, he hadn't been able to make it to class because he got help up. Mick's voice was hard, lacking any of his usual joviality. He was with Nedzu though, and Nedzu was able to confirm that he couldn't see anything going on at the USJ. We've sent the rest of the students to the safe rooms and all of the available teachers are heading to the USJ. What's your ETH? I'll be there in 8 minutes. Slower than Kigo would like, but he had been near the agency when he got Izuku's signal. You'll beat us there then? It's a 10-minute drive at least. That's fine. I'll hold off whatever it is. Are you going to call Endeavor, or should I? What do you wait, hang on? Mick's voice became slightly muffled as he addressed someone else. It's Hawks, he's on his way. Kigo could hear who he assumed to be Nedzu request to speak to him. Okay, Hawks, I'm putting you on speakerphone. It's just me and Nedzu. Sure. Hello, Hawks. Hello, Principal Nedzu. I hear we have you to thank for the quick warning? Did you hear my question about Endeavor? Yes. Well, I believe it would be best to try and contain this as much as possible. Principal, with all due respect, this is going to be a cluster F, no matter what you do. Well, that may be true, but there's no need for us to escalate the situation before we are aware of all the facts. Kigo took a deep breath. Okay, let me break this down for you. Endeavor is going to find out that his son's class was attacked, because you will not be able to keep that a secret. He is going to be said no matter what, however, he will be livid if he finds out at the same time as everyone else. I would like to keep the emergency beacon that Izuku has a secret, only disclosing it to those who absolutely need to know. You understand the necessity of that, right? Of course. So, it will look like you called me to inform me of the situation and then did not call Endeavor. You realize that doesn't look good, yes? HM. Yes, I see your point. So, what do you suggest? I'll call him. If he asks, I'll tell him I was just informed and that I volunteered to call him so that you all could focus on getting there as fast as possible, or something like that. Very well. You may let him know that he can meet us at UA. I'll update the security on the gate to allow both of your hero licenses to pass through. I'll call Tensei. Mick's voice cut in. That way, it'll look like we just informed the pro-hero family members of the class before the civilians. Sounds good. Kigo agreed. I'll see you there. He hung up, then immediately dialed Endeavor's personal line. What is it, Hawks? The flame hero answered brusquely. I'm busy. Are you alone? What? Endeavor, I need to share sensitive information with you. Are you alone? There was a pause, then the sound of movement, then the slamming of a door. I'm now. What is it? UA's Class 1A has been attacked during their rescue training exercise. What? Kigo could practically feel the hero's flames grow stronger through the phone. That's all we know right now. Communication is down and all surveillance and alarms around the facility they're in are unresponsive. I'm on my way there now. Nedzu is only alerting the pro-hero family members of Class 1A until the situation is under control. We don't want whoever is attacking to know that we're responding. Fine. I'll head to UA now. Discreetly. Yes, Hawks, I know what I'm doing. The flame hero snapped, then hung up. When Kigo had actually arrived, where he could sense the feather he had given Izuku, he hadn't known what to expect. He had barely taken a moment to glance at the large dome-shaped building before hurtling through the doorway. He registered the sight of some sort of mist, a group of students, and what looked to be an injured 13, but didn't sense anyone in immediate danger. His brother, on the other hand, was. He hadn't spared a thought towards attempting to capture the monster that was roaring threateningly at Izuku. He simply responded to his instincts and cut it down. It only took one look at Izuku to see that he was in full mission mode, and Kigo knew he wouldn't be able to snap out of it until the danger had passed, until Kigo let him know the danger had passed. But pass it did, and now the two of them were following Eraserhead back towards where the rest of the class had been gathered, being watched over by Mike and Nedzu. Hawks supposed the rest of the faculty was still securing the rest of the villains. I'm effing fine. A familiar voice was screaming. Where the F is he? Katsuki. Izuku called once he caught sight of Minirumi. You're all right. The blonde's head whipped around at the sound of Izuku's voice. Where the F were you? I was down in the plaza area with Aizawa-sensei and my brother. At this, Minirumi, as well as the rest of Izuku's classmates, seemed to fully register Kigo's presence. Oh wow. It's Hawks. I thought I saw him fly in, but man, he is fast. Alright, that's enough. Is everyone accounted for? Eraserhead cut in. Mike, who had all but glued himself to Aizawa's side as soon as the underground hero had come up from the plaza, responded. All the students are here and unharmed. All Might took 13 to Recovery Girl, but they should recover with no problems. But what's the situation? The rest of the school is in lockdown. For those of you with pro-hero family members, they were alerted as soon as the school New Year class was attacked. Mike explained. Kigo and Izuku shared a look when Todoroki visibly stiffened at that. The rest of your families will be contacted once the school exits lockdown. Ah, sensei? A kid with bright blonde hair raised his hand. Yes, Kaminari? How did the school know we were under attack? Midoriya said I got a signal out, but I didn't think that I did. That's a good question. Eraserhead said, glancing at Mike. Right. The voice hero responded, uncharacteristically serious. This will be your first foray into classified information. The students all perked up at that. Netsu took over the rest of the explanation. The official story will be that the school knew something was wrong as soon as communication and surveillance cut out. We then responded immediately by putting the school on lockdown and calling the pro-hero family members of your class. That is the story we will include in our statement to the press. It is what you will tell your families, even if they are pros, and any other student outside of this class, and you will not give away any indication that you know any differently. We don't know any differently. The blonde boy from earlier whispered, obviously confused. But then how did Midoriya know when 13 didn't? A cute girl with a round face asked. A good question. This is what you must treat as classified information. Netsu continued, gravely. Midoriya has an emergency beacon that is a direct line to Hawks. Once Hawks was alerted, he contacted us, which is why we were able to respond so quickly. Oh cool. Good thinking, Midoriya. That's so manly. Quiet. Aizawa bit out, cutting off the students' exclamations. This is serious. You need to act like heroes. If the villains had been aware of this, they would have targeted Midoriya right away. It is only because it was a secret that he was able to use it. If word got out about this, Midoriya would be in grave danger in any future attacks. Do you understand? Izuku's classmates looked suitably chastised. Yes, sensei. They responded quietly. Good. Then let that be the last you speak of this, even amongst yourselves. Are we clear? Yes, sensei. Eraserhead nodded approvingly. Let's head back to the bus. Hawks, you can ride in the car the faculty arrived in. Mike said from his place next to Aizawa. I'd rather fly. I can meet you at the main building. Chicklet, you want to join me? He saw Eraserhead pause ahead of them, likely to object, but Mike placed his hand on his arm to quiet him. Oh. Izuku looked conflicted. I would, but as the class representative, I should stay with my classmates. Eraserhead visibly relaxed at that. Kigo grinned, running his hand through Izuku's hair. That's fine, chickadee. I'll join you instead. Then he dropped his voice. What's a class representative? Izuku giggled and Minirumi, who was the only other classmate close enough to hear, rolled his eyes. I'll tell you later. Izuku whispered back. The ride back to the main campus was loud, as his classmates went over every detail they could remember from the villain attack. Izuku stood at the front again, and several of his fellow students kept throwing glances his way, but thankfully they didn't ask about the beacon he had used. Kigo stood next to and a bit behind him, his right wing wrapped around his back slightly so that it brushed comfortingly against his own wings. Even with the two of them standing so close, the front area of the bus was rather crowded, but Aizawa-sensei hadn't objected when Kigo entered the bus with Izuku, which he was grateful for. But man, we were worried about you guys. You just disappeared. Where did you go? Kaminari asked the 3 students who were warped away. Bakugo and I got sent to the zone with the collapsing building. There were a bunch of villains there, but we took care of them. Kirishima answered, pounding his fist against his palm and grinning. The fuckers were just a bunch of grunts. Katsuki added, sneering. Wow! Ashido exclaimed with wide eyes, leaning forward from her seat, then turned around and asked, and you, Todoroki? The boy in question was seated at the back of the bus and had been staring out the window since they left the Yui. He glanced up when he heard his name, then shrugged. I was relocated to the landslide zone. The so-called villains who intercepted me there were pathetic. I froze them. The pink-haired girl blinked at his monotone retelling, but quickly smiled and clapped her hands together. Good job. Todoroki shrugged again, then went back to gazing out the window. Midoriya. Ida called out, raising his hand like they were in class. Izuku startled at the loud call and felt Kigo tense slightly, but he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement towards his fellow legacy. I wanted to know why Sensei called you. What was it? Falcon? Oh, Falco actually. Izuku responded, barely holding on to his smile. And well, that's Midoriya's hero name. Aizawa-sensei cut in. He already knew what he wanted it to be at the time of his application, so it was included in his paperwork. I used it to limit the information the villains would have on the students. I see. Very smart, sensei. Thanks. The hero responded dryly. Dude! Kirishima exclaimed. You already know your hero name? So manly. Kigo cut in this time, leaning an elbow on Izuku's shoulder and grinning lazily. I helped him pick it out years ago. He wanted to have a name that went with mine. Izuku's smile became a bit more genuine at that. While a total lie, the commission picked their names, the only thing he loved about his hero name was the fact that it had been chosen to complement his brothers. And, Kigo continued, his voice taking on a more teasing note, for some reason he didn't want to be known as Baby Hawks. Or even Hawks Jr. Or, yeah, they get it. Izuku interjected, shoving an elbow into his brother's side. Not that that stops you from introducing me to your sidekicks like that. Kigo laughed, pulling out his phone. It's because you deserve a cute hero name. And they all agree with me. Especially once I show them Dash. Izuku groaned, rolling his eyes. Do not dash. Your baby pictures. Do you want to see what my little brother looked like as a baby bird? He asked his classmates gleefully. Yes. Izuku startled somewhat at the immediate reply. One of the responses had come from his teacher. When Izuku glanced at him from the corner of his eye, he saw Aizawa-sensei bury his lower face in his capture weapon. Izuku decided to pretend that he hadn't heard that since his teacher had responded so quietly that he didn't think he and Kigo were supposed to hear, and apparently no one else had, but there had been another equally immediate response that everyone had heard. Kaken! Izuku exclaimed, betrayed. What, feathers? I want to see if you look as much like a nerd as you do now. Well, I aim to please. Kigo said, handing Katsuki his phone, dodging Izuku's attempt to swipe it. Wait, I want to see too. Me too. Pass it around, Bakugo. To Izuku's mortification, his classmates did indeed pass around his brother's phone. He knew the picture Kigo had pulled up, it was his favorite one to show off. In it, Izuku was only 4 years old, and his plumage had only just finished molting its gray downy baby feathers for the last time to reveal his actual colorization. Izuku was gap-toothed and grinning, spreading his wings wide to show off his new feathers. But look at him. That's so adorable. Look at his little wings. Hey, birdbrain. Izuku, hiding behind his wings in embarrassment, mumbled an acknowledgement to Katsuki. You had green eyes? Izuku lowered his wings at the question, pinging his head to the side, then he glanced at Kigo. I still had green eyes in that picture? He had avoided looking at it whenever his brother insisted on showing it off, so he hadn't actually seen it in a while. You did. Kigo responded, ruffling Izuku's hair. I think they changed a few weeks later once your feathers had finished growing and you were able to detach them. Your eyes changed color? Kirishima asked. Izuku nodded in agreement. I was born with green eyes, but they changed once my quirk fully developed when I was 4. He said, motioning towards his own face where his eyes were now the same golden color as his brother's, slitted pupil and all. I thought mutation quirks were apparent at birth? Yaoyorozu asked. All mutations are different, Karo. Sue said, placing a finger at her mouth in thought. Some aspects of my quirk developed over time as well. I was only able to form a single tentacle for years. Shoji added. Dark shadow did not manifest from the abyss until I was 3. Tokoyami said, patting his companion on the head. Yeah, exactly. For us, Izuku added, gesturing between himself and Kigo, we were born with our wings and eye markings, but we weren't able to detach and control our feathers right at birth. That's fascinating. Yaoyorozu said, distractingly handing Kigo's phone to Aizawa-sensei, who stood next to where she was sitting. To have different facets of the same quirk. His classmates continued to discuss their quirks, and how they've developed and changed over time, which Izuku was fascinated by and tried to focus on, but he was distracted by the fact that his teacher was looking at his baby picture. His brother made it worse by leaning over and swiping to a few different pictures that Izuku knew were just as embarrassing. Thankfully, his fellow students weren't paying any attention to the front of the bus any longer. Finally, after a few minutes, Aizawa-sensei handed the phone back to Kigo and went back to pretending to ignore everything going on around him. The bus pulled into a different entrance than the one they had boarded at, was that only a couple hours ago. This one bypassed the front area of UA and was obviously much more secure. They didn't see any other UA students as Class 1A, and Kigo were led to one of the school's conference rooms. The rest of the faculty was there, along with Endeavor and Ingenium. Tenya! The engine hero said, rushing to his brother's side once they were all inside. You're all right? Oh, Tensei. Yes, I'm fine. I didn't realize you would be here already. Mike called me. They contacted all the pros related to members of Class 1A in case the attack ended up being a hostage situation. Ingenium said, gesturing towards Endeavor and Kigo. He smiled, adding with a slight laugh, though Hawks was the only one fast enough to get here in time to do anything. That may be because he was apparently the first one they called. Endeavor said gruffly, his arms crossed, not making any move towards his son. It was hard to tell with the flames covering his face, but Izuku thought he might be glaring slightly at Kigo. Kigo laughed, waving dismissively. Well, Present Mike has my personal number and I'm assuming Ingenium's as well. I volunteered to call you since they said they weren't sure how to reach you. They could have called my agency. Endeavor growled. Actually, Nedzu said from where he stood at the head of the conference table, we wanted to avoid doing exactly that, so as not to cause unnecessary panic and alert the villains of the fact we were aware of the attack. Naturally, we would have resorted to that if Hawks had not had a better way of contacting you. The principal said with a smile. Naturally. The flame hero grunted, finally allowing the point to drop. Now then, Nedzu continued, clapping his hands, pause, together, let us get down to business. The police have been alerted, and a detective is on his way here to gather everyone's statements. Before that, I wanted to offer my apologies to all of Class 1A for this incident. These villains should never have had the opportunity to put any of you in danger, and UA will of course be increasing security in light of this attack. How did it happen in the first place? Endeavor interjected harshly. The media has been attempting to access school grounds since it became public that All Might had begun teaching. Today, during lunch hour, they broke in and caused quite the disturbance. We believe the villains orchestrated that break-in and used it to gather information on the class schedules. Did they access anything else? Kigo asked. Highly unlikely. Nedzu assured. They needed to get on campus in order to access the school's mainframe, but the only information available at such a surface-level breach are that day's class schedules, and other minor details such as lunch rush's menu and which training grounds are occupied. According to the preliminary statements we gathered from those present at the USJ, the villain's motivations seemed to be to kill All Might. They would have been able to see that he was scheduled to supervise a class that afternoon in the USJ facility, but not much else. Any deeper breach of security would have been detected. Any further questions before we continue? Once everyone responded in the negative, the principal went on to explain how the students' statements would be handled, that their families had been notified, and that, due to the sensitive nature of the situation, only guardians with high enough clearance would be allowed to sit in when the student gave their testimony, which was included in the acceptance paperwork that was filled out prior to the school year, so your families should already be aware of this policy. However, we know it can be extremely daunting to relive traumatic experiences such as these with a stranger, so your homeroom teacher will be sitting in with each of you. Izuku expected to see Aizawa-sensei frown or grimace or at least show some sort of displeasure at this, but his teacher simply nodded. He felt several of his classmates relax slightly at the knowledge that they wouldn't just be sent in alone, which Izuku understood. Debriefs were always daunting. Well then, Nedzu exclaimed with a clap. We will be closing UA for the rest of this week in order to increase security, so each of you will be called in to give your statement over the next few days before classes resume on Monday. The only statements we will take today will be of those with their guardians already present. He nodded towards Izuku, Todoroki, and Ida. I will also be releasing a statement to the press this evening, but remember not to discuss details of the incident with anyone. Any questions? The principal asked, glancing around the room. When no one responded, he concluded, "Wonderful. Thank you all for your time." Izuku and Kigo followed Aizawa-sensei to Principal Nedzu's office once Ida and Todoroki had finished giving their statements and the rest had been picked up by family. He wasn't sure what a debrief would look like here at UA. He was pretty sure he had handled the situation as well as he could, but there was always room for improvement, as his handlers loved to point out. He nudged his brother slightly, then whispered, "Do you have any protein bars left? I finished all of mine while we were waiting." He had been planning to grab something else from one of UA's vending machines, but he and Kigo had been called in before he got the chance. Kigo started patting down his pockets, then gave Izuku a pained grimace. "Sorry, Chicklet. I ate all of mine too. How much did you eat for lunch?" Izuku hummed thoughtfully. "Probably about 2,000 calories. I had grabbed extra, but I didn't finish it all because of the media break-in." Kigo's wings flapped slightly in distress. "That's it? That was..." He glanced at his watch. "Almost 4 hours ago." "I know, but I ate the 2 protein bars I had, so I'll be okay until we get home," Izuku said, attempting to reassure his brother. "Those are barely enough. You'll waste away." Izuku giggled slightly. While their raptor-like metabolism did force them to consume much more than the average person, wasting away was an exaggeration. At most he would get a bit sleepy. "I'll be fine." Aizawa-sensei came to a stop in front of a pair of large double doors with a plaque indicating that they had arrived at their destination. He glanced at Izuku, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a pouch of some sort that Izuku had seen him with before. "Here," he said, lazily handing it over to Izuku, who took it automatically. Izuku glanced down at the object, seeing a picture of peaches and descriptions of nutritional value. He blinked, glancing at Kigo, then at his teacher, who shrugged. "Not many calories, but it's high in fiber, natural sugar, and protein. Should get you though this meeting at least. You need one, Hawks?" The two brothers both blinked this time, exchanging another glance. "Oh, well," he trailed off, then peered over Izuku's shoulder to get a better look. What is it?" Kigo asked, uncharacteristically uncertain, at least uncharacteristic for Hawks. Aizawa-sensei blinked, then shrugged and pulled another one out of his pocket before handing it to Kigo. "It's a jelly pouch," he said, then pulled out a third one. How big were his pockets? And showed them how to open it. "Easy meal replacement." The two brothers exchanged one more glance, then copied the underground hero, opening the pouch then drinking from the top. Izuku couldn't hold back a happy chirp, thankfully ignored by his teacher, and both of their wings fluttered happily as they drained the snack. "That's way better than protein bars," Kigo said wondrously. "Do they come in chicken flavor?" he asked, reading the back of the pouch. Izuku perked up at that, looking hopefully at his teacher. Aizawa-sensei was watching them as he finished his own at a more leisurely pace. He frowned thoughtfully before responding, "I don't know. I've only ever gotten the fruit ones." But companies make stuff specialized for quirks. Want me to check? Both brothers nodded at that, pocketing their trash before following the hero into Nedzu's office and mentally shifting into personalities more fitted for debrief. Hello. Wonderful timing. The principal said from behind his desk as the three of them took the seats facing a man in a tan coat. This is Detective Tsukachi. He'll be taking both of your statements today. Nice to meet you. The detective added, holding out a hand to Kigo then Izuku. Sorry about making the two of you wait. Nedzu figured Todoroki and Ida's statements would be shorter due to the nature of Hawk's involvement. Not a problem, detective, Kigo said, waving a hand flippantly. Good excuse to get out of paperwork for the afternoon. Both Nedzu and the detective chuckled at that, and Izuku rolled his eyes slightly to play into his brother's antics. They would both be working late at the agency doing just that. Now then, Tsukachi continued, first, I need to inform you that my quirk is called Lie Detector and will be active from this point onwards. I will also be recording our conversation for reference, but this entire case will be highly classified due to the nature of those involved being minors. Do either of you have any questions? No, sir. Izuku responded reflexively even as his mind raced with the fascinating implications and applications of that kind of quirk. All clear, detective. His brother added. Izuku saw Aizawa-sensei and Nedzu exchange a glance, though he wasn't sure why. Tsukachi also blinked at them both, frowning slightly, before continuing. All right, he said, slightly uncertainly. Well, let's start with Midoriya. Can you give me your recollection of events, starting from when you entered the USJ facility? Oh, well, that was easy. Izuku fell into the familiar rhythm of debriefing as he described arriving at the facility, sensing something wrong, the villain's initial arrival, alerting his brother, the subsequent order from Aizawa-sensei, how he was unable to reach Todoroki, Kirishima and Katsuki, his decision to hide Hawk's approach, and finally the fight in the plaza as he assisted Eraserhead until backup arrived. Throughout it all, the detective wrote down notes, nodding sometimes, but not interjecting. Kigo continued once Izuku was done, smoothly taking over with his side of events. Right? Tsukachi said, after both brothers had finished, I think that covers it. Thank you both for your time. I'll contact you if I have any follow-up questions. He said, reaching over to stop the recording. Izuku blinked. That was it? That can't be it. Now, the detective continued, off the record. There was. Do you mind if I ask about the emergency beacon you used, Midoriya? The fact that it was able to bypass whatever was blocking communications is fascinating. Izuku smiled but held very still. The detective was able to tell when they were lying, so he had worded his statement very carefully, as had Kigo. The brothers had always been secretive about their quirk. Not even the commission knew the full extent of their abilities. They spent years downplaying their enhanced hearing and eyesight, but more than anything, the sensory abilities of their feathers. The HPSC was aware of the fact that they could pick up some vibrations, but if they knew that the brothers could use them to communicate, that their range was much further than they had let them believe. It was something that they had fought hard to keep hidden. Kigo never discussed his quirk in public or in his official reports. As far as everyone knew, his quirk was being able to detach, control and sharpen his feathers. Izuku had never written down his analysis on their abilities. They only discussed it in complete privacy, and sparingly at that. Even his slip during the invasion, when he and Kigo had acknowledged that they could sense the portal vibrations in front of Eraserhead, was more than he would normally admit out loud. But he hadn't wanted Kigo to be caught off guard, and for some reason, being near Aizawa-sensei hadn't set off the mental alarms that usually stopped him from talking about their quirk during a mission. He glanced at Kigo, who was already looking at him. They had chosen UA because the school was practically untouchable to the HPSC. Nedzu withheld information from the commission all the time, and there was nothing they could do about it. UA had a strict student confidentiality policy, and details on the quirks and abilities of both the faculty and student body were never disclosed to the public, and only the essentials necessary for provisional licensing were disclosed to the commission. This detective was an unknown, but Izuku figured there had to be a reason he was chosen to handle a situation occurring on UA grounds. And his name was new to Izuku, so he didn't work with the HPSC. He and Kigo were hoping UA could help. They were hoping Nedzu could help. He wanted to trust them. Kigo gave him a small nod, letting him know he could tell them if he wanted to. Izuku glanced back towards the detective, who was waiting patiently, then felt his eyes drift to his other side, where Aizawa-sensei was sitting next to him. The man had spent the entire debrief so far sitting quietly while occasionally exchanging glances with Nedzu or nodding to points of Izuku's statement. Now, when Izuku looked at him, he found his teacher gazing back steadily. He seemed to read something in Izuku's eyes, because he answered the unspoken question Izuku didn't even know he had. "You can refuse to answer," he said softly. "It's not part of the investigation. We know it worked, and hopefully you won't have need to use it again. This is just curiosity." No doubt, the detective is hoping that it's something he can duplicate for his team or something like that. Tsukachi smiled and shrugged sheepishly. Oh, that made sense. They didn't even know it was part of their quirk, so they weren't fishing for information that could be used against he and Kigo. And he didn't have to answer. Aizawa-sensei was always very upfront on what Izuku was required to do, and this was a relatively safe option to test the waters on whether what they said here at UA would get back to the commission. Izuku exchanged one more glance with Kigo, then nodded and faced the detective once more. It's not an electronic beacon, which is why the villain's blocking didn't affect it. He began, reaching into his pocket to withdraw the small red feather. Kigo did the same to reveal his own small green feather, and the brothers held them up. It's a direct link. Both Nedzu and Tsukachi had leaned forward, eyeing the feathers speculatively, the detective, and with a certain amount of glee, Nedzu. "Fascinating," the principal exclaimed. "Are the two feathers linked together? Or are you linked to the feathers individually?" Kigo took over the explanation, twirling Izuku's feather between his fingers. "Individually. I can sense when Izuku is contacting me through my feather, and Izuku senses my reply through his. And vice versa." "Fascinating," Nedzu repeated. "Yeah, no kidding." The detective agreed. "But how do you communicate? Can you hear with your feathers?" Izuku's grip on Kigo's feather tightened slightly as he lowered it to his lap, his own feathers vibrating in nervousness at the question. His brother twitched his wings in comfort. "Oh, I see," Nedzu said, eyeing their exchange. "You communicate with your wings." "Seriously?" Izuku thought incredulously. He couldn't begin to count the number of times that they had done that in front of other people, and no one, not a single person, had ever seemed to catch on. He and Kigo used their wings to communicate regularly during meetings with their supervisor and handlers and had been doing so for years, and it never even made them blink in consideration. He and Kigo stared at the principal with wide eyes while the other two men in the room frowned, confused. Nedzu laughed slightly, his tail twitching behind him. That made Izuku blink, then tilt his head consideringly. "Oh, right. Animal quirk. That makes sense," he said softly as he thought. He wondered if those at the agency with animal quirks were also aware of the brothers' communication but had just never called them out on it. No doubt someone like Tokoyami would be able to tell, but would Tsuyu? That line of thought was fascinating. "Indeed," Nedzu agreed with a smile. "I can tell that you both communicated something just now, but I wouldn't be able to translate what that was without you explaining it. It's a foreign language after all. Although I may be able to instinctively get the gist of it if I observed enough." "Huh," Aizawa-sensei said, "that would be good for underground work. Better than sign language." That made the detective chuckle. "You have a one-track mind, Eraser. But yeah, that explains my question, I suppose. So, you can sense each other's wing movements through your own feathers, then?" "Essentially," Kigo agreed with a shrug. "We've developed different signals, but the one Izuku used is only for emergencies. It's very distinct." "Smart," Aizawa-sensei said, nodding his head. Izuku felt his feathers preen slightly at the praise, his brother's wings twitching in amusement at his expense. "Fascinating," Nedzu said, again as he watched them. "And do you always have his feather, Izuku?" The use of his first name made Izuku blink, but he smiled and nodded. "Wonderful. Well then, I believe that covers everything. Do you have any further questions, detective? No, I think that's it. I just need to follow up with Eraserhead, if that's all right. Sure. Aizawa-sensei said. Sounds good, gentlemen. Hawks, Izun, you both are free to go unless you have questions for us. No, sir. Izuku responded. Nope. Kigo agreed as they both stood and headed for the door. We'll head home for our nice, long, relaxing weekend. Your first week was so short. Chiclet. His brother added as they entered the hallway. Think we can hide the fact that your school is closed from the commission? You might actually get a day off. Kigo said playfully, nudging Izuku's shoulder. This made Izuku giggle. A day off? What's that? Don't know her. Can we grab an early dinner on our way to the agency? You bet. I'd say you've earned some fried chicken, chickadee. That sounds like a reward for you. Izuku pointed out teasingly. Neither brother thought to check if the door had closed automatically behind them as they made their way further down the hallway, too caught up in the relief of their first debrief at UA being over and done with. Although, even if they had, they wouldn't have thought anything of it. It's not as if their conversation gave anything away. Somewhere across town, Bakugo Katsuki felt the need to put his new bird-brained friend in a headlock. And in a different town altogether, Usajiyama Rumi was overcome with the urge to deliver a solid kick to her bird-brained friend. And outside the gates of UA, two brothers' wings shuddered slightly for no discernible reason. There was silence for a few moments after the brothers' departure. What the hell? Naomasa said quietly. Yeah. Shota agreed, getting up to close the office door then heading over to the coffee maker. Indeed. Nedzu added, his usual smile absent. No, I'm serious. Naomasa said, staring incredulously at the now closed door. The kid wasn't lying when he said he's never had a day off. And Hawks was lying when he talked about them going home. Why are they going to Hawks' agency? Not to mention, they were both lying whenever we asked if they had questions. And while we're at it, the detective said, waving his notes in the air, what the hell was up with that kid's debrief? Hawks I could understand, but the kid? He recounted events like he had already filled out the paperwork in triplicate, filed it, and submitted it for review and was now just reading it out loud for the idiots who hadn't bothered to read it themselves. Shota sat back down with his newly filled cup of coffee, in a mug that seemed sturdier than what had been in here during his last meeting. Seems like Nedzu was being passive-aggressive again, or maybe just cautious, could go either way. Yeah. He repeated, taking a long sip. Welcome to the conspiracy. Naomasa stared at him blankly, but Shota just took another drink of coffee. Shota-kun is exaggerating. Nedzu said. Oh good. Because I don't think I could handle another one. That made Shota frown slightly. What other conspiracy was he involved in? Nedzu continued, it's not a conspiracy. Merely the beginnings of a plan to bring down the HPSC, or at the very least, overhaul it completely. The detective blinked, then glanced towards Shota, likely in the hopes that he would say that was a joke, even if the man could tell Nedzu wasn't lying, then argued, yeah, no. That sounds like a conspiracy to me. That's because it is. Shota agreed. And those brothers are the center of it. He added with a nod towards the door. Naomasa sighed, then followed Shota's example and got a cup of coffee. Okay, he said once he had sat back down. Explain. They did. This afternoon, a group of villains invaded a facility on UA's campus during a rescue training exercise being attended by Class 1A. And due to the confusion caused by the accidental security breach, the villains were able to obtain. As soon as we were aware of the situation, all pro-hero family members of the students in danger were alerted and requested to. Hawks was able to arrive in time to contain the situation, assisting the heroes on site and apprehending. The civilian identities of the students involved will remain classified for their protection. UA will be closed through the weekend as we upgrade our security to ensure nothing like this happens again. That is all. Thank you. Breaking news from UA High this evening. Principal Nedzu released a statement regarding the rumors of a villain attack occurring on school grounds. Well, yes, but it's the school's responsibility to protect these students, and it seems that they were able to do just that. In fact, not to mention, according to Nedzu's statement, the villains were only able to execute their plan due to the commotion caused by the reporters on site, and with the increased security, I doubt something like will be possible again. They responded immediately, I'm not sure what more you could ask for in events such as these. They even alerted the number 2 and number 3 heroes. Not to mention the number 1 was already on site at the time anyway. I'm not surprised the villains were taken care of quickly with the top 3 heroes all responding. No casualties, the only one injured was a teacher, who will make a full recovery, and all villains were apprehended? Yeah, if you ask me. Can you believe it? The reporters practically helped the villains. No one from this station was present at the time of the break-in, of course, so it's all speculation, but what if one of the villains was a disguised reporter? Why else would? And that was the interview from this morning with one of the students in Class 1A, who were involved in the villain attack this afternoon. As you heard, this young man is the younger brother of Hawks and was no doubt the reason the number 3 hero himself was called to. The son of Endeavor and the brother of Hawks both being in the targeted class, and you want to tell me that wasn't intentional? I mean, obviously it backfired on those villains, but... Showed aside as he flipped through the channels covering today's events, before finally deciding to turn it off. He slumped over until his face was buried in the shoulder next to him and contemplated just falling asleep here for the rest of the night. Hey! Hisashi said, more softly than anyone who knew present Mike would think he was capable of speaking. You okay? Asked, stroking Shota's hair. Shota groaned in response, which made his husband chuckle. Yeah, that's fair. You want to talk about it? No. I don't know. Hisashi hummed slightly, then rearranged their position until he was lying down on the couch with Shota resting on top of him, his face hiding against his husband's neck. He continued stroking Shota's hair, then asked, You thinkin' about the little listener? Shota grunted. You would think, with his entire class being attacked today and the media discussing it like it was a primetime drama, his thoughts would be occupied by that. And, in a way, he supposed it was. He just... Shota started, then stopped and swallowed. It was like a switch was flipped inside his brain. And I was the one who hit it. He added in a whisper. Oh, Sho, his husband cooed softly, you didn't know. He paused, then whispered, Hey, that rhymed. It caused Shota to snort, then he pinched Hisashi's side in retaliation. Seriously though, you didn't know. Wow, I'm on a roll. Sorry, I'm done. He said as Shota pinched him harder. The little listener seemed to be his normal self by the time I saw him, so he snapped out of it safely, yeah? Shota sighed. Yeah, Hawks seemed to know what to do. Brought him out of it between one blink and the next. Ah. Hisashi said, knowing him too well. That bothered you too, huh? I mean, you know I'm glad he was able to, it's just... He trailed off, struggling to articulate. The fact that it was necessary at all? Yeah. Shota said with a heavy exhale. And that it seemed like it was familiar to them both. The need to be able to bring him back. Hisashi hummed again, beginning to loosely braid a section of Shota's hair. He's just a kid, Zashi. Yeah, he is. Hawks had these pictures on his phone of Izuku as a baby. What? Shota glared up at him with erasure activated. Sorry. I just can't believe I missed that. The little listener as a littler listener? Was he adorable? Hisashi asked with a knowing grin. Shota rolled his eyes but grinned slightly in response. Of course he was. Fluffy baby wings. He added in a mumble. Hisashi let out the high-pitched whine he tended to do when he was trying not to squeal out loud. Shota's smile dimmed. Hawks said the kid was 4 at the time of the picture. That the part of their quirk that lets them detach and control their feathers was just coming in. And all I could think of as I stared at this tiny version of my student with his fragile little wings was what the commission had done to him at that point in the name of training. Hisashi grunted slightly, like Shota had punched him. Sho. Yeah. They laid in silence for a moment. One of the cats had apparently woken up and was meowing down the hall as though calling for them. A car alarm went off somewhere down the street. A dog was barking. Shota kept his face buried in Hisashi's neck and simply breathed for a moment. Was he smiling? His husband asked softly. In the picture, was the little listener smiling? Shota thought about it, pulling the picture up in his mind. There had been a small bandage on the kid's cheek that Shota had barely been able to look away from, but, big grin. He was missing one of his front teeth. Was it a real smile? Shota smiled slightly, nodding. His eyes were practically sparkling. He used to have green eyes. That would be a sight. Green eyes to match his hair and wings. When did they change? Hawks said it was only a couple weeks after he had taken that picture. Part of their Quirk's development. Hisashi hummed. Makes sense. Shota nodded again, adding, they really love each other. Yeah. Can't fake something like that. Makes me feel bad for doubting Hawks at first. Wondering why he would let the HPSC lay a single hand on his little brother. Why he hadn't done more to get them out sooner. But he was just a kid too. Still is really. They both need help. It's good they had each other at least. Can't imagine having to go through something like that alone. Shota repeated softly. And now they've got us. Shota felt his heart swell with love for this man. Whenever those boys were ready to trust them, they would be there to help. Now they've got us. Izuku sat at his desk in Kigo's office, reviewing the report from Darkwing's night patrol and going over the initial list of possible student interns from the hero schools while news reports of Nezu's statement and today's incident played on a separate screen. The agency was quiet, with only those on the night shift still around, and Izuku felt his mind begin to wander as he worked. He was surprised by how relaxed he felt after the day he had just had. Typically, after a mission and debrief, he would feel unsettled and fidgety for hours, unable to fully calm down until Kigo preened him when they were safe at home. And that was with the assignments that the commission had deemed simple enough to send him on before he made his debut, which mostly consisted of intel gathering and covert operations, missions that wouldn't require him to reveal himself. Today had been different. People he knew and had begun to care for had been in serious danger, and those he was up against had seen him and knew who he was. He reminded himself. They know about Falco. That's all. But Falco was who he was, wasn't he? Izuku frowned slightly. He was giving himself a headache. You all right, Chiclet? Kigo asked softly from his own desk. Izuku chirped in response. Just thinking. Kigo cooed thoughtfully. About today? Izuku nodded, submitting his approval of Darkwing's report. Do you think the commission will be upset with how I handled everything today? How we handled it, you mean? Kigo said pointedly. Right. Izuku agreed with a small smile. While he was uncommonly at ease with how everything had gone down with their debrief at UA, how the HPSC would react was still an unknown. Kigo hummed. I suppose that depends on what, exactly, we're planning to tell them. Nezu's statement didn't give much away, and all they know so far is what that statement said. Neither of us have given them any additional information yet. He paused, giving Izuku a significant look. That brought Izuku up short. They had hidden things from the HPSC before, obviously, but not something like this. Not a mission debrief. But in the past, their missions had been assigned and overseen by the commission, so anything they left out or lied about would have been discovered easily. That wasn't the case in this situation, though. This mission had taken place on UA grounds, under the supervision of Eraserhead. They wouldn't have any way of confirming their story. As far as he and Kigo knew, Izuku was their only inside agent at UA. And while he assumed that a secondary objective to them agreeing to his placement there was in the hopes of gaining some insider knowledge, they hadn't actually ordered him to spy on the school. That would be political suicide and tactically idiotic. Going directly against Nezu was asking for trouble. And if they had ordered it, Izuku thinks it may have caused him to openly rebel for the first time. He doesn't think he would have been able to do it. Not with how Aizawa-sensei treated him. Not with having made his first friend there. UA handles debriefs differently. He said, thoughtfully, then added, they handle a lot of things differently. Thankfully, his brother understood him perfectly, even when Izuku couldn't find the right words. They do. Kigo agreed, trilling consideringly. I think we made the right choice, sending you there. Me too. His brother hummed again, his feathers vibrating in patterns of secret hidden trust knew maybe. Izuku twitched his own wings in agreement. It had been he and Kigo, alone against the world, for so long that trusting others was difficult, to say the least. It may be too soon to know for sure, but perhaps it would take a leap of faith. Their debrief with their supervisor the following day went as well as Kigo could expect. Thankfully, the HPSC loved to be efficient with their precious time, so the brothers had been allowed to debrief together. It was strange though, and he knew Izuku felt the same, going from UA to the commission. The contrast of the two organizations was stark, especially regarding the information Kigo was willing to share. And why did UA contact you directly rather than go through the HPSC? Their supervisor asked when Hawks had given the explanation he and Izuku had agreed upon. They had decided to stick with the same story that Nedzu had given the press and leave out any mention of Izuku's emergency beacon. No doubt that would cause their supervisor to question what that beacon was, and the brothers had no intention of revealing that to them. Exchanging feathers had been something they'd done since Izuku was a toddler. It had begun as a coping method when Kigo would have to leave him for training and had evolved over the years as a way for the two brothers to remain in contact at all times. If the HPSC was aware of it, it would reveal more than they wanted to about their own abilities, not to mention it would simply be one more thing they could take away from them. The commission seemed to turn a blind eye towards their attachment to each other, but they hid the extent of that attachment whenever possible. Nedza determined that it was best to keep as few people aware of the attack as possible, so as not to risk the villains panicking and fleeing. I see. I suppose that is acceptable. And why did you not alert your handler as soon as you were aware of the situation? Due to the attack happening on UA grounds, it fell under the school's jurisdiction, and Nedzu ordered us not to disclose details of the case to any outside party. That seemed to placate her, since he was implying that he was going against Nedzu's orders by giving her the details now. Very well. Falco, you mentioned in your report that Eraserhead ordered you to involve yourself in the attack. Why was this not mentioned in Nedzu's statement to the press? Principal Nedzu did not want my involvement to be made public knowledge. I see no reason why not. You have your license. Yes, sir. She frowned slightly at Izuku's answer, and Kigo bit his tongue slightly to avoid grinning. It was Izuku's tried and true method of avoiding further questioning whenever he wasn't asked a direct question. Their handlers tended to accept it, since it was a response that they had drilled into them both, and it saved Izuku from giving anything away. It worked more often than not, and this time was no exception. Their supervisor must be assuming that Nedzu didn't give Izuku a thorough explanation, and if she wanted further information, she would need to go to the principal directly. Kigo figured she didn't want to do that, mainly because the commission avoided direct contact with Nedzu whenever possible. The brothers fondly referred to him as the commission's biggest pain in the butt for a reason after all. Fine. That concludes our debrief, but you will remain here for my next appointment. Eraserhead contacted me earlier this week to set up a meeting regarding Falco's schedule. He should be here now, and you two will both sit in on the meeting so that you are aware of any changes we decide on. Kigo stiffened slightly and felt Izuku do the same, though neither let anything show on their faces. This was apparently the play their supervisor decided to make, and there were several reasons she could have chosen to do this. Perhaps it was to verify that what they told them was the same as what UA knew, which it wasn't, or to see their reactions to Eraserhead, or his reactions to them. She may even be hoping to flaunt the HPSC's control over he and Izuku as a dig against UA, but Kigo wasn't sure how that would benefit her. Although, while the commission didn't make a habit of being petty, he could see them making an exception for Nedzu, and by extension, Eraserhead. And they hadn't told Nedzu or Eraserhead anything about their situation with the HPSC, though Kigo was sure Nedzu at least had to have some suspicions. If Eraserhead gave anything away, then their carefully laid plans regarding Izuku's time at UA may be for naught. Their supervisor's assistant knocked on the door, then opened it to allow Eraserhead entry. Izuku's teacher glanced at the two of them standing in front of the desk and nodded in greeting but didn't say anything to them. Have a seat, Eraserhead, she said, gesturing to one of the chairs in front of her desk, then motioned for the brothers to step to the side. You may call me Rin. Hawks and Falco wanted to be a part of our meeting. I hope you don't mind. That's fine. The man said as he sat down. We are discussing Midoriya after all. Their supervisor smiled tightly, then nodded. Now, what was it you wanted to clarify? Falco wasn't clear on the purpose of your request. Kigo forced himself to keep breathing regularly, knowing Izuku tried to match his breathing whenever he was overly stressed. This meeting was important, every word was important, and he had no way of communicating that to erase her head. The man had no idea what was riding on what he said in this exchange. Shota stared at the woman in front of him for a moment. She had been standing behind her desk when he came in but had sat down when he did. In contrast, the two winged brothers stood slightly to the side of where he was sitting. If Shota looked at either of them, the woman in front of him would no doubt see. Starting this meeting off with a lie, I see. He thought to himself as he formulated his answer. There was no way that Hawks and Midoriya hadn't given her some reason for why he would be contacting her. I was made aware that Midoriya is already interned at the Winged Heroes Agency and wanted to ensure that this wouldn't affect his time at UA. Falco has been interning there for years. I see no reason why he would need to make any adjustments. The fact that he's interning is fine. Most of our students hold internships throughout their time at UA, however all of them begin after making a debut at the sports festival. Midoriya mentioned he may begin patrolling soon, and I advised that he wait. Until after the festival? She asked him. Correct. I see no reason why he should wait. Unless you are suggesting that he would be unable to handle UA's workload on top of a patrol schedule. Shota hummed slightly as he pondered the best response. From what he and Nezu had discussed, and what he observed from Midoriya's, and to a lesser extent, Hawk's, behavior, he figured that admitting he was worried his student was being overworked, abused. His inner Oboro voice corrected. Call it what it is, would not be the correct answer. He decided to hedge a bit. I'm sure he'd be fine. Shota said with a shrug. He's currently at the top of my class. The woman seemed mildly pleased at that. However, we have very strict policies and schedules at UA that we expect our students to adhere to. Of course, but nothing against a student maintaining an internship or having a patrol schedule while they attend, as long as they are licensed. Which he is. Shota found himself wishing he could have brought Nezu with him. He wasn't sure what the rat was planning to do and had warned Shota not to overstep their delicate positioning, but he figured it wouldn't hurt to get a read on what exactly the HPSC were hoping to get out of sending Midoriya to UA. He had an inkling what the brothers were looking for, and from what Nezu dug up, they were assuming that the commission were hoping UA helped Falco do better than Hawks did once he went pro, but what did they think sending him to UA would get him that Hawks didn't? He needed to fish a bit. Alright, if that's what you think is best. You know his current schedule better than I do, Rin-san. The woman grinned smugly at him. Yes, I do. As an answer to both questions, he supposed. Sounds good. He said with a nod. Then I'll adjust the sports festival roster to exclude Midoriya. I also wanted to discuss Dash. I beg your pardon. She interrupted, her smile gone. What do you mean, exclude him? Shota frowned at her as though confused. From the festival. UA uses the sports festival to allow their students to debut and begin to make a name for themselves in order to secure internships and later work studies. Yes, I know. The woman said impatiently. Well, Shota continued, if Midoriya is planning to begin patrolling, then I see no reason for him to needlessly involve himself in the festival. It will give the opportunity to some other student to display their skill set. You have other students who have already secured internships and begun patrols participate. She countered. Not first years. He said blithely. The rest of the freshman students must use this opportunity to showcase their talent, as it's the only chance they get before offers go out. Midoriya can participate during his second year. Now then Dash. She cut him off again. On second thought, he saw her eye twitch slightly at her own hasty response. Falco's patrols can begin after the festival. We want him to be able to experience everything UA has to offer after all. So, I don't see why we should give him a different schedule than the other first years. She said with a smile that looked more like a grimace. Bingo. Shota thought smugly, though made sure that his face remained impassive. UA's students obtained the most publicity out of any other heroes in training, and while that publicity came with downsides, it also provided them with a huge leg up when they debuted as pros. He and Nezu were assuming this to be the primary reason the HPSC had chosen UA, or rather, why the brothers were able to convince them to choose it, but it was nice to have confirmation. All right. Shota agreed lazily, not allowing his tone to betray the fact that he recognized what the woman had given away. He was hoping that the fact he hadn't had many dealings with the HPSC, they didn't care about underground heroics much, meant that this woman didn't know much about him. He was good at playing an uncaring, lazy a-hole, and most people assumed that because he didn't participate in spotlight hero politics meant that he didn't understand politics at all. I also wanted to discuss Midoriya's training schedule. What about it? The woman asked, seemingly eager to move on from the previous discussion. I want a copy of the current training he is undergoing under the supervision of the HPSC. The woman blinked slightly at his blunt approach. A copy of his, she repeated softly, then asked, for what purpose? Shota raised an eyebrow, like it should be obvious. If she didn't have anything to hide, it would be obvious. For efficiency, of course. Of course. She agreed, though Shota could sense her uncertainty. So, I'll need to see his current regimen. I'll go over any changes I want made after reviewing it. I beg your pardon? She responded indignantly. Well, I have 18 other students, so it wouldn't make sense for me to change the training schedule he'll have at UA. He said reasonably. So, I'll inform you of any changes necessary for his extracurricular training so that he isn't wasting any time on redundant training. She looked thoughtful at that. He paused, as though realizing a blunder. Oh, of course, I'm sure you're very busy. Yes, I am, she said, seemingly automatically. Shota nodded. Then I'll inform Midoriya of the changes directly. No need for you to waste time with trivial details. Before the woman could respond to that, Shota's phone went off with the tone reserved for a message from Nezu, then several from Naomasa, followed by an urgent alert from the Hero Network, which was echoed on both Hawk's and Midoriya's phones and the woman's computer. Everyone in the room seemed to freeze, then they checked the alert simultaneously. An alert, all heroes. 2 villains escaped during prisoner transport to Tartarus. Highly dangerous. Last seen in transit near. Click to open full report. An alert, Eraserhead. Villains, suspects names unconfirmed, detained from yesterday's incident at UA, escaped during prisoner transport to Tartarus. Report to... Click here for full report. Naomasa, the 2 main ones got away. Right out of the prisoner van while under armed guard. Naomasa, neither one talked, but we got DNA samples from them that are being tested now. Naomasa, the others we questioned didn't seem to know anything. Just hired thugs. Naomasa, meet me at the station when you can to go over the details. Nezu, seems the villains you apprehended yesterday had more connections than were present at the USJ. It appears we'll have to cut this meeting short. The woman said, attention focused on her screen. Hawks, Falco, you're dismissed. Report to your handler for further instruction. Yes, sir. They both responded simultaneously. The woman then seemed to remember their audience, glancing at Shota, frowning. She pursed her lips in obvious dissatisfaction with how their meeting had gone but relented. I will have Falco's handler forward his current schedule to you, Eraserhead. He nodded, standing. Thank you, Rin-san. I'll see myself out. He followed the brothers out the door. The 3 days following their meeting at the HPSC had dragged by for Izuku. Aizawa-sensei's meeting with their supervisor had gone better than Izuku thought it would, but it was obvious that the commission was not happy with the outcome. Or maybe they weren't happy with how they had handled their involvement at the USJ. Or maybe they were annoyed about something completely unrelated to Kigo or Izuku and took it out on the easiest target. He hadn't been punished per se, but his training had been difficult, to say the least. He knew it could have been so much worse though. His teacher hadn't even mentioned the USJ and so hadn't given away the fact that Izuku and Kigo had told their supervisor quite a few lies regarding that incident. Aizawa-sensei had also somehow managed to get the commission to agree to let him make changes to Izuku's training. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing yet, but he figured it probably wouldn't be bad. Apart from the training, Izuku had also spent a significant amount of time working at the agency. The police had tried to keep the fact that the two villains that escaped had been the ones who were supposedly responsible for the USJ attack under wraps, but that hadn't even lasted a day. By Friday, it was all over the news. Kigo had been added to the roster of heroes on call for anything regarding this League of Villains, and as such, the brothers had had a significant amount of paperwork to go over the past few days. By the time UA reopened on Monday, Izuku wasn't sure what to expect. Thankfully, it appeared that Netsu's statement regarding how the press break-in had allowed the villains to gather information seemed to have worked, since there was no media blockade at the entrance gate any longer. His classmates were all talking about their long weekends and the news reports regarding the villains' escape. Izuku wasn't surprised when Aizawa-sensei addressed it as well. Due to the threat of the League of Villains and seeing as how the two main instigators were able to escape from police custody over the weekend, UA has made some decisions for the upcoming sports festival. Excited murmurs broke out around the classroom, which quieted as soon as Aizawa-sensei activated his quirk. First of all, we will be moving forward and holding the festival in 2 weeks as planned. He held up his hand once a few students began to respond to that. Second, we will be tripling the security measures. Third, we will not be using the students' names in the announcements. There was visible confusion amongst his classmates, but Izuku thought it made perfect sense. Why announce the students' civilian identities? Aizawa-sensei continued. Instead, you all will be choosing your hero names a little earlier than normal, and we will use those. The confusion quickly turned to excitement. Izuku breathed an inaudible sigh of relief. The commission had already ordered him to use Falco during the festival, so the fact that everyone else would be doing the same thing would draw less attention to himself. But I'm no good at that sort of thing, so I'm going to nap. I got someone else to take over from here. That's my cue, Midnight Sensei said as she threw open the classroom door. Midnight will have to approve whatever name you choose, and while this name may be temporary, take this seriously. Aizawa-sensei seemed to deem that enough input, and promptly zipped himself up in his sleeping bag. He's right. This will be the first impression you make as future heroes, Midnight Sensei said, cracking her whip for emphasis. If it sticks, you may not be able to change it once you go pro, so make sure to think about what kind of hero you want to be. I'll let you all think about it for the next 10 minutes, then we'll begin going over your ideas. Izuku wrote down his name as soon as the white bards were done being passed around, but he found his thoughts circling around Midnight Sensei's advice. What kind of hero did he want to be? It had never really been something he considered before. Being a hero was never something he had a choice in, it was simply what he had always known he would be. It was what he had been trained for his entire life. It was what caged he and Kigo to the HPSC. But what kind of hero was something he had control over? Sure, the commission demanded the winged heroes to be spotlight heroes, in the top 10, at the very least, personable and friendly, but he could still choose something. Couldn't he? Surely there was an aspect of being Falco that he would be able to have some say over. Wasn't there? Alright, is anyone ready to share? Midnight Sensei's voice cut through Izuku's contemplation, and he shook those thoughts away. He could figure it out later. Hearing his fellow heroes in training present their ideas for their names was fascinating for Izuku. Since he and Kigo had been assigned theirs, he loved seeing his classmates' personalities and ideals shine through in their choices. Speaking of King Explosion Murder, Izuku couldn't contain a small gasp. Unfortunately, the classroom had been dead silent, so everyone heard him and glanced his way. What birdie? Katsuki growled as everyone remained silent. Izuku knew his eyes were wide and he couldn't contain his grin as he responded, "That is the coolest name I have ever heard." Midnight Sensei coughed, then interjected before Katsuki could respond. "Well, I'm afraid that name is a bit too violent. Try to think of something more family-friendly. Midoriya, why don't you present next?" "Yes, Sensei." He exchanged places with Katsuki, then held up his board. "The winged hero, Falco. Very nice. That goes well with your brothers. Alright, who do we have left? What about you, Ida?" "Right. Ida said, though he remained seated. Well, actually, Sensei, I am having some trouble deciding. I know I will be an engine hero, but I do not know what name would work well. Like Midoriya, I would also like it to work well with my brothers. Midnight said, considering. Well, you could use your family legacy name of Idaten for now. You can also ask Tensei if he has any suggestions. Of course. That sounds reasonable to me. Thank you, Sensei. No problem, kid. Alright, Bakugo, you're up again. When Katsuki's equally cool suggestion of Lord Explosion Murder was also denied, Midnight Sensei suggested he think about it for a few more days and get back to them before the festival. If you aren't able to think of anything, we'll call you Explosion during the event. She added cheerfully. Alright, I think that's everyone. You all did wonderfully. As homeroom ended, his classmates began to gather at the doorway, but for some reason didn't actually walk out into the hallway. Out of my way, extras! Katsuki yelled as he pushed his way to the front. Izuku took the opening and followed in his wake. Once they reached the doorway, the reason for Class 1 as blockade became apparent. Students that Izuku had never seen before were gathered right outside their classroom, blocking the way into the hallway. So, this is what the famous Class 1A is like, huh? A vaguely familiar voice drawled from in front of Katsuki. Izuku peered around his friend's shoulder to get a better look. Seems to me like Dash. Oh, hi Shinso. Izuku said, waving cheerfully. How are you? Fine. Hello. The purple-haired boy said, blinking as he frowned slightly at Izuku. What are you doing here? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Well, Shinso said haltingly, looking away from Izuku. Then he straightened slightly and continued. After the sports festival, there's a chance for general education students to get transferred to the hero course. So, he trailed off as he glanced back towards he and Katsuki, but Izuku figured he knew what he was going to say. There is? That's so great. Izuku beamed at him over Katsuki's shoulder. Let me know if you need any pointers on your training. Shinso blinked at him a few times, then nodded slowly. Maybe. Hey, I remember you. A loud voice called from their left. A group of students that Izuku thought were from Class 1B were joining the blockade of students in front of them. From the recommendation exam. Hey man. A very tall boy with short hair was waving frantically at Izuku, as if he would have trouble seeing him, standing a head and shoulders above everyone else. Hi. Yurashi, right? Quirk. That's me. He said cheerfully, reaching out and punching Izuku's shoulder. I've been hoping to catch you, man. I was psyched when I heard you got in too. Not that there was any doubt. He added with a boisterous laugh. He sobered somewhat, then continued, I heard about the attack. You must have been scared. The F dash. You calling him weak, a-hole? Katsuki yelled, shoving Yurashi hard enough to make him take a step back. Yeah man. Midoriya is super manly. Kirishima added, coming up to stand next to Izuku. The tension seemed to be mounting, so Izuku did what he always did when he was confused but didn't want to show it. He laughed and smiled brightly. Thanks guys. But Yurashi was just making sure none of us were hurt. Right. Yurashi was staring at him, looking slightly shocked and blinking rapidly, but he grinned in response. Yeah, totally. So, you're all good? Yes, we're all fine. He grinned, throwing his arms around Katsuki's neck and wrapping a wing around Kirishima. We're just a little protective of each other right now, as you can see. Get off me, birdie. Katsuki yelled but didn't actually attempt to dislodge him. Kirishima was grinning widely from his spot under Izuku's feathers. Yurashi glanced between the three of them, then laughed again. Yeah, I see that. I get it, man. If it had been Class 1B that got attacked, I probably wouldn't let any of them out of my sight. For some reason, that seemed to cause the rest of the students blocking the hallway to look down and avoid eye contact with the members of 1A. Alright, move along. Aizawa-sensei said, coming to stand behind Izuku. You all have classes to get to. The hallway cleared quickly after that, and Izuku waved cheerfully at Shinso and Yurashi as he and the rest of his class made their way to their next lesson. He wasn't sure what everyone had been doing outside of their classroom but figured someone would tell him if it was important. He couldn't let himself get distracted. He had 2 weeks to finish preparing for the sports festival, and he had to make them count. Class 1A was uncharacteristically quiet in their preparation room as the roar from the crowded stadium grew louder the closer it came to the opening ceremony. A few murmured conversations were exchanged amongst his classmates as Izuku and Yaoyorozu reviewed the schedule Aizawa-sensei had given them. I think the biggest hurdle will be ensuring everyone returns quickly after lunch and doesn't linger at the festival's stalls. Yaoyorozu commented thoughtfully. Izuku nodded in agreement, making a note in the margin of the schedule. We added everyone to the class chat thread, right? Izuku asked her. Yaoyorozu opened the app on her phone and counted to ensure there were 19 members, then nodded in confirmation. Great. Then I'll send out a reminder at the halfway mark for everyone to make their way to our seating area. If you're willing, can you meet me there early? Of course, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu agreed, smiling. I'd be pleased to assist you. Thanks. Then, with both of us there, we can ensure that everyone who's participating in the finals makes it back from lunch. If there's anyone missing, we can send out someone who isn't participating to track them down. Sounds like a plan, she said as the alarm Izuku had set on his phone went off. That's our 10-minute warning. Izuku folded the schedule and placed it in his locker with his phone, then turned towards the rest of one. All right, everyone. He called out, gathering his classmates' attention. We're entering the arena soon, so make sure you're prepared. Remember, you're only allowed approved support equipment, so leave everything else in your locker. He smiled brightly, then added, and good luck out there. Let's all do our best. There were a few nervous cheers as Izuku made his way over to where Katsuki was standing from the table where their usual lunch group was seated. You ready, Kaken? He asked teasingly. His friend smirked as he pushed away from the table, then scoffed. I was born ready. You ready to get your butt handed to you, Feathers? Izuku laughed, nudging Katsuki's shoulder. Yeah, I'll believe it when it actually happens. But I was referring to your opening speech. He tilted his head in mock concern. You did prepare a speech, right? Katsuki rolled his eyes. Nah, nerd. I'm gonna wing it. Bro, that's a terrible idea. Kirishima cut in with a laugh. And speaking of terrible ideas, the redhead turned toward Izuku and placed his hands together in a pleading motion. Midobro, maybe he'll listen to you. Explain to him why it makes no sense for his first debut as a hero to be under the name Explosion. There were a few giggles from the others at the table. Shut the F up, shitty hair. Katsuki retorted. At least I'm not using my name. He added with a roll of his eyes as he looked over Izuku's shoulder. Izuku turned to follow his gaze and saw Todoroki coming near them. Their aloof classmate gave Katsuki a deadpan stare, then shrugged. It's not as though my name isn't public knowledge already. I don't see any point in attempting to remain anonymous. Yeah, I guess that's true. Kirishima agreed thoughtfully. Though, that's still no excuse for you, bro. Midoriya. Todoroki's quiet call cut through whatever remark Katsuki no doubt had to that. Todoroki. Izuku greeted him with a smile. Did you need something? The boy in question glanced at the rest of the group, then refocused on Izuku. You managed to come in first place in both the recommendation exam and the assessment test, but in regard to power level, I think it's safe to say that I'm stronger than you. Izuku frowned, and he heard Katsuki scoff from behind him. He nodded thoughtfully but countered, maybe. But there's more to being a good hero than how powerful you are. Todoroki narrowed his eyes, but otherwise his facial expression remained stoic. Regardless, know that I will beat you this time. Izuku shrugged. Alright, but I'm not the only one you have to beat in order to win, and everyone will be giving their all out there. He stared unblinkingly at his fellow legacy. Will you? Todoroki took a small step back and his eyes widened. However, any response he had was cut off by Present Mix's announcement that the sports festival was about to begin. Izuku broke eye contact with Todoroki and smiled at the rest of his classmates, who had been watching their exchange warily. That's our cue. Let's head out. Kigo cheered loudly from his spot in the stands as Mike introduced Izuku's class. Rumi was jumping up and down next to him, waving the giant green foam finger she had bought at one of the stands on her way in and screaming incomprehensibly. Once Mike had finished announcing each of the classes, the students gathered in front of the platform where Midnight stood. Kigo couldn't help but laugh when Mini-Rumi was called up to give the student pledge and he saw his best friend look at him questioningly out of the corner of his eye. He grinned at her conspiratorially but didn't explain his reaction. She would understand soon, he was sure. "I just want to say," the blonde drawled out from where he stood at the mic, hands in his pockets, "I'm gonna win." Mini-Rumi smiled sharply at the sounds of displeasure his fellow students made. "But," he continued, "you extras had better make me work for it." He didn't wait for the response to that statement before turning and sauntering back off the stage. Kigo saw Izuku laughing as he punched his friend's shoulder. The blonde grinned at him and shrugged in response to whatever his little brother said, ignoring the sneers and comments from the students in the other classes. "I like him," Rumi said, grinning sharply. Kigo laughed again, then replied, "Yeah, I had a feeling you would." Midnight quickly moved on, pulling up the screen showcasing a spinning wheel that eventually stopped on Yue's choice for the first event. "Ta-da!" The R-rated hero cheered. Kigo stared at the screen in shock. Surely not? Hadn't Yue learned anything from the recommendation exam? He was broken out of his reverie by Rumi's maniacal cackle and Midnight's continued commentary announcing, "An obstacle course. What the hell?" Kigo whispered as Rumi continued to chortle. "F yeah," she shouted as the students began to take their places in the starting tunnel. She leaned down over the barrier, pointing her foam finger, and added, "Kick their buttes, baby bird." His little brother glanced up at them and waved. He was smiling, but Kigo could see the same confused excitement that he felt reflected on his brother's face. The starting gun went off. Maybe Yue had added some sort of obstacle that would prevent Izuku from flying? Or at least something that would slow him down. They hadn't. By the time the other frontrunners made it out of the tunnel and encountered the giant robots, Izuku was already flying over the canyon. Present Mike was still expounding on Todoroki's opening gambit of freezing his competitors and blasting past the Robo Inferno when Eraserhead cut in. And Falco has just made it to the final leg. "What?" Mike asked, startled. The cameras switched their focus from Todoroki to Izuku, who flew over a seemingly empty field and into the tunnel marking the course's end. Before Mike could begin to comment, Izuku broke through the finish line. The voice hero recovered as quickly as he could, announcing, "And that's the winged hero, Falco from Class 1A, placing first. Looks like it's a fight for second place from here on out, listeners." The crowd was screaming as Izuku turned in a circle, waving both arms above his head. When he faced Kigo and Rumi, he glanced up towards the screens to see that Mini-Rumi and Todoroki were neck and neck as they approached the final obstacle. His colorful wings caught the light as he took off and flew up towards where they were seated. Kigo grinned and stood up to lean over the railing as his brother threw his arms around his neck, squeezing tightly. "Proud of you, Chicklet," Kigo whispered as he let his own wings spread out as well to add to the spectacle. Izuku was smiling brightly as they released each other. Rumi reached over to ruffle Izuku's windswept hair, then gave him a fist bump before he flew back down towards the finish line as Todoroki finished in second place. Mini-Rumi followed a split second behind him, and the same Wind Quirk kid from the recommendation exam came in a close fourth. Mix announcements of the other competitors' placements were nearly drowned out by the cheers of the crowd that had only grown louder as the screens replayed the brothers' hug. Everyone here and watching at home was hoping for a show, and the brothers were happy to provide. After all, the public loved hero legacy families. F-, Rumi whispered to him, "You two have weaponized your adorableness. The rest of us don't stand a chance." Kigo grinned. Izuku had a moment to wonder if having the 10 million headband would make it difficult to find teammates, but before that thought even fully registered, a large figure cut into his line of sight and bounded up to him. "Man, that was awesome," Yorashi said, clapping Izuku on the shoulder. It was like the rec exam all over again. "Hey, you want to team up for this next part?" "Oh," Izuku said, startled. "Yeah, that would be great. We also need dash. Me. You need me 10 million. My babies will bring us to victory. Your dash? Izuku began to ask, but was cut off as a familiar shadow draped himself over his shoulder. Bird. Dark shadow, wait. Tokoyami called from where he was hurrying to catch up to his companion. Hi, Dark Shadow. Hi, Toko. Sorry, Tsukuyami. Izuku said cheerily. And I'm sorry, who are you? He asked the pink-haired girl clinging to his arm. I'm Hatsum May of Hatsum Industries. Support Course Class 1H. Nice to meet you. But we aren't supposed to use our actual names. Do you have an alias? The girl laughed, or rather, cackled as she shook Izuku's arm up and down. Nope. I want my name to be spread far and wide. No point in trying to hide it. Power Loader said it was optional for any of the classes other than the hero course anyway. Oh, I didn't know that. What about you? Izuku asked, turning back towards Yurashi. Gale Force. The tall boy said, flexing an arm and grinning widely. That's an awesome name. Izuku glanced back at Tokoyami as he absent-mindedly patted Dark Shadow's head. Did you want to join our team as well, Tsukuyami? His fellow avian Quirk classmate looked slightly embarrassed, but he nodded. If that works with the strategy you undoubtedly have prepared, Falco. Izuku laughed lightly. Right, a strategy. He took a moment to consider tracking down different teammates who would be more conducive to his usual strategy of getting into the air as fast as possible and staying there, but dismissed that thought. The sports festival was supposed to showcase UA students' different skills and abilities. He had already displayed his speed, and undoubtedly the final event would be the one-on-one fights that the festival was known for, which would allow him to exhibit his fighting prowess. The second event almost always required some form of teamwork, and this was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate that he could work well with whatever other heroes were available. All right, he said, leading his new teammates to a less populated area of the field so that they wouldn't be overheard. We only have a few minutes to prepare, so let's go over everyone's strengths and weaknesses. Hatsum dash. Call me May. The girl interjected, still grinning wildly. Izuku smiled back. Right, May, let's start with you. What have you got? Shota shouldn't be surprised. He should have realized by now that this problem child would just always defy his expectations. Hizashi was bouncing in the seat next to him as he announced the different teams forming around the frontrunners of the first event. And it looks like we have our first fully formed team. Joining the winner of the first event, Falco from Class 1A, we have Gale Force from Class 1B, Tsukuyami from Class 1A, and Mei Hatsum from Class 1H. What a diverse bunch. Did Falco just join the first 3 people who approached him? What do you make of it, Eraserhead? Shota grunted into his mic. He saw Hizashi stifle a giggle. Yeah, exactly. They'll have their work cut out for them as they attempt to hold onto that 10 million headband. Shota smiled at his husband's antics as he studied Midoriya's teammates. From what he could tell, the kid really did just accept the first students who wanted to join his team, which had led to Shota's realization that he couldn't begin to anticipate this particular student's actions. He would have thought Uraraka would be Midoriya's first choice, since her quirk would allow him to carry weightless teammates. Or even those who he was forming friendships with, such as Bakugo or Yaoyorozu. Instead, he had accepted 2 students from different classes and Tokoyami, all of whom had rather useless quirks if Midoriya wanted to play to his strengths of speed and flying. Maybe that's the point. Shota blinked as the thought came to him, then shook his head fondly. This kid. Hizashi gave him a questioning look as he continued to comment, so Shota wrote down a few comments on the page they kept on the table between them to make note of their observations. Midoriya displaying different skills than round 1, teamwork maybe? Strategy? Defense over offense? His husband raised an eyebrow but nodded thoughtfully. He would comment on it if it became relevant down the line, and the 2 of them could continue their shtick where Shota provided only the most minor of commentary. With only a few minutes left to prepare, it looks like all of the teams have been formed. Starting in second place, we have Team Real Steel, with Mudman, Welder, and Vine from Class 1B. They currently hold a headband worth 685 points. Team Explosion will start in third place at 655 points and includes Hisashi continued listing the members of each team as the different screens around the stadium displayed the current point totals the teams were starting with. Bakugo's team wailed dramatically at the screen's cheerful display of Team Explosion, while several other classmates, including Midoriya, laughed. Shota allowed himself a small smile. The countdown for the students' preparation time was reaching its end and would soon be replaced by the event's 30-minute timer. Shota roved his eyes over the different teams as the riders got into position, mentally marking the teams with students from his own class to keep track of so that he could go over their performances with them later. He frowned in confusion when he saw that Ojiro and Aoyama had chosen to team up with the only general education student to have made it past the first round. That seemed like an odd choice, but he always found himself rooting for Gen Ed kids who got this far, so he hoped it worked out for them. Here we go. Hisashi counted down the final few seconds before kicking off the start of the event. The first few minutes of the cavalry battle were absolute chaos. It was moments like these that Shota was impressed by Hisashi's ability to keep a running commentary amidst the mayhem. As expected, everyone is after the headband that guarantees a first-place win, but Team Falco manages a spectacular dodge. With what looks to be some impressive coordination, Gale Force and Falco are able to get their team airborne with help from what looks to be some sort of jetpack. Boots too, Shota added. They're hovering. Hisashi laughed lightly, though agreed with Shota's input, before continuing, while they managed to avoid the other teams. Opening gambits, it looks like Falco may have lost some of his feathers in that initial scramble, and the other teams are struggling now to organize in the aftermath of some of their biggest attacks, though it doesn't look like anyone has lost their points yet. Shota continued to observe as the minutes ticked by, interjecting occasionally when it looked like Hisashi needed to take a breath. For a seemingly slapdash team, Midoriya had managed to put together an impressive strategy. He kept a majority of his feathers detached, relying on Urashi's wind and Hatsume's inventions to take their team airborne if they needed it. Instead, he used his feathers in combination with Dark Shadow to handle their long-ranged attacks and trusted Urashi's wind as their main close-range defense. And we're approaching the halfway point, folks. Somehow, every team has managed to hold on to their headband, though it looks like some of them may be turning their attention away from the elusive Team Falco. In fact, it looks like a couple of Class 1B teams may be switching focus to the other Class 1A frontrunners. As though they were waiting for the call-out, Monoma's team clashed explosively with Bakugo's, the copy Quirk doubling the number of explosions and Shota's already boisterous student being goaded into what Shota could guess were some creative expletives. Thankfully, there weren't any mics down on the field, otherwise their sound crew would have their work cut out for them editing out all of that swearing for the television's live broadcast. And that's Team Phantom Thief, living up to their name as they snag the first headband steal from Team Explosion. That puts them in second place with 960 points. Hisashi exclaimed excitedly. It looks like Team Real Steel is making their move as well, approaching Team Shoto, who counter with another ice attack and oh, what's this? Shota blinked rapidly as the arena's field was suddenly obstructed from view. The air was a frosty white and had been whipped up into a seemingly spontaneous localized snowstorm. The stadium screens flitted from camera to camera in an attempt to get a visual, but then the icy fog disappeared as quickly as it had risen up, being blown away in a large gust of wind from Urashi. Most of the teams seemed to be in a state of shock as they regained their bearings, and the entire stadium seemed to hold their breath as the screen updated the score count. Team Falco, 10,001,380. Team Phantom Thief, 1,345. Team Real Steel, 1,290. Team Oversight, 290. Even Hisashi had to take a moment to process as all eyes turned towards the first-place team. Midoriya's wings were back to their usual size, feathers firmly in place, and 6 headbands tied around his forehead and neck. The 10 million point band was out of sight, covered by their new acquisitions. Wow! Hisashi cheered hesitantly. That's for Teams Phantom Thief and Real Steel seemed to have been able to grab some points in the confusion. And, well, Team Falco is still in first place. Now by an even wider margin. Not sure why they felt the need to grab so many though. Seems a bit overkill, don't you think, Eraserhead? But Shota was grinning, which he had been reliably informed looked manic and terrifying, and countered, well, with the first-place team having half the headbands, that means that any other team that manages to hold onto 2 headbands will be guaranteed a spot in the top 4. Hisashi blinked in shock, but recovered quickly, catching on to Midoriya's strategy. Oh, of course. That sure makes the 10 million pointer much less valuable. Any combination of headbands would currently be a winning combination if Team Falco manages to hold onto all 6 headbands. It took a moment for their observation to sink in, but once it did, the tension on the field seemed to ratchet up as the 4 teams with points were suddenly scrutinized very carefully. We've only got 13 minutes left on the clock, folks. Hisashi announced, grinning wildly. Let's see how these heroes in training handle such a curveball. Looks like Team Explosion is already on the move, heading towards Team Phantom Thief. Shota was unsurprised that Bakugo's team was the first to retaliate, and equally unsurprised that they were going for Monoma. He wasn't sure what Vlad's student had been hoping to gain by provoking the explosive blonde, but it seemed likely to backfire on them. Bakugo was relentless in his pursuit. Hey, that's Team Explosion back on the board. They managed to grab their original 655 points, but were quickly rebuffed by Solid Air, leaving Team Phantom Thief with 2 headbands totaling 690 points. Hisashi announced as the cameras switched back to Todoroki's team. And Team Shoto seems to be wearing down Team Real Steel in an attempt to grab the 2 high-point headbands in their possession. Wearing down was an accurate description as Todoroki continually froze Shiozaki's vines and Hananuki tried to soften the seemingly unending ice glaciers sent their way. The other teams were still trying their luck with Team Falco, to no avail. The first-place team was managing to evade even more easily now that Midoriya's feathers weren't spread across the field. Even with the flashy exploits of the other teams, Shota kept finding his attention drawn by team oversight. They were somehow managing to hold onto their 290-point headband, despite the attention they garnered. Whenever a team came close enough to pose a threat, they seemed to just walk away. Shota mentally flipped through the student files he had reviewed before the festival began. Shinso Hitoshi. Brainwashing Quirk. Interesting. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Hisashi's exclamation brought Shota's attention back to the struggle between Tetsu and Todoroki. The discharge from Charge Bolt seems to have stunned Team Real Steel, and they've lost both of their headbands. But what's this? Seems like Team Shoto only managed to get back their original headband worth 605 points. Team Falco has swooped in to snag the other, bringing their total up to 7 and leaving only 5 other headbands in play. But it doesn't look like the other teams are willing to let them coast to victory. With only a few minutes left on the clock, it appears like both Team Explosion and Team Shoto have fixed their attention back on Team Falco. Shota shook his head fondly. He wasn't surprised that Midoriya and Bakugo seemed to have developed a friendly rivalry, but he worried that Todoroki's rivalry with Midoriya stemmed from before the school year began and was rooted more in resentment than friendly competition. He found himself remembering the way that Endeavor had fumed during the recommendation exam and how Hawks had carefully redirected his ire. Perhaps the number 2 hero held more resentment toward Hawks than the winged hero had realized. Could Todoroki be emulating his father? Either way, despite both teams already being in a position to move on to the next round, Bakugo and Todoroki seemed determined to get points from Midoriya's team, rather than Monoma's or even Shinso's. It appeared that Team Shoto's final gambit would be relying on Ida and perhaps Yaoyorozu, since it seemed like Todoroki had already overused his ice and Kaminari was still recovering from the amount of discharge he had released against Tetsu. Meanwhile, if Shota had to guess, he would think that Bakugo was planning to go after Midoriya himself, since his quirk had the best bet in countering fierce wings. This is it, listeners. We're closing in on the final minute of the cavalry battle event. Will Team Falco hold their uncontested first place? Or will, and they're off. Team Explosion are making their way across the field towards Team Falco, but it looks like, whoa. Shota blinked as he took in the sudden new positioning of the teams. That was quite the move from Ida 10. But it seems that no one, not even an engine hero, can beat a winged hero when it comes to speed. To avoid that super move, Falco has taken to the air on his own for the first time since the event began. Is that allowed? As long as the rider doesn't touch the ground. Shota explained dryly. Hisashi laughed. Well, I doubt that will be a problem for Falco. Look at that. Seems like Explosion is following him. Shota raised an eyebrow at the sight of the two boys maneuvering in the air, expertly avoiding each other's attacks. He supposed he now knew what the two of them did during their sparring practices. Movement on the other end of the field caused him to glance back towards Shinso's team, watching as Monoma approached the general education student in an effort to secure the lone headband around the boy's head. Shinso seemed to ask Monoma a question, to which Vlad's student replied with something seemingly mocking. Then, he handed over his two headbands to the purple-haired boy and walked away. That was handy. Explosion closes in on Falco in a brilliant display. Will he manage to secure a victory? 10, 9. Hisashi began the countdown. The stadium echoed with the sound of the crowd joining in to count down the final few seconds. 1, 0. Hisashi yelled into the mic as the crowd exploded with cheers. Wow. What a climatic finish. Explosion managed to get his hands on one of Falco's headbands, but was it? He trailed off as the scoreboard updated with the final point count. First, Team Falco, 10,001,380. Second, Team Explosion, 1,340. Third, Team Oversight, 980. Fourth, Team Shoto, 605. And in first place, having managed to hold on to the 10 million points they started with, Team Falco. Shota resisted the urge to activate Erasure as the roar from the stadium grew to deafening volumes. F-. Katsuki screamed as the final scores were displayed, then exploded the 685-point headband he had managed to grab off of Izuku. Thing shitty bird-brained sheet fucker dash, he ranted, kicking the ground and letting off small explosions as his teammates watched him in consternation. Izuku laughed at his friend's antics as he landed near the rest of his team. You all did so great. He cheered as Yorashi picked him up and swung him around while Mei jumped up and down in victory. We won. You did it, 10 million. Mei screamed, jumping onto Yorashi's back and throwing her arms around his neck, causing the boy to choke as she hung there, though he managed not to drop Izuku. Indeed. A marvelous effort to secure our victory. Tokoyami added calmly with dark shadow practically vibrating as he darted around his shoulders. Izuku's smile dimmed as the final few minutes of the event registered. He hadn't been able to win with his team. Instead, he'd had to leave them behind in order to evade Ida's Reciprio burst. At the time, he hadn't even registered what he was doing, simply moving instinctually when he sensed his classmates' approach. He fought to contain his disappointment and opened his mouth to apologize to his teammates, but was cut off. Feathers. Katsuki called, stomping over to their team. Careful, Explosion. Izuku teased, his grin brightening again at the sight of his friend. He giggled as Yorashi set him back down on the ground, only for Katsuki to immediately put him in a headlock. You won't get your chance to fight me if you get disqualified. Forget the next event, I'll kick your butt right now. Izuku continued to laugh as he waved to his teammates as they dispersed to either visit the stalls or join the recreational games. Thankfully, they didn't seem too upset over his mistake. Katsuki released him with a shove, then ruffled Izuku's already windswept hair. Fucker. He grumbled. Wanna go eat? Yeah. Izuku agreed. He was starving. Midoriya, Todoroki called quietly from behind Katsuki, we need to talk. He walked away before either of them could respond, which caused Katsuki to roll his eyes and scoff. Tenji, forget about him. Let's just go get lunch. You can go ahead, I'll catch up with you in a bit. Izuku replied as he watched Todoroki make his way off the field. Katsuki followed his gaze, then narrowed his eyes at Izuku. You don't owe him anything, bird brain. Izuku startled somewhat, then smiled sadly before reassuring his friend. I know. But, he trailed off, unsure of how to put this feeling he had into words. Thankfully, it seemed like he didn't have to. Whatever, Feathers. Katsuki said, nudging his shoulder lightly. I'll grab some food for you and meet you in our seating area. Thanks, Katsuki. Izuku said quietly, smiling fondly at his friend, before hurrying in the direction he saw Todoroki go. He caught up to the boy in the empty tunnel leading back towards the preparation rooms. The two of them made their way further in before Todoroki stopped and turned back towards Izuku. Before he could say anything, Izuku interjected with the thought that had been plaguing him since the obstacle course. "Will you be punished?" he asked Todoroki quietly. "For your placements in the first two events?" His classmate blinked, then frowned in apparent confusion. "What?" Izuku frowned in return. He had been so sure. "Never mind. What did you want to talk about?" Todoroki stared at him for a moment, then seemed to come to some sort of conclusion. "I wanted to give you an explanation for my earlier declaration." Izuku nodded to indicate he knew what Todoroki was referring to. "My father," Todoroki trailed off, seeming to gather his thoughts, then continued. "You have consistently beaten me in every test of skill they have had us participate in so far. It is apparent that you are an opponent I must overcome if I am to reach my goal." He frowned as he glanced back towards the entrance of the tunnel. "I'm supposed to win, but he wants me to win using my left side. I want to prove that I don't need his power." "What do you mean?" Todoroki turned back towards Izuku, his expression closed off. "Have you ever heard of Quirk marriages?" Izuku forced himself not to flinch. Of course he had. The commission loved Quirk marriages. Although they had yet to explicitly mention anything to him, he had heard their thinly veiled comments. He knew they spoke of it more with Kigo, but there were some things the HPSC demanded of his brother that Kigo refused to talk about, even to Izuku, perhaps, especially to Izuku. Thankfully, Hawk's playboy persona was too valuable for them to force the issue at the moment, but it was something constantly hanging over their heads. An inevitable countdown that may someday push them to play their hands sooner rather than later. He forcibly banished those thoughts from his mind and refocused on his current conversation. His silence seemed to prompt Todoroki to explain, and the story that followed. So much of it echoed his own upbringing, the overwhelming pressure to succeed, the unending training, the feeling of being owned and the desire to be able to control something, anything about his own life. But where Izuku found solace and support in Kigo, Todoroki only had himself. "What about your siblings?" Izuku asked quietly, knowing that Endeavor had multiple children, but Todoroki shook his head. "I am not allowed to interact with them much. And I don't think," he swallowed, glancing to the side. "I don't think they would want anything to do with me." Izuku tilted his head in confusion, unable to comprehend siblings not supporting each other through a situation like Todoroki's. "I had another brother. Tuya." Todoroki explained, haltingly, in stark contrast to how he had delivered his story thus far. He had a strong fire quirk. Stronger than Endeavor's. His body couldn't handle it, but he was trained relentlessly despite that. Once my quirk came in, Endeavor didn't train him as much, but he would still try to protect me. He shook his head, forcibly gathering himself. Eventually, that got him killed. I don't fault Natsuo or Fuyumi for blaming me. Izuku's heart ached. The thought of losing Kigo was unbearable. What about the authorities? If Endeavor's treatment resulted in the death of your brother? Todoroki shook his head again. They won't do anything. Tia told me he tried to tell people a couple of times, police, other heroes. But no one believed him. Endeavor is the number 2 hero after all. It's the Hero Public Safety Commission after all. The comparison flashed through Izuku's mind before he could stop it. Here, in Todoroki's own life, were his and Kigo's worst fears. That they could risk it all, the years of careful obedience and meticulous planning, only to have their cry for help be thrown back in their face. Who would believe them? "I believe you," Izuku found himself saying without consciously deciding to do so. Todoroki jerked, his eyes refocused on Izuku. "I understand. More than you know." Izuku didn't let that thought pass his lips despite, for the first time, truly wanting to tell someone everything. "I just want to make sure you know that I believe you." Izuku took a deep breath. "And I won't tell anyone, not if you don't want me to." "But," Todoroki narrowed his eyes at that, but Izuku forged on. "But my brother may be able to help, at least a little. He can try to run interference with your father if nothing else." Todoroki scoffed, his lips turned down in displeasure. Pucks. The known Endeavor fan. Izuku raised his eyebrow. Yes. The known Endeavor fan. Which means no one would suspect him of having ulterior motives. Todoroki shrugged. It's not like he'll believe you. He'll just tell you that I was lying in an attempt to get attention and garner sympathy. Izuku tilted his head slightly. That reasoning sounded rehearsed. Like something Todoroki told himself frequently. Or was told by someone else. Do you not want me to tell him then? Izuku asked. Todoroki avoided his gaze. I don't care. Izuku raised an eyebrow. He found that hard to believe. I'm not going to do anything you don't want me to. It doesn't matter, Todoroki muttered. He hesitated, then added, nothing can get back to my father. Izuku nodded. All right, I'll be careful. He took a deep breath, then circled the conversation back to what Todoroki had said originally. Like I said, I believe you, I do. But I don't think I understand. Do you even want to be a hero? Todoroki shrugged again. It doesn't matter what I want. I will become a hero. I will become the best hero. And I'll do it without using his flames. He concluded resolutely. But, is that the kind of hero you want to be? Izuku asked him softly. Todoroki raised an eyebrow in question. I mean, Izuku floundered somewhat. I've been thinking about it a lot recently. I don't have a choice. Izuku cut himself off, then continued. I'm going to be a hero no matter what, but I think I can choose what kind of hero to be, and I think that's what you've realized too. He asked quietly. Todoroki continued to stare blankly at him, so Izuku redirected. The costume you requested. You want to be known as the opposite of Endeavor, right? Right? Todoroki agreed cautiously. Right. Izuku nodded, formulating his thoughts into words. But, if you become a hero using only your ice, if you make it to the top out of spite alone, wouldn't you have allowed yourself to be molded by your father after all? Todoroki reared back as if Izuku had slapped him. I understand the desire to be in control and wanting to forge your own path to heroism, but I don't think handicapping yourself is the way to do that. Izuku continued, gaining momentum. That's still determining your worth in regards to him, even if it's the lack of him. Todoroki's eyes were wide as he stared at Izuku. The sound of Present Mic's voice drifting from the tunnel entrance, announcing the start of another recreational game, broke the tension and startled them both. Todoroki schooled his expression quickly, breaking eye contact. I'm sorry for taking so much of your time. Todoroki said, already turning away. I must go prepare for the final event. Todoroki dash. Thank you. He cut in before Izuku could continue. For listening. For believing me, went unsaid, though Izuku heard it nonetheless. You're welcome. Izuku responded quietly, watching Todoroki walk back out of the tunnel. Izuku had barely managed to make it back to the preparation room lockers to retrieve his phone before the announcement marking the halfway point of the festival's lunch break. He quickly sent off a reminder to the class chat for everyone to begin making their way back, then headed up to their class seating area, struggling to maintain his smile as his talk with Todoroki continued to occupy his thoughts. As he had promised, Katsuki was there already. Evidently, he had taken note of the amount of food Izuku tended to consume, because there was enough waiting for him to feed the average teenage boy thrice over. Izuku found that the tension that had built up within him dissipated somewhat at the sight of his friend. There you are, Birdbrain. What took so long? Katsuki grumbled, shoving one of the bento boxes into Izuku's arms as soon as he sat down. Matches start in 20 minutes, so you'd better dash. The blonde froze as soon as he looked up from his own lunch. He narrowed his eyes at whatever expression was on Izuku's face. What's wrong? What did that half-and-half BT say to you? Izuku did his best to reassure his friend, smiling widely and breaking apart his chopsticks. I'm okay. Nothing to worry about. Thank you for getting my lunch. Don't. Katsuki responded, glaring harshly. Don't do that fake sheet with me. Izuku held his smile as he tilted his head in question. Fake? His friend scoffed, rolling his eyes. Your wings go still when you're focusing too much on your facial expression. And your fake smiles don't reach your eyes. Izuku blinked as his smile dropped and he felt his wings flutter in surprise. Katsuki grinned smugly. That's better. He sobered quickly, nudging Izuku's shoulder. Spit it out. No sheet this time. I already promised not to snitch. The reminder startled Izuku. It wasn't that he had forgotten, it just felt as though he had known Katsuki for forever, so of course his friend believed him. But that wasn't true, was it? They had only met a few weeks ago, and yet Katsuki had believed him after only knowing him for a few days. Maybe Todoroki's brother had tried to tell the wrong people, or simply gotten unlucky with who he tried to tell. If that was the case, then perhaps they couldn't afford to simply take a leap of faith and tell just anyone. Izuku and Kigo just needed to be careful until they knew for sure. He grinned at Katsuki, extending one of his wings to drape lightly across the blonde's shoulders. Thanks, Kaken. But I'm better now. My head just got a little stuck. His friend scrutinized him carefully, then rolled his eyes and continued to eat, ignoring the feathers brushing up against his face. Whatever, feathers. Izuku copied him, inhaling his food as fast as possible. He pulled out his phone when the tone reserved for Kigo notified him of a text message, opening up their chat to a picture of his brother and Rumi holding ice cream merchandise for Hawks and Miruko. Behind them was the festival stall where they must have purchased them, and the vendor was staring at them wide-eyed. Another picture came through a few seconds later, with Rumi biting the head off of the Hawks ice cream figure and Kigo looking appalled. Big Bird, Rumi just murdered me. Big Bird, call the police. The last of his tension drained away and Izuku let out a trilling laugh, then slapped a hand over his mouth to muffle the sound. Katsuki glanced over at that and raised an eyebrow, so Izuku tilted his phone so his friend could see the picture. The blonde snorted at the sight. I like her, he said with a smirk. Izuku giggled. Yeah, I had a feeling you would. He glanced back at his phone at the sound of another text, this time Kigo checking that he had eaten. Izuku grinned, then leaned over so that his face was pressed up against Katsuki's. The F, Katsuki began, then cut off when Izuku held his phone up to take a picture, displaying his bento box with a wide grin. Katsuki scowled at the camera and flipped it off, but otherwise didn't protest. Izuku sent the resulting photo off with another giggle. Little Bird, Kaken fed me. Big Bird, fed. Big Bird, wait no. Big Bird, that's not enough food. Izuku took another picture of the food piled up on the seat next to him, which seemed to appease Kigo, then turned back towards his friend. How much do I owe you for lunch? He asked with a smile. Katsuki waved a hand dismissively as he took another bite. Izuku pouted, adding, My brother is the number 3 hero, Kaken. I can afford to pay you back. Whatever, Birdie. Katsuki scoffed. My parents are pretentious fashion designers, so I don't need you to. Izuku brightened. They are? Do they do contracts with pros? Katsuki gave him a narrow-eyed look. Yeah, sometimes. They've done some work with Best Jeanist in the past. Why? Izuku lowered his voice even though there wasn't anyone else in their seating area yet. My brother has a few different modeling contracts, but they've all been set up for him by the HPSC. He's not really supposed to reach out to other companies, but if they contacted him, Izuku trailed off meaningfully. Katsuki frowned. How the hell have other companies not reached out to him before? Izuku tilted his head thoughtfully. We're not entirely sure. All we know is that any sort of modeling or endorsement contracts get filtered through the commission first. We think they have one of our handlers listed as his modeling agent, since we never get calls at the agency about those sorts of things. And since he isn't allowed to reach out himself, there's no way for him to provide alternative contact information to those in the industry. Well, except for those he's worked with already, and we know they're the ones with the HPSC stamp of approval. He shrugged nonchalantly. We've just feigned ignorance about the whole thing so that the commission doesn't explicitly order him not to accept outside contracts. If your parents reach out to him directly, and we get it all finalized before making it public, then at that point the HPSC won't do anything about it so they avoid drawing attention. Katsuki's eyebrows were raised as he gave Izuku an impressed look. Demon, Birdie. He scowled, then added, But won't you get in trouble? They'll be able to draw the connection between me and my parents no problem, and they'll probably guess you were the one to initiate it. Izuku gave him the smile he reserved for his handlers, tilting his head just a bit more than he would naturally, and responded, I don't know what you mean? Should I not be utilizing the connections I make at my prestigious high school? Should I not be trying to network with my esteemed fellow heroes in training? Wasn't that the purpose of sending me to UA? His friend let out a barking laugh. Fair enough. Yeah, alright. I'm sure the hag would love it. Any further planning had to be put on hold as Izuku heard footsteps coming up the stairs leading to their seating area. Hello, Midoriya. And hello, Bakugo. Yaoyorozu greeted, making her way over to where they Saturday. Congratulations on winning the first 2 rounds, Midoriya-kun. Thanks. Izuku replied, ignoring Katsuki's grumbling at the reminder. Brothers. Kirishima called as he, Kaminari, Ashido and Siro entered their class box. There you are. We were looking for you. We've been here the whole time, shitty hair. Katsuki responded. Who wants to deal with shitty crowds when they're trying to FING? The rest of their class trickled in over the next few minutes and Izuku mentally counted them off to make sure everyone, but especially those who were participating in the 3rd round, had made it back. At the 5-minute mark Izuku stood up to double-check his mental headcount. He frowned when he confirmed one of their classmates was missing. Has anyone seen Ojiro? His question cut through the various conversations as his classmates glanced around. He said he needed to talk to Midnight Sensei. Hagakure called out. Izuku frowned, exchanging a concerned look with Yaoyorozu. Did he say why? The final event is about to begin. Hagakure's sleeves lifted in a way that indicated she was shrugging. All right, well, would someone be willing dash? He cut himself off as his phone pinged. Glancing at it showed a text from Aizawa-sensei. Oh. Well, it seems like Ojiro has chosen to drop out of the tournament event. What? Wait, why? Is he okay? Izuku held up a hand to forestall any further questions, then explained, Aizawa-sensei just texted me saying Ojiro chose not to continue due to personal reasons. He has asked us to choose a representative to replace him. There were several excited responses to that. Izuku frowned thoughtfully. We only have a few minutes to decide, so we unfortunately don't have time to put it to a vote. Since you chose Yaoyorozu and I as your representatives, would you trust us to make the decision? Of course, man. Acceptable. A wise course of action. Very efficient. Oui, monsieur. Good thinking. Thanks, everyone. Izuku responded with a smile. First of all, is there anyone who doesn't want to compete? Koda raised his hand shyly, followed shortly by a sleepy-looking Sato and a seemingly sheepish Hagakure. Okay, that's completely understandable. It's good for you to know your own limits. He encouraged, then gestured for Yaoyorozu to join him. The two of them quietly discussed it, but quickly came to a decision. All right, so we both agree that it should be someone from Team Froppy. 3 did a great job during the cavalry battle, but we think it should be up to you to choose who among you will advance. Shoji, Tsu and Uraraka looked at each other consideringly. It should be Uraraka. Tsu said decisively. What no? You are our team leader, Tsu. I agree with Azui. Shoji added calmly. Call me Tsu. Alright, then that's decided. Good luck, Uraraka. Izuku cheered, texting Aizawa-sensei back with their decision. You guys. Uraraka said tearfully. Thank you so much. I'll do my best. Of course. You'll do great. Tsu said while Shoji simply nodded in acknowledgement. And now, Present Mix's voice called dramatically from over the loudspeaker. The moment you've all been waiting for, it's the one-on-one battle tournament. He waited a moment for the crowd's cheering to die down, then added, there's a minor change to the roster of students advancing as we had 2 members of Team Oversight choose to drop out of the competition, Tail from Class 1A and Mines from Class 1B. Typically we would take volunteers from the next highest placed team, but since the other teams finished the 2nd round with 0 points, we've allowed classes 1A and 1B to pick a representative from each class to replace their classmates. In the finals, Uravity from Class 1A and Real Steel from Class 1B will be advancing on in their stead. And without further ado, I present to you the tournament bracket. The screens lit up with the matchups for the first round of fights. Katsuki grinned savagely. "Yeah, I better see you in the finals, Feathers. I still need to beat your butt." Izuku scanned through the bracket, noting that he would indeed need to make it to the final round if he wanted to face his friend. "Hey!" Kirishima interjected. "You have to make it past me first." The rest of their classmates participating in the tournament event chimed in with their own objections as Izuku turned back towards his vice representative. "You'll make sure Ojiro makes his way up here?" Izuku confirmed with Yaoyorozu as he placed his phone and the food he hadn't managed to finish underneath his seat. She smiled warmly at him. "Of course, you can count on me." "I know I can." Izuku agreed, returning her smile. Yaoyorozu blushed lightly then wished him good luck. The rest of their classmates echoed her at varying levels of enthusiasm. Katsuki was significantly less polite about it and Todoroki only gave him the slightest nod. Izuku thanked them then made his way down to the stadium floor. Up first, we have our current frontrunner, the future winged hero, Falco. He'll be facing off against the only general education student to advance this far, the mysterious Oversight. Let's give it up for them both. The cheering from the crowd faded into the background as Midnight Sensei explained the rules for the one-on-one matches and Izuku eyed the boy across from him. He catalogued the lack of muscle mass and inexperienced stance. Relying heavily on his quirk, whatever it is. I'll need to take him out quickly to prevent him from using it. Did you mean it? The purple-haired boy asked as Midnight Sensei began counting down to their match's start. Izuku tilted his head in question. Begin. The R-rated hero called, cracking her whip. Izuku released several of his feathers, letting most of them orbit around himself in case Shinso's quirk was some sort of invisible barrier. A few others he held perfectly still so as to pick up vibrations in the air more clearly if it ended up being something similar to that warper he'd faced at the USJ. Finally, he sharpened one of his primary feathers and stabbed it into the arena's floor to sense any vibrations coming up through the ground. When I told you I was planning to join the hero course, you made it sound like you believed I could. Did you mean it? Of course. Izuku responded automatically. Everything went silent. Step out of bounds. Give me your hand, Falco. Step out. He didn't want to. Step out. Give me your hand, Falco. Yes, sir. His glove was gone. His feathers. Focus on each individual feather. Stop holding back, Falco. Each individual feather. Left wing primary covert. Fight it. Focus. Secondary feather rotating at. Focus, chickadee. You can do it. Sharpened right wing primary. Each individual feather. Reattach median coverts. It's gonna be okay. Focus. You know what to do. Concentrate. Each individual feather. Focus. He won't be able to handle it. Focus. Step out. It's gonna be okay, chicklet. Izuku's control snapped back into place. He hadn't moved. Control quirk. He stared, wide-eyed, at the general education student as he re-established his feathers' movements and positioning. He has a FING control quirk. Shinso was staring back, bewildered. Connection established through verbal response? What did he make me do? Izuku took several slow breaths, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. His heart was pounding as he glanced around to reorient himself, ignoring the cold sweat he felt drip down the back of his neck. He was at UA. The teachers wouldn't have allowed Shinso to keep control of him for long. He doubted the boy would have even asked him to do much. Not to mention, this entire match was being broadcasted on live television. The implications of that hit him full force. Shinso was revealing this on live television. What the commission would do to get their hands on a quirk like that. Give me your hand, Falco. Their current trainer with a control-type quirk wasn't nearly so versatile. Give me your hand, Falco. Shinso opened his mouth, but Izuku had his feathers piercing through his uniform and taking him out of bounds before the boy could say anything else. Oversight is out of bounds. Falco wins. Midnight Sensei announced, with present mic echoing her over the loudspeaker. The crowd's cheers were subdued at such a lackluster first match, but Izuku smiled widely, turning in the direction he knew Kigo was sitting. Needed to see his brother. He needed to make sure. Kigo was cheering along with the crowd, but Izuku saw his concern in his eyes and the way his wings were perfectly still. Katsuki was right, their wings really did give them away. But he was fine. He was fine. He wasn't hurt. Izuku hadn't hurt him. He was fine. Izuku walked over to where his opponent lay. He released the feathers that pinned Shinso to the ground, offering him a hand to help him up, which was slapped away as the boy stood on his own. He kept his smile firmly in place and continued to wave cheerfully as the two of them made their way out of the arena. Izuku followed him back to the entrance tunnel, and once he was sure no one was within earshot, his smile dimmed and he whispered his warning, "You shouldn't be using a quirk like that at this type of event." Shinso froze, his shoulders rising up towards his ears as he turned his head to glare at Izuku. "Oh, I'm sorry," he responded scathingly. "I'm so sorry you didn't get a flashy victory over some heroic quirk. Clearly that's what this tournament is all about." Izuku frowned, confused. What did that have to do with protecting his quirk secret? "You need to dash," Izuku tried to clarify. "Don't tell me what to do," Shinso hissed, whirling around to fully face Izuku. Izuku snapped his mouth shut, his posture stiffening. "As if you'd understand anything. You were born with a perfect quirk for heroics. Your brother is Hawks. You've had your path to heroics laid out and handed to you on a silver platter. You have no idea what it's like for those of us who have to dash." He cut himself off, scoffing. "Forget it. Turns out you're just like all the rest." Before Izuku could begin to parse that out, Shinso was already walking away from him. He made his way back to his class seating area in a daze, releasing and manipulating several feathers as he walked to ensure he was in control. The rest of Class 1A greeted him enthusiastically when he entered their box, congratulating him on his quick win. "I'm sorry I couldn't warn you," Ojiro said mournfully when Izuku took his seat next to Katsuki. "I wasn't able to find you before talking to Midnight, and then you were already on your way down. I'm still not even sure what his quirk is. I don't remember much from the cavalry battle, but I had wanted to give you a heads up." Izuku waved his apology away, smiling brightly. "No, it's fine. That's part of what the sports festival is about. Learning to adapt to unknown quirks and all." "Yeah, man." Kirishima cut in. "And Midobro had it handled. He didn't even let that guy use his quirk." Izuku sighed quietly in relief, thankful that there apparently wasn't any physical evidence of Shinso's quirk in use. Hopefully the commission hadn't noticed anything amiss and assumed that Izuku had taken Shinso out before any activation. Katsuki gave him a narrow-eyed look, but didn't comment. Izuku grabbed his phone from where he had stored it under his seat and pulled up his chat with Kigo. "Big Bird, everything okay?" "Little Bird, yeah, I'm okay. His quirk just reminded me of Kanri-san is all." Izuku knew his brother would understand what he meant. Although the HPSC hadn't used him for years, not since they both had learned better control of their feathers, Kanri remained one of the brothers' least favorite trainers. "Don't know how Kaminari will do against that guy from 1B though." Kirishima continued. "What do you think, Midobro? You teamed up with him in the last event." Izuku refocused on the conversation, tilting his head thoughtfully. "It's a bad matchup for Kaminari. His electricity won't conduct through to Yurashi if he's airborne. He'll need to hold physical contact." Yayorozu nodded. "Which Yurashi can avoid easily." "Exactly." Izuku agreed, pulling out some of the food he still had left over from lunch. Their predictions proved accurate as the next match was wrapped up quickly with Kaminari attempting his indiscriminate shock, which Yurashi avoided, then being easily pushed out of the ring while his brain was recovering. He really needs to figure out a solution to that, Izuku thought to himself as he watched his classmates stumble around. The fight between Todoroki and Shiro ended even faster, and by the time Ida was facing Mei the crowd was restless for a fight that took longer than a minute or two. This ended up working in Mei's favor, since she was treating her match like a prolonged sales pitch, and the audience ate it up. The rest of the first round fights were more entertaining, and Izuku's mind calmed as he fell into an easy rhythm of analysis with Yayorozu and took comfort in Katsuki's steady presence at his side. His fingers itched with the desire to write down his observations, but he settled for mentally cataloging everything to add to his notebooks later. The final match of the first round was between Uraraka and Katsuki, and he wished them both good luck as they left for the preparation rooms. "Dude, I hope Bakugo goes easy on her," Kaminari commented once they exited. Izuku frowned, then asked, "Why would he need to go easy on her?" "Come on, man," Kaminari ummed. "He could seriously hurt her." There were several agreeing murmurs and nods among his classmates. Izuku shook his head. "Underestimating your opponent like that could get you killed as a pro." Everyone seemed to pause as their seating area fell silent. "And," Izuku continued, "underestimating your fellow heroes like that disregards everything they've gone through to get where they are." He forced himself not to look at Todoroki as he added, "We should all do our best to respect our classmates by giving it our all, no matter who we're fighting." Yaoyorozu nodded thoughtfully. "Well said, Midoriya. I know I wouldn't want to win just because my opponent was going easy on me. Even though I lost, I appreciated Tokoyami taking me seriously." Tokoyami inclined his head in acknowledgement. "You were a worthy opponent." "Yeah," Kirishima cheered, punching a fist into the palm of his hand. "Everyone is so manly." Shiro mumbled something about how he wished Todoroki had taken it easy on him, which broke the remaining tension as everyone laughed good-naturedly with several teasing calls of, "Nice try." Thankfully, Aizawa-sensei seemed to have a similar opinion and shut down the negative remarks towards both of his students in his commentary during the match. Uraraka's impressive strategy proved them all correct, but Katsuki backed up the claim he had made in his student pledge. The heat from the explosion he used to destroy Uraraka's falling debris was felt even from their position in the stands. "F yeah," Rumi shouted as Mike announced the next round of fights. "That little gremlin isn't even around." Kigo grinned at her, happy to see that she liked her mini-self as much as he predicted she would, but he couldn't shake the worry that he'd felt since Izuku's match. They hadn't had to deal with Kanri for years. His quirk gave him the ability to control others' quirks for as long as he maintained hand-to-hand contact, and he had been the HPSC's go-to trainer for the brothers whenever they refused to fight each other. It had taken years, but eventually the brothers developed their control over their feathers to such an extent that Kanri's quirk couldn't handle the mental input required to command them. As a result, he became effectively useless to the HPSC for their training. If that purple-haired kid had something similar. Izuku was up for the first match of the second round, facing the wind guy from the recommendation exam that he had teamed up with during the cavalry battle. His quirk could make things difficult for Izuku, but Kigo was confident in his brother's ability to win. Up next, Mike announced as the two students made their way onto the arena floor, "We have Gale Force from Class 1B. He'll be facing his teammate from the cavalry battle, who has dominated each round so far. Falco from Class 1A. Kigo joined the cheering for his baby brother, but took a careful look at Izuku's expression and posture and kept part of his attention on his feather in Izuku's pocket. There was some lingering tension, but overall his brothers seemed to have recovered from his earlier panic. As soon as midnight started the match, both contestants were moving. The wind guy, Gale Force, Kigo reminded himself, seemed to correctly predict that his best strategy was to try and eliminate Izuku immediately, but his brother anchored himself to the ground by stabbing one of his flight feathers into the arena's floor. He folded his wings tightly, withstanding the initial volley of wind blasted in his direction. Gale Force followed this up with a second gust of wind, most likely in the hopes of keeping Izuku grounded. This time, Izuku managed to get his wings up in front of him, forming a windbreak that redirected the attack. The instant that his opponent let up his assault, Izuku was in the air. Gale Force seemed to be attempting to whip up the beginnings of a whirlwind, but Kigo and Izuku had been trained to fly in every sort of weather. Izuku used the wind currents to maneuver towards the other boy, who, in a seemingly last-ditch attempt, went airborne himself. Kigo raised an impressed eyebrow at the boy's tenacity, but anyone could have told him that, for the vast majority of people, this was a bad strategy when fighting a winged hero. And while it was apparent the wind kid was working to hone his quirk in a way that allowed him mobility in the air, he was nowhere near Izuku's level of skill. Izuku dove towards him, picking up speed at a rate that would be alarming if Kigo hadn't seen what his brother could do, then whipped around midair and used his wings to smack Gale Force out of the ring. The large boy landed hard against the grass and skidded for a moment before coming to a stop, his expression dazed. Izuku hovered in the air as Midnight and Mike announced his victory to the already exuberant crowd. He sent a smile and wave in Kigo and Rumi's direction, then landed near where Gale Force was struggling to stand. The other boy laughed boisterously, then grimaced in pain as Izuku helped him up and led him back through the tunnel leading towards Recovery Girl's infirmary. Kigo allowed himself a small sigh of relief. First place in the first 2 events, and now Izuku had emerged victorious in 2 rounds of the tournament. There was a chance, albeit a small one, that may be enough to satisfy the commission, regardless of what happened next. The fight between Todoroki and the youngest Ida-Ten's son was much less dramatic, with Todoroki simply freezing the entire arena floor and forcing the future engine hero out of bounds almost immediately. The 3rd and 4th matches followed in a similar vein, with Izuku's bird friend knocking the pink acid girl out with a single strike and Minirumi getting past the other kid's hardening quirk by bombarding him with explosions. Kigo eyed Endeavor as the number 2 hero stood stoically in the aisle of the area reserved for pro heroes. The next match was between the younger Todoroki and Izuku, and Kigo knew that there would most likely be consequences on either side, depending on the outcome. He didn't think there was a way for him to defuse the situation this time, since it wasn't just a test of speed or agility. But even still, Kigo found himself selfishly hoping for Izuku to win. The commission likely wouldn't accept anything less. The knowledge that Izuku now held regarding Todoroki's situation would not prevent him from doing his best to win. He had challenged his classmates to give it their all no matter what, and he could not afford to do any differently. Even if Todoroki continued to only use his ice, he would still be a formidable opponent. The 2 of them didn't exchange any words as they stood waiting for Midnight Sensei to begin their fight. Izuku was up in the air the instant the starting signal went off, thereby dodging the first wall of ice. He sent a few large primaries to break through the glacier so that it didn't limit his mobility, then sharpened the 2 flight feathers he held and used them to cut through the spear of ice sent his way. Izuku dove down in an attempt to close the distance, but was blocked by Todoroki throwing up a defensive shield of ice. He had to redirect his flight to avoid running into it as he once again sent his sharpened feathers to break it down. Todoroki's follow-up attack forced Izuku to retreat further and regain his bearings. He eyed his classmate as he focused on clearing the arena of the ice that would limit his flight. Todoroki was already beginning to show signs of slowing down. The frost on the right side of his body was taking longer to melt, and each attack seemed slower and smaller. "You won't be able to keep this up," Izuku warned. Todoroki ignored him, creating spikes of ice that reached up towards where Izuku was hovering. He dodged them easily, shooting several hardened feathers ahead of himself as he dove again. This time, his fellow legacy formed a full ice dome around himself, considerably thicker than what he had done before. It took more effort for Izuku to break through, and by the time Todoroki had recovered enough to retaliate, though he was visibly trembling as he did. His classmate's right arm was shaking as he lifted it to form several spears of ice that forced Izuku back once more. He rose slightly as he looked for an opening, but Todoroki seemed determined to keep him distracted. "You're hurting yourself, don't you see that?" Izuku cried as he used his flight feather to break down yet another barrage of ice, significantly smaller than the last. "I don't care," Todoroki hissed, shivering. "I won't give him the satisfaction of using his power. Why can't you understand that?" "It's not his power," Izuku countered, exasperated. "It's yours." The 2 of them stared at each other after his declaration, both breathing heavily. Izuku's eyes were narrowed in frustration and Todoroki's were wide with shock. The flames erupted from Todoroki's left side and Izuku recalled his feathers as quickly as he could to avoid them getting burned. He took to the air in an effort to dodge the large spread of fire, but it was obvious that his classmate had none of the careful control with this part of his quirk that he had exhibited with his ice. The already cold air colliding with the heat from the flames buffeted Izuku higher and farther as he desperately evaded, focused entirely on keeping his wings out of the fire. In the end, Present Mix announcement caught him entirely by surprise. Falco is out of bounds. Shoto advances to the final round. Izuku froze midair in shock, then yelped as a few of his feathers caught fire. He retreated to the far end of the arena as Todoroki struggled to contain his quirk. Suddenly, the fire disappeared completely. Izuku glanced up at the announcer's booth and saw Aizawa-sensei standing with his quirk activated. He looked back towards the platform and saw Todoroki staring at him in horror. Izuku quickly reshuffled his feathers and folded his wings behind himself to hide the gaps, but it was too late. Todoroki abruptly turned and walked quickly back towards the arena's exit. Izuku hurried to follow, catching up to Todoroki in the tunnels in a way that gave Izuku a sense of déjà vu. "Todoroki, wait!" he called, carefully keeping himself from reaching out. He had a feeling Todoroki wouldn't welcome it right now. His fellow legacy whirled around, forcing Izuku to come to an abrupt halt to avoid running into him. "Do you see? Do you understand now?" Todoroki's eyes were wide and his hands were shaking. This is why this dash. The now familiar feeling of fire heading towards them caused Izuku to stiffen. He made a sharp motion with his hand to cut his classmate off. "Take a deep breath," he whispered. "Your father is coming this way." Todoroki's breath hitched, but he forcibly calmed himself down and managed to have an impressive mask in place by the time Endeavor made his way around the corner. "Shoto!" the flame hero called once he caught sight of them, ignoring Izuku entirely. "I knew you would come to your senses. I trust that your childish tantrum has reached its conclusion." Todoroki said nothing. Izuku followed his example and stayed silent as well. He knew the type of consequences that resulted in others interfering. Endeavor huffed, nodding. "Good." He cast a dismissive look in Izuku's direction. At least Hawk's brother managed to provide a satisfactory challenge. With that, the number 2 turned and walked away from them. Todoroki faced Izuku once more, his mask still firmly in place, though his hands were beginning to tremble again. Before he could say anything, Izuku held out his own hands, careful not to touch. Todoroki flinched back, then stared in apparent bewilderment. "Physical touch always helps me, but you don't have to," Izuku whispered. Todoroki shook his head. "I could hurt you." Izuku considered that for a moment, then pulled his hands back and carefully removed his gloves. His talons, now fully regrown, gleamed in the limited light of the tunnel as he held his hands back out. The threat of injury was implicit in the way his talons curved slightly and ended in a deadly sharp point. Todoroki grabbed them without hesitation. Izuku was fascinated to discover that his hands were 2 completely different temperatures. He tightened his grip, carefully resting his talons against Todoroki's skin. The 2 of them stood like that for a long moment. Distantly, Izuku registered Present Mix announcement of the start of Katsuki's fight against Tokoyami. Todoroki's breathing evened out gradually, his trembling hands steadied and his shoulders lost their rigidity. "I burned you," Todoroki murmured. Izuku would have struggled to hear him if it wasn't for his enhanced hearing. "About a dozen feathers," Izuku whispered back, tightening his grip when Todoroki flinched. "Katsuki burns more than that every time we spar. It won't affect my flying. They grow back quickly." "Did it hurt?" Izuku considered lying for a moment, but figured that would do more harm than good in the long run. "I can feel it, yeah," he confirmed. "But it hurts less than a skin burn, and only lasts a short while." Todoroki stared at Izuku intently, then, seemingly reading the truth of that statement, nodded in acceptance. He glanced away, looking ashamed, then added, "I can't control it." Izuku tilted his head thoughtfully. "Well, that's understandable. It takes practice to control quirks." He smiled teasingly. "Like you said, you're very powerful." Todoroki blushed at the reminder of his declaration at the beginning of the festival. Izuku squeezed his hands once more. "You'll learn, Todoroki." His classmate nodded, then frowned, opening his mouth before seemingly changing his mind. Izuku tilted his head questioningly. Todoroki held eye contact before looking down. "Would you dash?" He cut himself off abruptly. Izuku waited patiently as Todoroki seemed to gather himself. He took a deep breath, then added, "Call me Shoto." He paused, then whispered, "Please?" "Only if you call me Izuku." He agreed with a grin. Todoroki's, "No." Shoto's mouth tilted up on one side in the smallest smile Izuku had ever seen. His heart leapt at the sight and he beamed in response, squeezing Shoto's hands in encouragement. In another instance of déjà vu, Mick's announcement, this time of Katsuki's victory, startled them both out of their reverie. "You're up next, Shoto. Good luck," he said, releasing his new friend's hands. "You'll be facing Katsuki, so you'll need it," Izuku added, smiling brightly. Shoto grimaced faintly, nodding in agreement. The two of them went their separate ways. Izuku paused in an empty hallway before heading up to join the rest of his classmates. He focused on taking deep breaths as he carefully replaced his gloves. He had been so fixated on Shoto that it was just now hitting him that he'd lost. His wings trembled. He felt Kigo's wings echo his fear. With Katsuki advancing to the final match, Izuku knew his place on the podium was secured, since he had beaten Tokoyami in the first round obstacle course race. But still, third place. The commission wouldn't be pleased. Katsuki had come to UA with the singular focus of being the best. Placing first in the entrance exam had solidified his assumption that achieving this goal was well within his reach. He had known that UA was willing to accept a few students on recommendation in each hero class, but figured that those were stuck-up, entitled assholes who'd paid their way into UA. They wouldn't pose any threat to his placement. Then the Quirk apprehension test had arrived and all three of them beat him. Knocked him down to fourth place. Katsuki had never even come in second to anyone in his life. Since his quirk had manifested, he had been told by everyone what a great hero he would be. The extras that had surrounded him and clung to his coattails had done nothing to convince him otherwise. They were weak. And Katsuki was the best. Wasn't he? Katsuki growled lowly in frustration, the sound echoing in the empty prep room he had been told to wait in as they set up the arena for his final match. Of course he was. Or rather, he would be. That's why he was at UA. He would become the #1 hero. In an industry run by the HPSC. With a license admitted by the HPSC. On a billboard chart organized by the HPSC. The reminder of his classmate? Sparring partner? Rival? His friend's words caused Katsuki to scowl. With the shitheads running the HPSC turning out to be even bigger assholes than he had thought. Well, did their rankings matter? Of course they mattered. Why was he even striving to be a hero if it wasn't to win? Why was he even striving to be a hero? Katsuki shook his head at that thought. That didn't matter. Did it? It didn't. He was here to win. That was what mattered. And it all started with this next match. Sure, he would be fighting the half and half BSRD, not his friend. But that didn't matter either. He had pledged to win and he would. As long as the a-hole son of the a-hole #2 actually fought him and didn't half-butt it like he had been doing. Katsuki wasn't surprised that the half and half BSTRD had ended up needing to pull out all the stops to beat Feathers. The bird-brained fucker was tough. Yeah, 'cause the fuckers at the HPSC had been training him since he could walk. While Katsuki had been growing up surrounded by meaningless praise from meaningless extras, the birdie had been trained. Abused. He found himself wondering if Feathers had told the a-hole anything about his situation when they'd talked after the cavalry battle. Katsuki had considered following them to see if the BSTRD was going to try and pull some more declaration of war sheet, but the birdbrain could handle himself. And Katsuki wasn't an idiot, he could read between the lines. He knew the birdie and his brother had been given precious little privacy, always under the supervision of his handlers. If Feathers wanted him to know, he would tell him. He had regretted that decision when Birdbrain had finally made it up to their seats, seemingly upset, but he hadn't pushed. And Feathers had recovered quickly. So whatever it was the two of them had talked about wasn't any of Katsuki's business. As long as it didn't affect his spot in first place. He needed to focus. Winning was what mattered. Was it though? Katsuki took a deep breath. Focus. He would fight the half and half BSTRD. He would prove that he was better than him, even at his full power, and he would ignore all of this distracting philosophical bullshit. Because it didn't matter. Feathers would be fine. He still meddled. And the commission fuckers couldn't complain about him losing. To the son of the no. Could they? Focus. He would win. He would win. Winning was what mattered. Wasn't it? Izuku didn't know what to make of the fight between Katsuki and Shoto. His first friend had seemed so angry, which, Izuku admitted, wasn't that out of character. But it had seemed different. The way he had screamed at Shoto, it had been much more than just his usual aggression. He frowned in thought as he made his way to the preparation room set up for the closing medal ceremony. He could understand Katsuki's frustration at Shoto not using his fire, seemingly holding back, but even so, his anger had been a lot more than what Izuku felt was deserved for the situation. What else was bothering his friend? Izuku heard the shouting before he even reached the door. He recognized Katsuki's typical swearing, but for once, his friend sounded like he actually meant it. "Don't touch me. I already told you I refuse it. Get off of me." Izuku stopped in shock once he actually entered. Distantly, he registered the sound of the door closing behind him as he took in the scene in front of him. Shoto was standing in the corner of the room, staring at the wall opposite him and not seeming to be taking in anything happening near him. His gaze was distant, unfocused, but his hands were clenched tightly into fists that rested at his side. Midnight Sensei and Samantha Sensei were crowding close to Katsuki in the center of the room. His feet were locked to the floor with cement and around his hands and wrists were quirk-suppressing manacles. Katsuki was leaning as far away from them as he could without toppling to the floor as their teachers approached him with a muzzle. Izuku was moving before he even fully registered a thought. He placed his body between his friend and his teachers and spread his wings wide. The shink sound that his feathers made as they scraped against each other made it clear that they were sharpened. It was only the fact that Aizawa-sensei had explicitly stated that threatening teachers led to expulsion that prevented Izuku from placing a feather at each of their throats. Yue was supposed to be different. His sudden appearance seemed to shock everyone in the room. He felt Kigo's wings vibrating in confusion, undoubtedly concerned over sensing Izuku's feathers sharpening. It was always more difficult to communicate with his wings like this, but Izuku did his best to convey their signal for all clear. The last thing he needed was for his brother to get in trouble with Yue by coming in here and attacking their staff. Izuku bit his tongue to prevent himself from speaking. Just because Aizawa-sensei had so far been lenient with allowing questions, didn't mean the rest of Yue's faculty would be so permissive. Midnight Sensei recovered first, lowering the muzzle in her hands and sweeping her hair back over her shoulder in either an attempt to gather herself or a bid to distract Izuku. "Midoriya, hello." She greeted cheerfully, as though he hadn't just caught her attempting to muzzle his friend. But Kugo was being difficult, that's all. He was refusing to remain in the room. "You're being difficult, Falco." She continued on, blithely. "This is for his own good. What would it look like if we had an empty first-place podium?" "This is for your own good, Falco." Izuku remained where he was, staring at Midnight Sensei without blinking, which his handlers always told him was unnerving and unnatural. Yue was supposed to be different. His feather's ability to feel vibrations was dulled when they were fully sharpened, so he didn't sense the presence moving behind him until Shoto was joining them in the center of the room, standing at Izuku's back. Seeing both of them standing between them and Katsuki must have done something, because Samantha-sensei took a step back as he slowly raised his hands in surrender and crouched low to release the cement holding Katsuki's feet to the floor. Midnight Sensei frowned down at the muzzle in her hands before carelessly tossing it aside, watching them with unreadable eyes. She wordlessly handed Izuku the key to the cuffs before she and Samantha-sensei retreated to stand by the door. Izuku allowed his wings to soften and lower, but hesitated in turning towards Katsuki. His teachers were blocking the only exit? Was that deliberate? Were they hoping they would drop their guard? His dilemma was solved as Shoto came up beside him, silently communicating his willingness to watch his back. He wasted no time after that. Once he had turned around to face his friend, he lifted his wings back up to block them from sight. Katsuki's eyes were wide and his breathing heavy, but his gaze was focused as he tracked the movement of Izuku's wings. As soon as the two of them were cocooned away from view, Katsuki lifted his arms for Izuku to access the manacles. He unlocked them immediately and the sound of them hitting the floor echoed around the silent room. Katsuki kicked them away before refocusing his gaze on Izuku and taking a deep breath. "I don't want it." Katsuki whispered. "Want what?" Izuku asked him equally quietly. First place. He clarified, scowling. I didn't earn it. Izuku frowned at his friend. What? Of course you earned it. You won. Katsuki shook his head violently. FING half, N half BSTRD didn't even try. Izuku sensed Shoto flinch through his wings. Hey! Izuku responded sharply, albeit still in a whisper. Katsuki met his gaze. Just because he didn't use his fire doesn't mean he wasn't trying. His friend frowned at him in confusion. Izuku elaborated, sometimes, during fights, there are extenuating circumstances that just happen to skew the fight in your favor. Other times, there will be situations that work against you. That's just the way life works. He concluded with a shrug. Katsuki shook his head again, still frowning. There wasn't anything like that. He hissed. The BSD just gave up. Izuku poked gently at his friend's forehead, dropping his voice even lower to ensure their teachers couldn't hear. They may not be external. You never know what your opponent is going through inside their own mind. Katsuki's eyes widened and his frown disappeared. Izuku continued, so don't belittle their internal struggle and say they weren't giving it their all. And don't just dismiss your own accomplishments like that either. Got that, Kaken? Teeth. Katsuki scoffed, though he tilted his head down in the barest of nods to show the message was received. Whatever, nerd. Get your feathers out of my face. He added, gently pushing Izuku's wings away from them. He locked eyes with Shoto once the two of them exited their feather cocoon, then shrugged and punched the other boy's shoulder. You owe me a fight, Icy Hot. Izuku smiled, though he noticed Shoto was eyeing Katsuki warily, so he punched Katsuki's shoulder as well, to demonstrate that this was something you do with friends. Shoto followed his example and punched Katsuki's other shoulder in response, perhaps slightly harder than necessary. They would need to work on that. What the hell? Katsuki exclaimed, seeming to gear up for some sort of retaliation. The sound of a throat clearing delicately broke off any further rebuttal. The three of them turned towards Midnight Sensei, their relaxed demeanors disappearing at the reminder of what their teachers had tried to do. Midnight Sensei grimaced, but didn't apologize. Instead, she began ordering them to their places on the floor where Cementa Sensei would raise their cement podiums up through the ceiling and into the stadium above them. All three of them remained tense as the final preparations were concluded, and in the end, Izuku was the only one who even attempted to fake a smile as they rose up to the deafening cheers of the stadium's crowd. Shota bolted upright in his chair as soon as the arena's floor opened to allow the three podiums to rise. He clenched his teeth as he forced himself not to immediately tell Hisashi to call it all off. Something was wrong. Midoriya's smile was plastic. His wings were held perfectly still. The way he waved to the stadium was robotic and calculated. Todoroki didn't even bother, his typical stoic expression firmly in place. However, his unease was obvious in the tension of his shoulders and how tightly he had his hands clasped together. And Bakugo! His explosive student stood ramrod straight, in stark contrast to his usual casual slouch. Where Shota had expected to see a satisfied smirk, he instead saw downturned lips pressed into a hard line. Rather than his typical burning glare, the blonde's eyes were hard and cold as he stared at the cameras. Something was wrong. Hisashi's gaze darted between the three boys, and when he turned to Shota, he saw his own concern reflected in his husband's eyes. Something happened. But what? Sure, Bakugo had seemed out of sorts at the end of the final match, but Shota figured his student had been wrapped up in the adrenaline of his fight with Todoroki. Perhaps the tension between the three boys had snapped in the preparation room? Rivalries between the students in the hero course had a history of causing problems, but Namuri would have called him if something else had happened. Wouldn't she have? Shota had thought of meeting his students in the preparation room in her stead, but in the end he had figured that Namuri would be able to calm Bakugo down. He clenched his fist, frustrated. He should have been there. He had been preoccupied by the news of Tensei's injury and assisting Ida in leaving the festival early, but he should have been there. He should have ensured the well-being of all his students. He should have. Hisashi reached over and squeezed his hand, bringing Shota back to the present. All Might continued on with the medaling ceremony as planned, offering words of encouragement and congratulations to all three of them that seemingly did nothing to dissipate the tension in his students. There was no use dwelling on what he should have done. All he could do now was deal with the aftermath. Izuku kept his smile firmly in place as he accepted the congratulations from his classmates while they all gathered their things. He exchanged nods with Shoto as the boy left the preparation room and sent a sardonic grin towards Katsuki when he saw the boy stuff his gold medal deep into his backpack. His friend grimaced in return. He left his remaining classmates with a smile and a wave, then began walking in the direction he sensed Kigo. He had a lot to tell him. Perhaps Yue wasn't what they'd hoped it would be.